To my grandchildren, Timothy and Alexander. Among the innumerable mortifications which waylay human arrogance on every side may well be reckoned our ignorance of the most common objects and effects, a defect of which we become more sensible by every attempt to supply it. Vulgar and inactive minds confound familiarity with knowledge and conceive themselves informed of the whole nature of things when they are shown their form or told their use, but the speculatist, who is not content with superficial views, harasses himself with fruitless curiosity, and still, as he inquires more, perceives only that he knows less. Samuel Johnson, The Idler, Saturday, the 25th of November 1758. List of plates. 1 bent masonry column in Salisbury Cathedral. 2 stress concentration at crack tip, courtesy Dr. Richard Chaplin. 3 aneurysm in cylindrical forward. I am very much aware that it is an act of extreme rashness to attempt to write an elementary book about structures. Indeed, it is only when the subject is stripped of its mathematics that one begins to realize how difficult it is to pin down and describe those structural concepts which are often called elementary, by which I suppose we mean basic or fundamental. Some of the omissions and oversimplifications are intentional, but no doubt some of them are due to my own brute ignorance and lack of understanding of the subject. Although this volume is more or less a sequel to the new science of strong materials, it can be read as an entirely separate book in its own right. For this reason, a certain amount of repetition has been unavoidable in the earlier chapters. I have to thank a great many people for factual information, suggestions, and for stimulating and sometimes heated discussions. Among the living, my colleagues at Reading University have been generous with help, notably Professor W. D. Biggs, Professor of Building Technology, Dr. Richard Chaplin, Dr. Giorgio Geronimidis, Dr. Julian Vincent and Dr. Henry Blythe. Professor Anthony Flew, Professor of Philosophy, made useful suggestions about the last chapter. I am also grateful to Mr. John Bartlett, consultant neurosurgeon at the Brooke Hospital. Professor T. P. Hughes of the University of the West Indies has been helpful about rockets and many other things besides. My secretary, Mrs. Jean Collins, was a great help in times of trouble. Mrs. Nethercott of Vogue was kind to me about dressmaking. Mr. Gerald Leach and also many of the editorial staff of Penguins have exercised their accustomed patience and helpfulness. Among the dead, I owe a great deal to Dr. Mark Pryor, lately of Trinity College, Cambridge, especially for discussions about biomechanics which extended over a period of nearly 30 years. Lastly, for reasons which must surely be obvious, I owe a humble oblation to Herodotus, once a citizen of Halicarnassus. Acknowledgements. We acknowledge with gratitude permission to quote from various authors. For Douglas English's poem, Punch Publications Limited, for quotations from Western Martyrs The South Seaman, Messrs. William Blackwood Limited, for the quotation from Rudyard Kipling's The Ship That Found Herself, Messrs. A. P. Watt and Son and the executors of the late Mrs. Bambridge and the Macmillan Company of London and Basingstoke. Also to Mr. H. L. Cox for the quotation from his book The Design of Structures of Least Weight. The quotations from the New English Bible, 2nd edition, copyright symbol 1970, are by kind permission of the Oxford and Cambridge University presses. We are also most grateful to all those named in the list of plates who have so kindly provided illustrations and given permission to reproduce them. We have received a great deal of help from many people and organizations with regard to both quotations and illustrations. If we have, in any instance, failed to make proper acknowledgement, we offer our apologies. Chapter 1: The Structures in Our Lives, or How to Communicate with Engineers. As men journeyed in the east, they came upon a plain in the land of Shinar and settled there. They said to one another, "Come, let us make bricks and bake them hard." They used bricks for stones and bitumen for mortar. "Come," they said, "let us build ourselves a city and a tower with its top in the heavens, and make a name for ourselves, or we shall be dispersed all over the earth." Then the Lord came down to see the city and tower which mortal men had built, and he said, "Here they are, one people with a single language, and now they have started to do this, henceforward nothing they have a mind to do will be beyond their reach. Come, let us go down there and confuse their speech, so that they will not understand what they say to one another." So the Lord dispersed them from there all over the earth, and they left off building the city. That is why it is called Babel, that is, Babylon, because the Lord there made a babel of the language of all the world. Genesis 11.2-9, New English Bible. A structure has been defined as any assemblage of materials which is intended to sustain loads, and the study of structures is one of the traditional branches of science. If an engineering structure breaks, people are likely to get killed, and so engineers do well to investigate the behavior of structures with circumspection. But, unfortunately, when they come to tell other people about their subject, something goes badly wrong, for they talk in a strange language, and some of us are left with the conviction that the study of structures and the way in which they carry loads is incomprehensible, irrelevant, and very boring indeed. Yet structures are involved in our lives in so many ways that we cannot really afford to ignore them. After all, every plant and animal and nearly all of the works of man have to sustain greater or less mechanical forces without breaking, and so practically everything is a structure of one kind or another. When we talk about structures, we shall have to ask, not only why buildings and bridges fall down and why machinery and aeroplanes sometimes break, but also how worms came to be the shape they are and why a bat can fly into a rosebush without tearing its wings. How do our tendons work? Why do we get lumbago? How are pterodactyls able to weigh so little? Why do birds have feathers? How do our arteries work? What can we do for crippled children? Why are sailing ships rigged in the way they are? Why did the bow of Odysseus have to be so hard to string? Why did the ancients take the wheels off their chariots at night? How did a Greek catapult work? Why is a reed shaken by the wind, and why is the Parthenon so beautiful? Can engineers learn from natural structures? What can doctors and biologists and artists and archaeologists learn from engineers? As it has turned out, the struggle to understand the real reasons why structures work and why things break has been a great deal more difficult and has taken much longer than one might have expected. It is really only quite recently that we have been able to fill in enough of the gaps in our knowledge to answer some of these questions in any very useful or intelligent manner. Naturally, as more of the bits of the jigsaw puzzle are assembled, the general picture becomes clearer. The whole subject is becoming less a study for rather narrow specialists and more one which the ordinary person can find rewarding and relevant to a wide range of general interests. This book is about modern views on the structural element in nature, in technology, and in everyday life. We shall discuss the ways in which the need to be strong and to support various necessary loads has influenced the development of all sorts of creatures and devices, including man. The living structure. Biological structures came into being long before artificial ones. Before there was life in the world, there was no such thing as a purposive structure of any kind, only mountains and heaps of sand and rock. Even a very simple and primitive kind of life is a delicately balanced, self-perpetuating chemical reaction which needs to be separated and guarded from non-life. Nature having invented life, and with it individualism, it became necessary to devise some kind of container in which to keep it. This film or membrane had to have at least a minimum of mechanical strength, both to contain the living matter and also to give it some protection from outside forces. If, as seems possible, some of the earliest forms of life consisted of tiny droplets floating in water, then a very weak and simple barrier, perhaps no more than the surface tension which exists at the interfaces between different liquids, may have sufficed. Gradually, as living creatures multiplied, Life became more competitive, and the weak, globular, and immobile animals were at a disadvantage. Skins became tougher and various means of locomotion were evolved. Larger, multicellular animals appeared which could bite and could swim fast. Survival became a matter of chasing and being chased, eating and being eaten. Aristotle called this allelophagia, a mutual eating. Darwin called it natural selection. In any case, progress in evolution was dependent upon the development of stronger biological materials and more ingenious living structures. The earlier and more primitive animals were mostly made from soft materials because they not only make it much easier to wriggle and extend oneself in various ways, but soft tissues are usually tough, as we shall see, while rigid ones like bone are often brittle. Furthermore, the use of rigid materials imposes all kinds of difficulties in connection with growth and reproduction. As women know, the business of giving birth involves an engineering of high strains and large deflections. Or the same, the development of the vertebrate fetus from conception onwards, like that of natural structures in general, is in certain respects from soft to hard, and the hardening process goes on after the baby has emerged. One gets the impression that nature has accepted the use of stiff materials rather reluctantly, but, as animals got bigger and came out of the water onto the land, most of them developed and exploited rigid skeletons, teeth, and sometimes horns and armor. Yet animals never became predominantly rigid devices like most modern machinery. The skeleton usually remained but a small part of the whole, and, as we shall see, the soft parts were frequently used in clever ways to limit the loads upon the skeleton and thus to protect it from the consequences of its brittleness. While the bodies of most animals are made preponderantly from flexible materials, this is not always true for plants. The smaller and more primitive plants are usually soft, but a plant cannot chase its food, nor can it run away from an enemy. It can, however, protect itself to some extent by growing tall, and, by doing so, it may also be able to get more than its fair share of sun and rain. Trees, in particular, seem to be extraordinarily clever at stretching out to collect the diffuse and fitful energy of sunlight and at the same time standing up to being bullied by the wind, and all in the most cost-effective way. The tallest trees reach a height of about 360 feet or 110 meters, being by far the largest and most durable of living structures. For a plant to reach even a tenth of this height, however, its main structure needs to be both light and rigid. We shall see later that it incorporates a number of important lessons for engineers. It may seem obvious that questions like these about strength and flexibility and toughness are relevant in medicine and in zoology and botany, yet for a long time both doctors and biologists resisted all such ideas with considerable success and with the whole force of their emotions. Of course, it is partly a matter of temperament and partly a matter of language, and perhaps a dislike and fear of the mathematical concepts of the engineer may have had something to do with the matter. Too often biologists simply cannot bring themselves to make a sufficiently serious study of the structural aspects of their problems. Yet there can be no reason to assume that, while nature uses methods of infinite subtlety in her chemistry and her control mechanisms, her structural approach should be a crude one. The technological structure. Wonders there are many, but there is no wonder wilder than man who makes the winds of winter bear him, through the trough of waves that tower about him, across grey wastes of sea, man who wearies the untiring, the immortal earth, eldest of the gods, as year by year, his plough teams come and go. The carefree bands of birds, beasts of the wild, tribes of the sea. In netted toils he takes the subtle one. Sophocles, Antigone, for 40 BC, translated by F. L. Lucas. Benjamin Franklin, 1706–90, used to define man as a tool-making animal. In fact, a good many other animals make and use rather primitive tools, and of course they quite often make better houses than do many uncivilized men. It might not be very easy to point out the exact moment in the development of man at which his technology could be said noticeably to surpass that of the beasts that perish. Perhaps it was later than we think, especially if the early men were arboreal. However this may be, the gap both in time and in technical achievement between the sticks and stones of the earliest men, which were not much better than the tools used by the higher animals, and the sophisticated and beautiful artifacts of the late Stone Age is an immense one. Pre-metallic cultures have survived in remote places until only yesterday, and many of their devices can be seen and admired in museums. To make strong structures without the benefit of metals requires an instinct for the distribution and direction of stresses, which is by no means always possessed by modern engineers. For the use of metals, which are so conveniently tough and uniform, has taken some of the intuition and also some of the thinking out of engineering. Since the invention of fiberglass and other artificial composite materials, we have been returning at times to the sort of fibrous non-metallic structures which were developed by the Polynesians and the Eskimos. As a result, we have become more aware of our own inadequacies in visualizing stress systems and, just possibly, more respectful of primitive technologies. As a matter of fact, the introduction of the technological metals to the civilized world, probably between 2000 and 1000 BC, did not make a very large or immediate difference to most artificial structures, because metals were scarce, expensive, and not very easy to shape. The use of metals for cutting tools and weapons and, to some extent, for armor had its effect, but the majority of load bearing artifacts continued to be made from masonry and from timber and leather and rope and textiles. Using the old mixed constructions, the millwright and the coach builder, the shipwright and the rigger, needed a very high degree of skill, though of course they had their blind spots and they made the sort of mistakes one might expect from men without a formal analytical training. On the whole, the introduction of steam and machinery resulted in a dilution of skills, and it also limited the range of materials in general use in advanced technology to a few standardized, rigid substances such as steel and concrete. The pressures in some of the early engines were not much higher than our blood pressure, but, since materials like leather are incapable of withstanding hot steam, the engineer could not contrive a steam engine out of bladders and membranes and flexible tubes. So he was compelled to evolve from metals, by mechanical means, movements which an animal might have achieved more simply and perhaps with less weight. He had to get his effects by means of wheels, springs, connecting rods, and pistons sliding in cylinders. Although these rather clumsy devices were originally imposed on him by the limitations of his materials, the engineer has come to look on this kind of approach to technology as the only proper and respectable one. Once he has settled in his rut of metal cogwheels and girders, the engineer takes a lot of shifting. Moreover, this attitude to materials and technology has rubbed off on the general public. Not long ago, at a cocktail party, the pretty wife of an American scientist said to me, "So you're really telling me that people used to make airplanes out of wood? Out of lumber / I don't believe you, you're kidding me." To what extent this outlook is objectively justified and how far it is based on prejudice and a morbid passion for being up to date is one of the questions which we shall discuss in this book. We need to take a balanced view. The traditional range of engineering structures made from bricks and stone and concrete and from steel and aluminium have been very successful, and clearly we ought to take them seriously, both for their own sakes and for what they have to teach us in a broader context. We might remember, however, that the pneumatic tire, for instance, has changed the face of land transport and is probably a more important invention than the internal combustion engine. Yet we do not often teach engineering students about tires, and there has been a distinct tendency in the schools of engineering to sweep the whole business of flexible structures under the carpet. When we come to look at the question in a broad way, we may perhaps find that, for solid quantitative reasons, there is a case for trying to rebuild some part of traditional engineering upon models which may well turn out to be partly biological in inspiration. Whatever view we may take of these matters, we cannot get away from the fact that every branch of technology must be concerned, to a greater or less extent, with questions of strength and deflections, and we may consider ourselves lucky if our mistakes in these directions are merely annoying or expensive and do not kill or injure somebody. Those concerned with electrical affairs might be reminded that a great proportion of the failures in electrical and electronic devices are mechanical in origin. Structures can, and do, break, and this may be important and sometimes dramatic, but, in conventional technology, the rigidity and deflections of a structure before it breaks are likely to be more important in practice. A house, a floor or a table which wobbled or swayed would not be acceptable, and we should consider that the performance of, say, an optical device such as a microscope or a camera depends not only upon the quality of its lenses but also upon the accuracy and rigidity with which they are positioned. Faults of this kind are far too common. Structures and aesthetics. Could I find a place to be alone with heaven, I would speak my heart out. Heaven is my need. Every woodland tree is flushing like the dogwood, flashing like the white beam, swaying like the reed. Flushing like the dogwood crimson in October, streaming like the flagreed southwest blown, flashing as in gusts the sudden lighted white beam, all seem to know what is for heaven alone. George Meredith, Love in the Valley. Nowadays, whether we like it or not, we are stuck with one form or another of advanced technology and we have got to make it work safely and efficiently. This involves, among other things, the intelligent application of structural theory. However, man does not live by safety and efficiency alone, and we have to face the fact that, visually, the world is becoming an increasingly depressing place. It is not, perhaps, so much the occurrence of what might be described as active ugliness as the prevalence of the dull and the commonplace. Far too seldom is the heart rejoiced or does one feel any better or happier for looking at the works of modern man. Yet most of the artifacts of the 18th century, even quite humble and trivial ones, seem to many of us to be at least pleasing and sometimes incomparably beautiful. To that extent people, all people, in the 18th century lived richer lives than most of us do today. This is reflected in the prices we pay nowadays for period houses and antiques. A society which was more creative and self-confident would not feel quite so strong a nostalgia for its great-grandfather's buildings and household goods. Although such a book as this is not the place in which to develop elaborate and perhaps controversial theories of applied art, the question cannot be wholly ignored. As we have said, nearly every artifact is in some sense a structure of one kind or another, and, although most artifacts are not primarily concerned with making an emotional or aesthetic effect, it is highly important to realize that there can be no such thing as an emotionally neutral statement. This is true whether the medium be speech or writing or painting or technological design. Whether we mean it or not, every single thing we design and make will have some kind of subjective impact, for good or bad, over and above its overt rational purpose. I think we are up against yet another problem of communication. Most engineers have had no aesthetic training at all, and the tendency in the schools of engineering is to despise such matters as frivolous. In any case, there is little enough time in the crowded syllabuses. Modern architects have made it very clear to me that they cannot spare time from their lordly sociological objectives to consider such minor matters as the strength of their buildings, nor, indeed, can they spare much time for aesthetics, in which their clients are probably not much interested anyway. Again, furniture designers, incredibly, are not taught during their formal training how to calculate the deflection in an ordinary bookshelf when it is loaded with books, and so it is not very surprising that most of them seem to have no ideas about relating the appearance to the structure of their products. The theory of elasticity, or why things do fall down. Or those 18, upon whom the tower in Siloam fell, and slew them, think ye that they were sinners above all men that dwelt in Jerusalem? Luke 13.4. Many people, especially English people, dislike theory, and usually they do not think very much of theoreticians. This seems to apply especially to questions of strength and elasticity. A really surprising number of people who would not venture into the fields of, say, chemistry or medicine feel themselves competent to produce a structure upon which someone's life may depend. If pressed, they might admit that a large bridge or an aeroplane was a little beyond them, but the common structures of life surely present only the most trivial of problems. This is not to suggest that the construction of an ordinary shed is a matter calling for years of study, yet it is true that the whole subject is littered with traps for the unwary, and many things are not as simple as they might seem. Too often the engineers are only called in, professionally, to deal with the structural achievements of practical men at the same time as the lawyers and the undertakers. Nevertheless, for long centuries the practical men managed after their own fashion, at least in certain fields of construction. If you go and look at a cathedral, you may well wonder whether you are impressed more deeply by the skill or by the faith of the people who built it. These buildings are not only of very great size and height, some of them seem to transcend the dull and heavy nature of their constructional materials and to soar upwards into art and poetry. On the face of it, it would seem obvious that the medieval masons knew a great deal about how to build churches and cathedrals, and of course they were often highly successful and superbly good at it. However, if you had had the chance to ask the master mason how it was really done and why the thing stood up at all, I think he might have said something like, the building is kept up by the hand of God, always provided that, when we built it, we duly followed the traditional rules and mysteries of our craft. Naturally, the buildings we see and admire are those which have survived, in spite of their mysteries and their skill and experience. The medieval masons were by no means always successful. A fair proportion of their more ambitious efforts fell down soon after they were built, or sometimes during construction. However, these catastrophes were just as likely to be regarded as sent from heaven, to punish the unrighteous or to bring sinners to repentance, as to be the consequence of mere technical ignorance. Hence the need for the remark about the Tower of Siloam. Perhaps because they were too much obsessed by the moral significance of good workmanship, the old builders and carpenters and shipwrights never seemed to have thought at all, in any scientific sense, about why a structure is able to carry a load. Professor Jack Heyman has shown conclusively that the cathedral masons, at any rate, did not think or design in the modern way. Although some of the achievements of the medieval craftsmen are impressive, the intellectual basis of their rules and mysteries was not very different from that of a cookery book. What these people did was to make something very much like what had been made before. As we shall see in Chapter 9, Masonry is a rather exceptional case, and there are some special reasons why it is sometimes safe and practicable to scale up from small churches to large cathedrals, relying simply on experience and traditional proportions. For other kinds of structures this way of doing things will not work and is quite unsafe. This is the reason why, though buildings got bigger and bigger, for a very long time the size of the largest ships remained virtually constant. So long as there was no scientific way of predicting the safety of technological structures, attempts to make devices which were new or radically different were only too likely to end in disaster. Thus, for generation after generation, men turned their heads away from a rational approach to problems of strength. However, if you make a habit of shelving questions which, in your secret heart, you must surely know to be important, the psychological consequences will be unhappy. What happened was just what one would have expected. The whole subject became a breeding ground for cruelty and superstition. When a ship is christened by some noble matron with a bottle of champagne, or when a foundation stone is laid by a fat mayor, these ceremonies are the last vestiges of certain very nasty sacrificial rites. During the course of the Middle Ages the Church managed to suppress most of the sacrifices, but it did not do much to encourage any kind of scientific approach. To escape completely from such attitudes, or to accept that God may work through the agency of the laws of science, requires a complete change of thinking, a mental effort such as we can scarcely comprehend today. It called for a quite exceptional combination of imagination with intellectual discipline at a time when the very vocabulary of science barely existed. As it turned out, the old craftsman never accepted the challenge, and it is interesting to reflect that the effective beginnings of the serious study of structures may be said to be due to the persecution and obscurantism of the Inquisition. In 1633, Galileo, 1564 to 1642, fell foul of the Church on account of his revolutionary astronomical discoveries, which were considered to threaten the very basis of religious and civil authority. He was most firmly headed off astronomy and, after his famous recantation, he was perhaps lucky to be allowed to retire to his villa at Anisotropy, near Florence. Living there, virtually under house arrest, he took up the study of the strength of materials as being, I suppose, the safest and least subversive subject he could think of. As it happened, Galileo's own contribution to our knowledge of the strength of materials was only moderately distinguished, though one must bear in mind that he was almost 70 when he began to work on the subject, that he had been through a great deal and that he was still more or less a prisoner. However, he was allowed to correspond with scholars in various parts of Europe, and his great reputation lent prestige and publicity to any subject he took up. Among his many surviving letters there are several about structures, and his correspondence with Masson, who worked in France, seems to have been particularly fruitful. Morin Masson, 1588-1648, was a Jesuit priest, but presumably nobody could object to his researches on the strength of metal wires. Ed Marriott, 1620-84, a much younger man, was also a priest, being prior of St. Martin-sous-Beaune, near Dijon, in the wine country. He spent most of his life working on the laws of terrestrial mechanics and on the strength of rods in tension and in bending. Under Louis XIV he helped to found the French Academy of Sciences and was in favor with both church and state. None of these people, it will be noted, were professional builders or shipwrights. By Marriott's time the whole subject of the behavior of materials and structures under loads was beginning to be called the science of elasticity, for reasons which will become apparent in the next chapter, and we shall use this name repeatedly throughout this book. Since the subject became popular with mathematicians about 150 years ago, I am afraid that a really formidable number of unreadable, incomprehensible books have been written about elasticity, and generations of students have endured agonies of boredom in lectures about materials and structures. In my opinion, the mystique and mumbo-jumbo is overdone and often beside the point. It is true that the higher flights of elasticity are mathematical and very difficult, but then this sort of theory is probably only rarely used by successful engineering designers. What is actually needed for a great many ordinary purposes can be understood quite easily by any intelligent person who will give his or her mind to the matter. The man in the street, or the man in the workshop, thinks he needs virtually no theoretical knowledge. The engineering don is apt to pretend that to get anywhere worthwhile without the higher mathematics is not only impossible but that it would be vaguely immoral if you could. It seems to me that ordinary mortals like you and me can get along surprisingly well with some intermediate, and I hope more interesting, state of knowledge. All the same, we cannot wholly evade the question of mathematics, which is said to have originated in Babylonia, possibly at the time of the Tower of Babel incident. Mathematics is to the scientist and the engineer a tool, to the professional mathematician a religion, but to the ordinary person a stumbling block. Yet all of us are really using mathematics through every moment of our lives. When we play tennis or walk downstairs, we are actually solving whole pages of differential equations, quickly, easily and without thinking about it, using the analog computer which we keep in our minds. What we find difficult about mathematics is the formal, symbolic presentation of the subject by pedagogues with a taste for dogma, sadism and incomprehensible squiggles. For the most part, wherever a mathematical argument is really needed, I shall try to use graphs and diagrams of the simplest kind. We shall, however, needs some arithmetic and a little very, very elementary algebra, which, however rude we may be to the mathematicians, is, after all, a simple, powerful and convenient mode of thought. Even if you are born, or think you are born, with an allergy to algebra, please do not be frightened of it. However, if you really must skip it, it will still be possible to follow the arguments in this book in a qualitative way without losing too much of the story. One further point, structures are made from materials, and we shall talk about structures and also about materials, but in fact there is no clear-cut dividing line between a material and a structure. Steel is undoubtedly a material and the fourth bridge is undoubtedly a structure, but reinforced concrete and wood and human flesh, all of which have a rather complicated constitution, may be considered as either materials or structures. I am afraid that, like Humpty Dumpty, when we use the word material in this book, it will mean whatever we want it to mean. That this is not always the same as what other people mean by material was brought home to me by another lady at another cocktail party. Do tell me what it is you do. I'm a professor of materials. What fun it must be to handle all those dress fabrics. Asterisk compare pistons and bellows. Asterisk there is an interesting discussion of pagan views on this subject in Gilbert Murray's 5 Stages of Greek Religion, OUP, 1930. Again, the whole question of animism in connection with structures is worthy of study. Asterisk when he was forced to deny that the earth went round the sun. Giordano Bruno had been burnt for this heresy in 1600. Part 1. The difficult birth of the science of elasticity. Chapter 2 Why structures carry loads. Or the springiness of solids. Let us begin at the beginning with Newton, who said that action and reaction are equal and opposite. This means that every push must be matched and balanced by an equal and opposite push. It does not matter how the push arises. It may be a dead load, for instance, that is to say a stationary weight of some kind. If I weigh 200 pounds and stand on the floor, then the soles of my feet push downwards on the floor with a push or thrust of 200 pounds, that is the business of feet. At the same time the floor must push upwards on my feet with a thrust of 200 pounds, that is the business of floors. If the floor is rotten and cannot furnish a thrust of 200 pounds, then I shall fall through the floor. If, however, by some miracle, the floor produced a larger thrust than my feet have called upon it to produce, say 201 pounds, then the result would be still more surprising because, of course, I should become airborne. The New Science of Strong Materials, or Why You Don't Fall Through the Floor, Chapter 2. We might start by asking how it is that any inanimate solid, such as steel or stone or timber or plastic, is able to resist a mechanical force at all, or even to sustain its own weight. This is, essentially, the problem of why we don't fall through the floor, and the answer is by no means obvious. It lies at the root of the whole study of structures and is intellectually difficult. In the event, it proved too difficult for Galileo, and the credit for the achievement of any real understanding of the problem is due to that very cantankerous man Robert Hooke, 1635 to 1702. In the first place, Hooke realized that, if a material or a structure is to resist a load, it can only do so by pushing back at it with an equal and opposite force. If your feet push down on the floor must push up on your feet. If a cathedral pushes down on its foundations, the foundations must push up on the cathedral. This is implicit in Newton's third law of motion, which, it will be remembered, is about action and reaction being equal and opposite. In other words, a force cannot just get lost. Always and whatever happens, every force must be balanced and reacted by another equal and opposite force at every point throughout a structure. This is true for any kind of structure, however small and simple or however large and complicated it may be. It is true, not only for floors and cathedrals, but also for bridges and aeroplanes and balloons and furniture and lions and tigers and cabbages and earthworms. If this condition is not fulfilled, that is to say if all the forces are not in equilibrium or balance with each other, then either the structure will break or else the whole affair must take off, like a rocket, and end up somewhere in outer space. This latter result is frequently implicit in the examination answers of engineering students. Let us consider for a moment the simplest possible sort of structure. Suppose that we hang a weight, such as an ordinary brick, from some support, which might be the branch of a tree by means of a piece of string, Figure 1. The weight of the brick, like the weight of Newton's apple, is due to the effect of the Earth's gravitational field upon its mass, and it acts continually downwards. If the brick is not to fall, then it must be sustained in its position in midair by a continuing equal and opposite upwards force or pull in the string. If the string is too weak, so that it cannot produce an upward force equal to the weight of the brick, then the string will break and the brick will fall to the ground again like Newton's apple. Figure 1. The weight of the brick, acting downwards, must be supported by an equal and opposite upward pull or tension in the string. However, if our string is a strong one, so that we are able to hang not 1, but 2 bricks from it, then the string will now have to produce twice as much upward force, that is, enough to support both bricks. And so on, of course, for any other variations of the load. Moreover, the load does not have to be a dead weight such as a brick. Forces arising from any other cause, such as the pressure of the wind, must be resisted by the same sort of reaction. In the case of the brick which hangs from a tree, the load is supported by the tension in the string, in other words by a pull. In many structures, such as buildings, the load is carried in compression, that is by pushing. In both cases the general principles are the same. Thus if any structural system is to do its job, that is to say, if the load is supported in a satisfactory way so that nothing very much happens, then it must somehow manage to produce a push or a pull which is exactly equal and opposite to the force which is being applied to it. That is, it has to resist all the pushes and pulls which may happen to arrive upon its doorstep by pushing and pulling back at them by just the right amount. This is all very well, and it is generally fairly easy to see why a load pushes or pulls on a structure. The difficulty is to see why the structure should push or pull back at the load. As it happens, quite young children have had some inkling of the problem from time to time. Do stop pulling the cat's tail, darling. I'm not pulling, Mummy, Puss is pulling. In the case of the cat's tail, the reaction is provided by the living biological activity of the cat's muscles pulling against the child's muscles, but of course this kind of active muscular reaction is not very often available, nor is it necessary. If the cat's tail had happened to be attached, not to the cat, but to something inert, like a wall, then the wall would have to be doing the pulling, whether the resistance to the child's pull is generated actively by the cat or passively by the wall makes no difference to the child or to the tail. Figures 2 and 3. How then can an inert or passive thing like a wall or a string or, come to that, a bone or a steel girder or a cathedral, produce the large reactive forces which are needed? Figure 2. Do stop pulling the cat's tail, darling. I'm not pulling, Mummy, Puss is pulling. Figure 3. It doesn't make any difference whether Pussy pulls or not. Hooke's law, or the springiness of solids. The power of any spring is in the same proportion with the tension asterisk thereof, that is, if one power stretch or bend it one space, 2 will bend it 2, 3 will bend it 3, and so forward. And this is the rule or law of nature, upon which all manner of restituent or springing motion doth proceed. Robert Hooke. By about 1676 Hooke saw clearly that, not only must solids resist weights or other mechanical loads by pushing back at them, but also that every kind of solid changes its shape, by stretching or contracting itself when a mechanical force is applied to it. Figures 4 and 5. All materials and structures deflect, to greatly varying extents, when they are loaded. The science of elasticity is about the interactions between forces and deflections. The material of the bow is stretched near its upper surface and compressed or contracted near its lower surface by the Weight of the monkey. 2. It is this change of shape which enables the solid to do the pushing back. Thus, when we hang a brick from the end of a piece of string, the string gets longer, and it is just this stretching which enables the string to pull upwards on the brick and so prevent it from falling. All materials and structures deflect, although to greatly varying extents, when they are loaded, figures 4 and 5. It is important to realize that it is perfectly normal for any and every structure to deflect in response to a load. Unless this deflection is too large for the purposes of the structure, it is not in any way a fault but rather an essential characteristic without which no structure would be able to work. The science of elasticity is about the interactions between forces and deflections in materials and structures. Although every kind of solid changes its shape to some extent when a weight or other mechanical force is applied to it, the deflections which occur in practice vary enormously. With a thing like a plant or a piece of rubber, the deflections are often very large and are easily seen. But when we put ordinary loads on hard substances like metal or concrete or bone, the deflections are sometimes very small indeed. Although such movements are often far too small to see with the naked eye, they always exist and are perfectly real, even though we may need special appliances in order to measure them. When you climb the tower of a cathedral, it becomes shorter, as a result of your added weight, by a very, very tiny amount, but it really does become shorter. As a matter of fact, Masonry is really more flexible than you might think, as one can see by looking at the 4 principal columns which support the tower of Salisbury Cathedral. They are all quite noticeably bent. Plate 1. Hooke made a further important step in his reasoning which, even nowadays, some people find difficult to follow. He realized that, when any structure deflects under load in the way we have been talking about, the material from which it is made is itself also stretched or contracted, internally, throughout all its parts and in due proportion, down to a very fine scale, as we know nowadays, down to a molecular scale. Thus, when we deform a stick or a steel spring, say by bending it, the atoms and molecules of which the material is made have to move further apart, or else squash closer together, when the material as a whole is stretched or compressed. As we also know nowadays, the chemical bonds which join the atoms to each other, and so hold the solid together, are very strong and stiff indeed. So when the material as a whole is stretched or compressed, this can only be done by stretching of compressing many millions of strong chemical bonds which vigorously resist being deformed, even to a very small extent. Thus these bonds produce the required large forces of reaction. Figure 6. Figure 6. Simplified model of distortion of interatomic bonds under mechanical strain. A. Neutral, relaxed or strain-free position. B. Material strained in tension, atoms further apart, material gets longer. C. Material strained in compression, atoms closer together, material gets shorter. Although Hooke knew nothing in detail about chemical bonds and not very much about atoms and molecules, he understood perfectly well that something of this kind was happening within the fine structure of the material, and he set out to determine what might be the nature of the macroscopic relationship between forces and deflections in solids. He tested a variety of objects made from various materials and having various geometrical forms, such as springs and wires and beams. Having hung a succession of weights upon them and measured the resulting deflections, he showed that the deflection in any given structure was usually proportional to the load. That is to say, a load of 200 pounds would cause twice as much deflection as a load of 100 pounds and so forward. Furthermore, within the accuracy of Hooke's measurements, which was not very good, most of these solids recovered their original shape when the load which was causing the deflection was removed. In fact, he could usually go on loading and unloading structures of this kind indefinitely without causing any permanent change of shape. Such behavior is called elastic and is common. The word is often associated with rubber bands and underclothes, but it is just as applicable to steel and stone and brick and to biological substances like wood and bone and tendon. It is in this wider sense that engineers generally use it. Incidentally, the ping of the mosquito, for instance, is due to the highly elastic behavior of the resilient springs which operate its wings. However, a certain number of solids and near-solids, like putty and plasticine, do not recover completely but remain distorted when the load is taken off. This kind of behavior is called plastic. The word is by no means confined to the materials from which ashtrays are usually made but is also applied to clay and to soft metals. Such plastic substances shade off into things like butter and porridge and treacle. Furthermore, many of the materials which Hooke considered to be elastic turn out to be imperfectly so when tested by more accurate modern methods. However, as a broad generalization, Hooke's observations remain true and still provide the basis of the modern science of elasticity. Nowadays, and with hindsight, the idea that most materials and structures, not only machinery and bridges and buildings but also trees and animals and rocks and mountains and the round world itself, behave very much like springs may seem simple enough, perhaps blindingly obvious, but, from his diary, it is clear that to get thus far cost Hooke great mental effort and many doubts. It is perhaps one of the great intellectual achievements of history. After he had tried out his ideas on Sir Christopher Wren in a series of private arguments, Hooke published his experiments in 1679 in a paper called De Potentia Restitutiva or of a Spring. This paper contained the famous statement ut tensio sic vis, as the extension, so the force. This principle has been known for 300 years as Hooke's law. How elasticity got bogged down. But to make an enemy of Newton was fatal. For Newton, right or wrong, was implacable. Margaret Espinus, Robert Hooke, Heinemann, 1956. Although in modern times Hooke's law has been of the very greatest service to engineers, in the form in which Hooke originally propounded it its practical usefulness was rather limited. Hooke was really talking about the deflections of a complete structure, a spring, a bridge, or a tree, when a load is applied to it. If we think for one moment, it is obvious that the deflection of a structure is affected both by its size and geometrical shape and also by the sort of material from which it is made. Materials vary very greatly in their intrinsic stiffness. Things like rubber or flesh are easily distorted by small forces which we can apply with our fingers. Other substances such as wood and bone and stone and most metals are very considerably stiffer, and, although no material can be absolutely rigid, a few solids like sapphire and diamond are very stiff indeed. We can make objects of the same size and shape, such as ordinary plumber's washers, out of steel. And also out of rubber. It is clear that the steel washer is very much more rigid, in fact about 30,000 times more rigid than the rubber one. Again, if we make a thin spiral spring and also a thick and massive girder from the same material, such as steel, then the spring will naturally be very much more flexible than the girder. We need to be able to separate and to quantify these effects, for in engineering, as in biology, we are wringing the changes of these variables all the time and we need some reliable way of sorting the whole thing out. After such a promising start, it is rather surprising that no scientific way of coping with this difficulty emerged until 120 years after Hooke's death. In fact, throughout the 18th century remarkably little real progress was made in the study of elasticity. The reasons for this lack of progress were no doubt complex, but in general it can be said that, while the scientists of the 17th century saw their science as interwoven with the progress of technology, a vision of the purpose of science which was then almost new in history, many of the scientists of the 18th century thought of themselves as philosophers working on a plane which was altogether superior to the sordid problems of manufacturing and commerce. This was, of course, a reversion to the Greek view of science. Hooke's law provided a broad philosophical explanation of some rather commonplace phenomena which was quite adequate for the gentleman philosopher who was not very interested in the technical details. With all this, however, we cannot leave out the personal influence of Newton, 1642 to 1727, himself or the after-effects of the bitter enmity which existed between Newton and Hooke. Intellectually, Hooke was probably nearly as able as Newton, and he was certainly even more touchy and vain, but in other respects they were men of totally different temperaments and interests. Basically, although they both came from fairly modest backgrounds, Newton was a snob whereas Hooke, though a personal friend of Charles II, was not. Unlike Newton, Hooke was an earthy sort of person who was occupied with an enormous number of very practical problems about elasticity and springs and clocks and buildings and microscopes and the anatomy of the common flea. Among Hooke's inventions which are still in use today are the universal joint, used in car transmissions, and the iris diaphragm, which is used in most cameras. Hooke's carriage lamp, in which, as the candle burnt down, its flame was kept in the center of the optical system by means of a spring feed, went out of use only in the 1920s. Such lamps are still to be seen outside people's front doors. Furthermore, Hooke's private life outsinned that of his friend Samuel Pepys. Not only was every servant girl fair game to him, but he lived for many years perfect ante mon asterisk with his attractive niece. Newton's vision of the universe may have been wider than Hooke's, but his interest in science was much less practical. In fact, like that of many lesser dons, it could often be described as anti-practical. It is true that Newton became master of the mint and did the job well, but it seems that his acceptance of the post had little to do with any desire to apply science and a lot to do with the fact that this was a place under government which, in those days, conferred a much higher social position than his fellowship of Trinity, not to mention a higher salary. A great deal of Newton's time, however, was spent in a curious world of his own in which he speculated about such perplexing theological problems as the number of the beast. I don't think he had much time or inclination to indulge in the sins of the flesh. In short, Newton was well constituted to detest Hooke as a man and to loathe everything he stood for, down to and including elasticity. It so happened that Newton had the good fortune to live on for 25 years after Hooke died, and he devoted a good deal of this time to denigrating Hooke's memory and the importance of applied science. Since Newton had, by then, an almost godlike position in the scientific world, and since all this tended to reinforce the social and intellectual tendencies of the age, subjects like structures suffered heavily in popularity, even for many years after Newton's death. Thus the situation throughout the 18th century was that, while the manner in which structures worked had been explained in a broad general way by Hooke, his work was not much followed up or exploited, and so the subject remained in such a condition that detailed practical calculations were scarcely possible. So long as this state of affairs continued, the usefulness of theoretical elasticity in engineering was limited. French 18th century engineers were aware of this but regretted it and tried to build structures, which quite often fell down, making use of such theory as was available to them. English engineers, who were also aware of it, were usually indifferent to theory, and they built the structures of the Industrial Revolution by rule of thumb practical methods. These structures probably fell down nearly, but not quite, as often. Asterisk in Hooke's time tension meant what we should call extension, just as tensio did in Latin. Asterisk Hooke's own phrase. Her name was Grace. Chapter 3: The Invention of Stress and Strain. Or Baron Corchi and the Decipherment of Young's Modulus. What would life be without arithmetic, but a scene of horrors? Reverend Sidney Smith, Letter to a Young Lady, the 22nd of July 1835. Apart from Newton and the prejudices of the 18th century, the main reason why the science of elasticity got stuck for so long was that the few scientists who did study it tried to deal with forces and deflections by considering the structure as a whole, as Hooke had done, rather than by analyzing the forces and extensions which could be shown to exist at any given point within the material. All through the 18th century and well into the 19th, very clever men, such as Leonard Euler, 1707–83, and Thomas Young, 1773–1829, performed what must appear to the modern engineer to be the most incredible intellectual contortions in their attempts to solve what now seem to us to be quite straightforward problems. The concept of the elastic conditions at a specified point inside a material is the concept of stress and strain. These ideas were first put forward in a generalized form by Augustin Cauchy, 1789 to 1857. In a paper to the French Academy of Sciences in 1822. This paper was perhaps the most important event in the history of elasticity since Hooke. After this, that science showed promise of becoming a practical tool for engineers rather than a happy hunting ground for a few somewhat eccentric philosophers. From his portrait, painted at about this time, Cauchy looks rather a pert young man, but he was undoubtedly an applied mathematician of great ability. When, eventually, English 19th-century engineers bothered to read what Cauchy had said on the subject, they found that, not only were the basic concepts of stress and strain really quite easy to understand, but, once they had been understood, the whole study of structures was much simplified. Nowadays these ideas can be understood by anybody, and it is hard to account for the bewildered and even resentful attitude which is sometimes taken up by laymen when stresses and strains are mentioned. I once had a research student with a nice new degree in zoology who was so upset by the whole idea of stress and strain that she ran away from the university and hid herself. I still do not see why. Stress, which is not to be confused with strain. As it happened, Galileo himself very nearly stumbled upon the idea of stress. In the Two New Sciences, the book he wrote in his old age at Anisotropy, he states very clearly that, other things being equal, a rod which is pulled in tension has a strength which is proportional to its cross-sectional area. Thus, if a rod of 2 square centimeters cross-section breaks at a pull of 1,000 kilograms, then one of 4 square centimeters cross-section will need a pull of 2,000 kilograms force in order to break it, and so on. That it should have taken nearly 200 years to divide the breaking load by the area of the fracture surface, so as to get what we should now call a breaking stress, in this case 500 kilograms per square centimeter, which might be applied to all similar rods made from the same material almost passes belief. Cauchy perceived that this idea of stress can be used, not only to predict when a material will break, but also to describe the state of affairs at any point inside a solid in a much more general kind of way. In other words, the stress in a solid is rather like the pressure in a liquid or a gas. It is a measure of how hard the atoms and molecules which make up the material are being pushed together or pulled apart as a result of external forces. Thus, to say the stress at that point in this piece of steel is 500 kilograms per square centimeter is no more obscure or mysterious than to say the pressure of the air in the tires of my car is 2 kilograms per square centimeter, or 28 pounds per square inch. However, although the concepts of pressure and stress are fairly closely comparable, we have to bear in mind that pressure acts in all 3 directions within a fluid while the stress in a solid is often a directional or one-dimensional affair. Or, at any rate, so we shall consider it for the present. Numerically, the stress in any direction at a given point in a material is simply the force or load which happens to be acting in that direction at the point, divided by the area on which the force acts. If we call the stress at a certain point S, then where P equals load or force and A is the area over which the force P can be considered as acting. Figure 1. Stress in a bar under tension. Compressive stress is exactly analogous. To revert to our brick, which we left in the last chapter hanging from its string. If the brick weighs 5 kilograms and the string has a cross-section of 2 square millimeters, then the brick pulls on the string with a force of 5 kilograms, and the stress in the string will be, or, if we prefer it, 250 kilograms force per square centimeter or kgfcm2. Units of stress. This raises the vexed question of units of stress. Stress can be expressed in any units of force divided by any units of area, and it frequently is. To reduce the amount of confusion, we shall stick to the following units in this book. Meganewtons per square meter, MnM2. This is the SI unit. As most people know, the SI, System International, habit is to make the unit of force the Newton. 1 to 0 Newton equals 0 to 102 kilograms force equals 0 to 225 pounds force, roughly the weight of one apple. 1 meganewton equals 1 million newtons, which is almost exactly 100 tons force. Pounds, force, per square inch, psi. This is the traditional unit in English-speaking countries, and it is still very widely used by engineers, especially in America. It is also in common use in a great many tables and reference books. Kilograms, force, per square centimeter, kgf-cm2, sometimes kilogram cm2. This is the unit in common use in continental countries, including communist ones. For conversion. Thus the stress in our piece of string, which we found to be 250 kgf-cm2, is also equal to 24 to 5 Mnm2 or 3600 psi. Since the calculation of stresses is not usually a very accurate business, there is no sense in fussing too much about very exact conversion factors. It is worth repeating that it is important to realize that the stress in a material, like the pressure in a fluid, is a condition which exists at a point and it is not especially associated with any particular cross-sectional area, such as a square inch or a square centimeter or a square meter. Strain, which is not the same thing as stress. Just as stress tells us how hard, that is, with how much force, the atoms at any point in a solid are being pulled apart, so strain tells us how far they are being pulled apart, that is, by what proportion the bonds between the atoms are stretched. Figure 2. Strain in a bar under tension. Compressive strain is exactly analogous. Thus, if a rod which has an original length L is caused to stretch by an amount L by the action of a force on it, then the strain, or proportionate change of length, in the rod will be E, let us say, such that. To return to our string, if the original length of the string was, say, 2 meters, or 200 centimeters, and the weight of the brick causes it to stretch by 1 centimeter, then the strain in the string is. Engineering strains are usually quite small, and so engineers very often express strains as percentages, which reduces the opportunities for confusion with noughts and decimal points. Like stress, strain is not associated with any particular length or cross-section or shape of material. It is also a condition at a point. Again, since we calculate strain by dividing one length by another length, i.e. the extension by the original length, strain is a ratio, which is to say a number, and it has no units, SI, British or anything else. All this applies just as much in compression, of course, as it does in tension. Young's modulus, or how stiff is this material? As we have said, Hooke's law in its original form, though edifying, was the result of a rather inglorious muddle between the properties of materials and the behavior of structures. This muddle arose mainly from the lack of the concepts of stress and strain, but we also have to bear in mind the difficulties which would have existed in the past in connection with testing materials. Nowadays, when we want to test a material, as distinct from a structure, we generally make what is called a test piece from it. The shapes of test pieces may vary a good deal, but usually they have a parallel stem, on which measurements can be made, and are provided with thickened ends by which they can be attached to the testing machine. An ordinary metal test piece often looks like Figure 3. Figure 3. A typical tensile test piece. Testing machines also vary a good deal in size and in design, but basically they are all mechanical devices for applying a measured load in tension or in compression. The stress in the stem of the test piece is obtained merely by dividing the load recorded at each stage on the dial of the machine by the area of its cross-section. the extension of the stem of the test piece under load, and therefore the strain in the material, is usually measured by means of a sensitive device called an extensometer, which is clamped to 2 points on the stem. With equipment of this kind, it is generally quite easy to measure the stress and the strain which occur within a specimen of a material as we increase the load upon it. The relationship between stress and strain for that material is given by the graph of stress plotted against strain, which we call the stress-strain diagram. This stress-strain diagram, which may look something like Figure 4, is very characteristic of any given material, and its shape is usually unaffected by the size of the test piece, which happens to have been used. Figure 4. A typical stress-strain diagram. When we come to plot the stress-strain diagram for metals and for a number of other common solids, we are very apt to find that, at least for moderate stresses, the graph is a straight line. When this is so, we speak of the material as obeying Hooke's law, or sometimes of a Hookean material. What we also find, however, is that the slope of the straight part of the graph varies greatly for different materials. Figure 5. It is clear that the slope of the stress-strain diagram measures how readily each material strains elastically under a given stress. In other words, it is a measure of the elastic stiffness or floppiness of a given solid. Figure 5. The slope of the straight part of the stress-strain diagram is characteristic of each different material. E, the Young's modulus of elasticity, represents this slope. For any given material which obeys Hooke's law, the slope of the graph, or the ratio of stress to strain, will be constant. Thus, for any particular material, Young's modulus is sometimes called the elastic modulus and sometimes E, and is quite often spoken of as stiffness in ordinary technical conversation. The word modulus, by the way, is Latin for a little measure. Our string, it may be remembered, was strained 0 to 5% or 0-005 by the weight of the brick, which imposed a stress of 24 to 5 Nm2 or 3600 psi. The Young's modulus of the string is therefore units of stiffness, or Young's modulus. Since we are dividing a stress by a fraction, which is to say a number, which has no dimensions, Young's modulus has the same dimensions as a stress and is expressed in stress units, that is to say Mnm2, psi or kgfcm2. Since, however, Young's modulus may be regarded as that stress which would double the length of the material, i.e. the stress at 100% strain, if the material did not break first, the numbers involved are often large, and some people find them difficult to visualize. Practical values of Young's modulus. The Young's moduli of a number of common biological and engineering materials are given in Table 1. Starting from the cuticle of the pregnant locust, which is low, but not very exceptionally low, for biological materials, the cuticle of the male locust and of the virgin female locust is a lot stiffer. By the way, the Young's moduli are arranged in ascending order all the way to diamond. It will be seen that the range of stiffness varies by about 6 million to 1. Which is a lot. We shall discuss why this should be so in Chapter 8. It may be noticed that a good many common soft biological materials do not occur in this table. This is because their elastic behavior does not obey Hooke's law, even approximately, so that it is really impossible to define a Young's modulus, at any rate in the terms we have been talking about. We shall come back to this sort of elasticity later on. Table 1. Approximate Young's moduli of various solids. Young's modulus, E, material PSIMN-M2 soft cuticle of pregnant locust *30 0 × 2 rubber 1007 shell membrane of egg 1108 human cartilage 3524 human tendon 80,600 wallboard 200,000 1400 unreinforced plastics, polythene, nylon 200,000 1400. Plywood 1,007,000 wood, a long grain, 2,014,000 fresh bone, 3,021,000 magnesium metal, 6,042,000 ordinary glasses, 10,070,000 aluminium alloys, 10,070,000 brasses and bronzes, 17,120,000 iron and steel, 30,210,000 aluminium oxide, sapphire, 60,420,000 diamond, 170,001,200,000 * by courtesy of Dr. Julian Vincent, Department of Zoology, University of Reading. Young's modulus is nowadays regarded as a pretty fundamental concept. It thoroughly pervades engineering and materials science and is beginning to invade biology. Yet it took all of the first half of the 19th century for the penny to drop in the minds of engineers. This was partly due to sheer conservatism and partly due to the late arrival of any workable concept of stress and strain. Given these ideas, few things are simpler or more obvious than Young's modulus. Without them, the whole affair must have seemed impossibly difficult. Young, who was to play an important part in the decipherment of Egyptian hieroglyphics and who had one of the finest brains of his generation, obviously had a very severe intellectual struggle. Working around the year 1800, he had to approach the problem by a route quite different from that which we have just used, and he considered the question in terms of what we should now call the specific modulus, that is, by how much a column of a material might be expected to shorten under its own weight. Young's own definition of his modulus, published in 1807, is as follows: the modulus of the elasticity of any substance is a column of the same substance, capable of producing a pressure on its base which is to the weight causing a certain degree of compression as the length of the substance is to the diminution of its length. Asterisk. After which, Egyptian hieroglyphics must have appeared simple. It was said of Young by one of his contemporaries that his words were not those in familiar use, and the arrangement of his ideas seldom the same as those he conversed with. He was therefore worse calculated than any man I ever knew for the communication of knowledge. All the same, we have to realize that Young was wrestling with an idea that was scarcely capable of expression without the concepts of stress and strain, which did not come into use until 15 or 20 years later. The modern definition of Young's modulus, E equals stress-strain, was given in 1826, 3 years before Young died, by the French engineer Navier, 1785 to 1836. As the inventor of stress and strain, Cauchy was eventually made a baron by the French government. He seems to have deserved it. Strength. It is necessary to avoid confusion between the strength of a structure and the strength of a material. The strength of a structure is simply the load, in pounds force or newtons or kilograms force, which will just break the structure. This figure is known as the breaking load, and it naturally applies only to some individual, specific structure. The strength of a material is the stress, in psi or mnm2 or kgfcm2, required to break a piece of the material itself. It will generally be the same for all specimens of any given solid. We are most often concerned with the tensile strength of materials, which is sometimes called the ultimate tensile stress or UTS. This is usually determined by breaking small test pieces in a testing machine. Naturally, the object of many strength calculations is to predict the strength of a structure from the known strength of its material. Table 2 Approximate tensile strengths of various solids. Tensile strength material PSIMNM2 non-metals muscle tissue, fresh but dead, 15 0 times 1 bladder wall, 34 0 times 2 stomach wall, 62 0 times 4 intestine, 70 0 times 5 artery wall, 241 times 7 cartilage, 433 times 0 cement and concrete, 604 times 1 ordinary brick, 805 times 5 fresh skin, 1510 times 3 tanned leather, 6041 times 1 fresh tendon, 12082 hemp rope, 12082 wood, a dry along grain across grain. 15,500 3 times 5 fresh bone 16,110 ordinary glass 5,000 to 25,000 35 to 175 human hair 28,192 spiders web 35,240 good ceramics 5,000 to 50,000 35 to 350 silk 50,350 cotton fiber 50,350 catgut 50,350 flax 100,700 fiberglass plastics 50,000 to 150,350 to 1,050 carbon fiber plastics 50,000 to 150,350 to 1,050 nylon thread 150,000 1,050 metals steel piano wire very brittle 450,000 3,100 high tensile engineering steel 225,000 1,550 commercial mild steel 60,400 wrought iron traditional 15,000 to 40,100 to 300 cast iron traditional very brittle 10,000 to 20,000 70 to 140 modern 20,000 to 40,140 to 300 other metals aluminium cast wrought alloys 10,000 20,000 to 80,000 70 140 to 600 copper 20,140 brasses 18,000 to 60,120 to 400 bronzes 15,000 to 80,100 to 600 magnesium alloys 30,000 to 40,200 to 300 titanium alloys 100,000 to 200,700 to 1,400 The tensile strengths of a good many materials are given in Table 2. As with stiffness, it will be seen that the range of strengths in both biological and engineering solids is very wide indeed. For instance, the contrast between the weakness of muscle and the strength of tendon is striking, and this accounts for the very different cross-sections of muscles and their equivalent tendons. Thus the thick and sometimes bulging muscle in our calves transmits its tension to the bone of our heel, so that we can walk and jump, by means of the Achilles or calcaneal tendon, which, although it is pencil-thin, is generally quite adequate for the job. Again, we can see why engineers are unwise to put tensile forces on concrete unless that weak material is sufficiently reinforced with strong steel rods. The strong metals are rather stronger, on the whole, than the strong non-metals. However, nearly all metals are considerably denser than most biological materials. Steel has a specific gravity of 7 to 8. Most zoological tissues about 1 to 1. Thus, strength for weight, metals are not too impressive when compared with plants and animals. We might now sum up what has been said in this chapter. Load. It expresses how hard, i.e. with how much force, the atoms at a point within a solid are being pulled apart or pushed together by a load. It expresses how, or the atoms at a point within a solid are being dragged apart or pushed together. Stress is not the same thing as strain. Strength. By the strength of a material we usually mean that stress which is needed to break it. It expresses how stiff or how floppy a material is. Strength is not the same thing as stiffness. To quote from the New Science of Strong Materials, a biscuit is stiff but weak, steel is stiff and strong, nylon is flexible, low E, and strong, raspberry jelly is flexible, low E, and weak. The two properties together describe a solid about as well as you can reasonably expect two figures to do. In case you should ever have felt any trace of doubt or confusion on these points, it might be of some comfort to know that, not so long ago, I spent a whole evening in Cambridge trying to explain to two scientists of really shattering eminence and worldwide fame the basic difference between stress and strain and strength and stiffness in connection with a very expensive project about which they were proposing to advise the government. I am still uncertain how far I was successful. Asterisk except, apparently, the Oxford Dictionary, the words are used, of course, in casual conversation to describe the mental state of people and as if they meant the same thing. In physical science the meanings of the two words are quite clear and distinct. Asterisk how can a point have an area? Consider the analogy of speed. we express speed as the distance covered in a certain length of time, e.g. miles per hour, although we are concerned usually with the speed at any given infinitely brief moment. Though science is much respected by their lordships and your paper is much esteemed, it is too learned, in short it is not understood. Admiralty Letter to Young. Chapter 4 Designing for Safety. Or can you really trust strength calculations? That with music loud and long, I would build that dome in air, that sunny dome. Those caves of ice. And all who heard should see them there, and all should cry, beware. Beware. St. Coleridge, Kubla Khan. Naturally, all this business about stresses and strains is only a means to an end, that is, to enable us to design safer and more effective structures and devices of one kind or another and to understand better how such things work. Apparently nature does not have to bother. The lilies of the field toil not, neither do they calculate, but they are probably excellent structures, and indeed nature is generally a better engineer than man. For one thing she has more patience and, for another, her way of going about the design process is quite different. In living creatures the broad general arrangement or layout of the parts is controlled during growth by the RNA-DNA mechanism, the famous double helix of Wilkins, Crick and Watson. However, in each individual plant or animal, once the general arrangement has been achieved, there is a good deal of latitude about the structural details. Not only the thickness, but also the composition of each load-carrying component is determined, to a considerable extent, by the use which is actually made of it and by the forces which it has to resist during life. Thus the proportions of a living structure tend to become optimized with regard to its strength. Nature seems to be a pragmatic rather than a mathematical designer, and, after all, bad designs can always be eaten by good ones. Unfortunately, these design methods are not, as yet, available to human engineers, who are therefore driven to use either guesswork or calculation or, more often, some combination of the two. Both for safety and for economy it is clearly desirable to be able to predict how the various parts of an engineering structure will share the load between them and so to determine how thick or how thin they ought to be. Again, we generally want to know what deflections to expect when a structure is loaded, because it may be just as bad a thing for a structure to be too flexible as for it to be too weak. French theory versus British pragmatism. Once the basic concepts of strength and stiffness had been stated and understood, a considerable number of mathematicians set themselves to devise techniques for analyzing elastic systems operating in 2 and 3 dimensions, and they began to use these methods to examine the behavior of many different shapes of structures under loads. It happened that, during the first half of the 19th century, most of these theoretical elasticians were Frenchmen. Although very possibly there is something about elasticity which is peculiarly suited to the French temperament*, the practical encouragement for this research seems to have come, directly or indirectly, from Napoleon I and from the École Polytechnique, which was founded in 1794. Because much of this work was abstract and mathematical, it was not understood or generally accepted by most practicing engineers until about 1850. This was especially the case in England and America, where practical men were regarded as greatly superior to mere theoreticians. And besides, one Englishman had always beaten 3 Frenchmen. Of the Scottish engineer, Thomas Telford, 1757 to 1834, whose magnificent bridges we can still admire, it is related that he had a singular distaste for mathematical studies, and never even made himself acquainted with the elements of geometry. So remarkable indeed was this peculiarity that when we had occasion to recommend to him a young friend as a neophyte in his office, and founded our recommendation on his having distinguished himself in mathematics, he did not hesitate to say that he considered such acquirements as rather disqualifying than fitting him for the situation. Telford, however, really was a great man, and, like Nelson, he tempered his confidence with an attractive humility. When the heavy chains for the Menai suspension bridge, Plate 11, had been hoisted successfully in the presence of a large crowd, Telford was discovered, away from the cheering spectators, giving thanks on his knees. Not all engineers were as inwardly humble as Telford, and Anglo-Saxon attitudes at this time were often tinged, not only with intellectual idleness, but also with arrogance. Even so, skepticism about the trustworthiness of strength calculations was not unjustified. We must be clear that what Telford and his colleagues were objecting to was not a numerate approach as such. They were at least as anxious as anybody else to know what forces were acting on their materials, but rather the means of arriving at these figures. They felt that theoreticians were too often blinded by the elegance of their methods to the neglect of their assumptions, so that they produced the right answer to the wrong sum. In other words, they feared that the arrogance of mathematicians might be more dangerous than the arrogance of pragmatists, who, after all, were more likely to have been chastened by practical experience. Shrewd North Country consulting engineers realized, as all successful engineers must, that when we analyze a situation mathematically, we are really making for ourselves an artificial working model of the thing we want to examine. We hope that this algebraical analog or model will perform in a way which resembles the real thing sufficiently closely to widen our understanding and to enable us to make useful predictions. With fashionable subjects like physics or astronomy, the correspondence between model and reality is so exact that some people tend to regard nature as a sort of divine mathematician. However attractive this doctrine may be to earthly mathematicians, there are some phenomena where it is wise to use mathematical analogies with great caution. The way of an eagle in the air, the way of a serpent upon a rock, the way of a ship in the midst of the sea, and the way of a man with a maid are difficult to predict analytically. One does sometimes wonder how mathematicians ever manage to get married. After King Solomon had built his temple, he would probably have added that the way of a structure with a load has a good deal in common, at least with ships and eagles. The trouble with things like these is that many of the real situations which are apt to arise are so complicated that they cannot be fully represented by one mathematical model. With structures there are often several alternative possible modes of failure. Naturally, the structure breaks in whichever of these ways turns out to be the weakest, which is too often the one which nobody had happened to think of, let alone do sums about. A deep, intuitive appreciation of the inherent cussedness of materials and structures is one of the most valuable accomplishments an engineer can have. No purely intellectual quality is really a substitute for this. Bridges designed upon the best modern theories by polytechnicians like Navier sometimes fell down. As far as I know, none of the hundreds of bridges and other engineering works which Telford built in the course of his long professional life ever gave serious trouble. Thus, during the period when French structural theory was outstanding, a great proportion of the railways and bridges on the continent were being built by gritty and taciturn English and Scottish engineers who had little respect for the calculus. Factors of safety and factors of ignorance. All the same, after about 1850 even British and American engineers did begin to do calculations about the strength of important structures, such as large bridges. They calculated the highest probable tensile stresses in the structure by the methods of the day, and they saw to it that these stresses were less than the official tensile strength of the material. To make quite sure, they made the highest calculated working stress much less, 3 or 4 or even 7 or 8 times less, than the strength of the material as determined by breaking a simple, smooth, parallel-stemmed test piece. This was called applying a factor of safety. Any attempt to save weight and cost by reducing the factor of safety was only too likely to lead to disaster. Accidents were very apt to be put down as due to defective material, and a few of them may have been. Metals, of course, do vary in strength between different samples, and there is always some risk of poor material being built into a structure. However, iron and steel usually vary in strength by only a few percent and very, very rarely by anything like a factor of 3 or 4, let alone 7 or 8. Practically always discrepancies as big as this between the theoretical and the actual strengths are due to other causes. At some unknown place in the structure the real stress must be very much higher than the calculated stress, and thus the factor of safety is sometimes referred to as the factor of ignorance. 19th century engineers usually made things which were subject to tension stresses, such as boilers and beams and ships, out of wrought iron or mild steel, which had, with some justice, the reputation of being safe materials. When a large factor of ignorance had been applied to the strength calculations, such structures often turned out to be quite satisfactory, although in fact accidents continued to occur fairly frequently. Trouble became increasingly common with ships. The demand for speed and lightness led both the Admiralty and the shipbuilders into difficulties, since ships tended to break in two at sea although the highest calculated stresses seemed to be quite safe and moderate. In 1901, for instance, a brand new turbine destroyer, HMS Cobra, one of the fastest ships in the world, suddenly broke in two and sank in the North Sea in fairly ordinary weather. 36 lives were lost. Neither the subsequent court-martial nor the Admiralty Committee of Inquiry shed much light on the technical causes of the accident. In 1903, therefore, the Admiralty made and published a number of experiments with a similar destroyer, HMS Wolf at sea in rough weather. These showed that the stresses deduced from strain measurements made on the hull under real conditions were rather less than those calculated by the designers before the ship was built. Since both sets of stresses were far below the known strength of the steel from which the ship was constructed, the factor of safety being between 5 and 6, these experiments were only moderately enlightening. Stress concentrations, or how to start a crack. The first important step towards the understanding of problems of this kind was achieved, not by very expensive practical experiments on full-scale structures, but by theoretical analysis. In 1913 C.E. Inglis, who was later professor of engineering at Cambridge and was the very opposite of a remote and ineffectual don, published a paper in the Transactions of the Institution of Naval Architects whose consequences and applications extend far beyond the strength of ships. What Inglis said about elasticians was really very much what Lord Salisbury is supposed to have said about politicians, namely that it is a great mistake to use only small-scale maps. For nearly a century elasticians had been content to plot the distribution of stresses in broad, general or Napoleonic terms. Inglis showed that this approach can be relied on only when the material and the structure have smooth surfaces and no sudden changes of shape. Geometrical irregularities, such as holes and cracks and sharp corners, which had previously been ignored, may raise the local stress, often only over a very small area, very dramatically indeed. Thus holes and notches may cause the stress in their immediate vicinity to be much higher than the breaking stress of the material, even when the general level of stress in the surrounding neighborhood is low and, from general calculations, the structure might appear to be perfectly safe. This fact had been known, of course, in a general kind of way, to the people who put the grooves in slabs of chocolate and to those who perforate postage stamps and other kinds of paper. A dressmaker cuts a nick in the selvage of a piece of cloth before she tears it. Serious engineers, however, had not shown much interest in these fracture phenomena, which were not considered to belong to proper engineering. Figure 1. Stress trajectories in a bar uniformly loaded in tension, A, without and, B, with a crack. That almost any hole or crack or reentrant in an otherwise continuous solid will cause a local increase of stress is easily explained. Figure La shows a smooth, uniform bar or plate of material, subject to a uniform tensile stress, S. The lines crossing the material represent what are called stress trajectories, that is to say, typical paths by which the stress is handed on from one molecule to the next. In this case they are, of course, straight parallel lines, uniformly spaced. If we now interrupt a number of these stress trajectories by making a cut or a crack or a hole in the material, then the forces which the trajectories represent have to be balanced and reacted in some way. What actually happens is more or less what one would expect. The forces have to go round the gap, and as they do so the stress trajectories are crowded together to a degree which depends chiefly upon the shape of the hole, figure pound. In the case of a long crack, for instance, the crowding around the tip of the crack is often very severe. Thus in this immediate region there is more force per unit area and so the local stress is high. Plate 2. Inglis was able to calculate the increase of stress which occurs at the tip of an elliptical hole in a solid which obeys Hooke's law. Although his calculations are strictly true only for elliptical holes, they apply with sufficient accuracy to openings of other shapes. Thus they apply not only to portholes and doors and hatchways in ships and aeroplanes and similar structures but also to cracks and scratches and holes in all sorts of other materials and devices, to fillings in teeth, for example. In terms of simple algebra, what Inglis said was that, if we have a piece of material which is subject to a remotely applied stress S, and if we make a notch or a crack or a reentrant of any kind in it having a length or depth L, and if this crack or reentrant has a radius at the tip of R, then the stress at and very near to the tip is no longer S but is raised to. For a semicircular notch or a round hole, when a L, the stress will thus have the value of 3s, but for openings like doors and hatchways, which often have sharp corners, R will be small and L large, and so the stress at the commas may be very high, quite high enough to account for ships breaking in two. In the Wolf experiments, extensometers, or strain gauges, were clamped to the ship's plating in various positions. By this means the extension or elastic movement of the steel plates could be read off. From this the strain, and thus the stress, in the steel was easily calculated. As it happened, none of the extensometers was placed close to the corners of hatchways or other openings. If this had been done, some very frightening readings would almost certainly have been obtained when the ship was plunging into a head sea in Portland race. When we turn from hatchways to cracks, the situation is even worse, because, while cracks are often centimeters or even meters long, the radius of the tip of the crack may be of molecular dimensions, less than a millionth of a centimeter, so that is very large. Thus the stress at the tip of the crack may well be 100 or even 1,000 times higher than the stress elsewhere in the material. If Inglis's results had to be taken entirely at their face value, it would scarcely be possible to make a safe tension structure at all. In fact, the materials which are actually used in tension, metals, wood, rope, fiberglass, textiles, and most biological materials, are tough, which means, as we shall see in the next chapter, that they contain more or less elaborate defenses against the effects of stress concentrations. However, even in the best and toughest of materials, this protection is only relative, and every tension structure is susceptible to some extent. The brittle solids, however, which are used in technology, like glass and stone and concrete, do not have these defenses. In other words, they correspond pretty closely to the assumptions which were made in Inglis's calculations. Moreover, we do not need to put in stress-raising notches artificially in order to weaken these materials. Nature has already done this liberally, and real solids are nearly always full of all kinds of small holes and cracks and scratches, even before we begin to make a structure out of them. For these reasons, it is rash to use any of the brittle solids in situations where they may be subject to appreciable tension stresses. They are, of course, very widely used in masonry and for roads and so on, where they are, at least officially, in compression. Where we cannot avoid a certain amount of tension, for instance in glass windows, we have to take care to keep the tensile stresses very small indeed and to use a large factor of safety. In talking of stress concentrations, we must note that weakening effects are not exclusively caused by holes and cracks and other deficiencies of material. One can also cause stress concentrations by adding material, if this induces a sudden local increase of stiffness. Thus, if we put a new patch on an old garment or a thick plate of armor on the thin side of a warship, No good will come of it. The reason for this is that the stress trajectories are diverted just as much by an area which strains too little, such as a stiff patch, as they are by an area which strains too much, such as a hole. Anything which is, so to speak, elastically out of step with the rest of the structure will cause a stress concentration and may therefore be dangerous. When we seek to strengthen something by adding extra material, we have to be careful we do not in fact make it weaker. The inspectors employed by insurance companies and government departments who insist on pressure vessels and other structures being strengthened by the addition of extra gussets and webs are sometimes responsible, in my experience, for the very accidents which they have tried to prevent. Nature is generally rather good at avoiding stress concentrations of this and other kinds. However, one would think that stress concentrations must be of significance in orthopedic surgery, especially when the surgeon fits a stiff metal prosthesis to a relatively flexible bone. Note: in Inglis's formula, page 67, L is the length of a crack proceeding inwards from the surface, i.e., half the length of an internal crack. C, for instance, the double helix, by James D. Watson, Weidenfeld and Nicholson, 1968. The process also works in reverse. The bones of astronauts lose calcium and become weaker after a period of weightlessness in space. Almost the only woman to have gained distinction in elasticity, Mademoiselle Sophie Germain, 1776–1831, was French. It may be relevant that two of our most highly educated and theoretically minded engineers during this period, Sir Marc Brunei, 1769–1849, and his son, Isambard Kingdom Brunei, 1806–59, were of French origin. The British tradition of totally ignoring mathematics has been splendidly continued in the present century by a number of distinguished engineers, notably Sir Henry Royce, who did, after all, create the best car in the world. Factors of safety as high as 18 were used in the design of connecting rods for steam locomotives at least as late as 1910. As a matter of fact, the effect of a round hole in a plate under tension had been calculated by Kirsch in Germany in 1898 and that of an elliptical hole by Kolosov in Russia in 1910, but, as far as I know, little notice was taken of these results in English shipbuilding circles. Partial strength produces general weakness. Sir Robert Seppings, 1767–1840, Surveyor of the Navy 1813–32. Chapter 5: Strain Energy and Modern Fracture Mechanics. With a digression on bows, catapults, and kangaroos. An unwise man doth not well consider this, and a fool doth not understand it. Psalm 92. As we said in the last chapter, it was the considerable achievement of the 19th century mathematicians to find ways of calculating the distribution and the magnitude of the stresses in most kinds of structures in a rather broad, generalized or academic way. However, many practical engineers had not long come to terms with calculations of this kind before Inglis planted the seeds of doubt at the back of their minds. Using the elastician's own algebraical methods, he pointed out that the existence of even a tiny unexpected defect or irregularity in an apparently safe structure would be able to cause an increase of local stress which might be greater than the accepted breaking stress of the material and so might be expected to cause the structure to break prematurely. In fact, using Inglis's formula, page 67, it is easy to calculate that, if you were to scratch a girder of the fourth railway bridge, moderately hard, with an ordinary sharp pin, the resulting stress concentration should be sufficient to cause the bridge to break and fall into the sea. Not only do bridges seldom fall down when they are scratched with pins, but all practical structures such as machinery and ships and aeroplanes are infested with stress concentrations caused by holes and cracks and notches which, in real life, are only rarely dangerous. In fact, they generally do no harm at all. Every now and then, however, the structure does break, in which case there may be a very serious accident. When the implications of Inglis's sums began to dawn upon engineers some 50 or 60 years ago, they were apt to dismiss the whole problem by invoking the ductility of the metals which they were accustomed to use. Most ductile metals have a stress-strain curve which is shaped something like figure 9, and it was commonly said that the overstressed metal at the tip of a crack simply flowed in a plastic sort of way and so relieved itself of any serious excessive stress. Thus, in effect, the sharp tip of the crack could be considered as rounded off so that the stress concentration was reduced and safety was restored. Like many official explanations, this one has the merit of being at least partly true, though in reality it is very far from being the whole story. In many cases the stress concentration is by no means fully relieved by the ductility of the metal, and the local stress does, in fact, quite often remain much higher than the commonly accepted breaking stress of the material as determined from small specimens in the laboratory and incorporated in printed tables and reference books. For many years, however, embarrassing speculations which were likely to undermine people's faith in the established methods of calculating the strength of structures were not encouraged. When I was a student, Inglis's name was hardly ever mentioned, and these doubts and difficulties were not much spoken about in polite engineering society. Pragmatically, this attitude could be partially justified, since, given a judiciously chosen factor of safety, the traditional approach to strength calculations, which virtually ignores stress concentrations, could generally be relied upon to predict the strength of most conventional metal structures. In fact, it forms the basis of nearly all of the safety regulations which are imposed by governments and insurance companies today. However, even in the best engineering circles, scandals occurred from time to time. In 1928, for instance, the White Star liner Majestic of 56,551 tons, which was then the largest and finest ship in the world, had an additional passenger lift installed. In the process, rectangular holes, with sharp corners, were cut through several of the ship's strength decks. Somewhere between New York and Southampton, when the ship was carrying nearly 3,000 people, a crack started from one of these lift openings, ran to the rail, and proceeded down the side of the ship for many feet before it was stopped, fortuitously, by running into a porthole. The liner reached Southampton safely, and neither the passengers nor the press were told. By an extraordinary coincidence, very much the same thing happened to the second largest ship in the world, the American transatlantic liner Leviathan, at about the same time. Again the ship got safely into port and publicity was avoided. If the cracks had run a little further, so that these ships had actually broken in two at sea, the loss of life might have been severe. Really spectacular accidents of this kind to large structures such as ships and bridges and oil rigs became common only during and after the last war, and latterly they have been growing more, and not less, frequent. What has emerged rather painfully over a number of years, at a vast cost in life and property, is that, although the traditional view of elasticity as hammered out by Hooke and Young and Navier and by scores of 19th-century mathematicians is extremely useful and certainly ought not to be neglected or spurned, yet it is not really enough, by itself, to predict the failure of structures, especially large ones, with sufficient certainty. The approach to structures through the concept of energy. I saw the different things you did, but always you yourself you hid. I felt you push, I heard you call, I could not see yourself at all. R. L. Stevenson, A Child *S Garden of Verses. Until fairly recently, elasticity was studied and taught in terms of stresses and strains and strength and stiffness, that is to say, essentially in terms of forces and distances. This is the way in which we have been considering it so far, and indeed I suppose that most of us find it easiest to think about the subject in this manner. However, the more one sees of nature and technology, the more one comes to look at things in terms of energy. Such a way of thinking can be very revealing, and it is the basis of the modern approaches to the strength of materials and the behavior of structures, that is, to the rather fashionable science of fracture mechanics. This way of looking at things tells us a great deal, not only about why engineering structures break, but also about all sorts of other goings-on, in history and in biology, for instance. It is a pity, therefore, that the whole idea of energy has been confused in many people's minds by the way in which the word is often used colloquially. Like stress and strain, energy is used to refer to a condition in human beings, in this case one which might be described as an officious tendency to rush about doing things and pestering other people. This use of the word has really only a tenuous connection with the precise, objective, physical quantity with which we are now concerned. The scientific kind of energy with which we are dealing is officially defined as capacity for doing work, and it has the dimensions of force multiplied by distance. So, if you raise a weight of 10 pounds through a height of 5 feet, you will have to do 50 foot-pounds of work, as a result of which 50 foot-pounds of additional energy will be stored in the weight as what is called potential energy. This potential energy is locked up, for the time being, in the system, but it can be released at will by allowing the weight to descend again. In doing so, the released energy could be employed in performing 50 foot-pounds worth of useful tasks, such as driving the mechanism of a clock or breaking the ice on a pond. Energy can exist in a great variety of different forms, as potential energy, as heat energy, as chemical energy, as electrical energy, and so on. In our material world, every single happening or event of whatever kind involves a conversion of energy from one into another of its many forms. In a physical sense, that is what happenings or events are about. Such transformations of energy take place only according to certain closely defined rules, the chief of which is that you can't get something for nothing. Energy can neither be created nor destroyed, and so the total amount of energy which is present before and after any physical transaction will not be changed. This principle is called the conservation of energy. Thus energy may be regarded as the universal currency of the sciences, and we can often follow it through its various transformations by means of a sort of accounting procedure which can be highly informative. To do this, we need to use the right kind of units, and, rather predictably, the traditional units of energy are in a fine, rich state of muddle. Mechanical engineers have tended to use foot pounds, physicists are addicted to ergs and electron volts, chemists and dietitians like to use calories, but our gas bills come in therms and our electricity bills in kilowatt-hours. Naturally, all these are mutually convertible, but nowadays there is a good case for using the SI unit of energy, which is the joule, that is the work done when 1 Newton acts through 1 meter. Although we can measure it in quite precise ways, many people find energy a more difficult idea to grasp than, say, force or distance. Like the wind in Stevenson's verse, we can only apprehend it through its effects. Possibly for this reason the concept of energy came rather late into the scientific world, being introduced in its modern form by Thomas Young in 1807. The conservation of energy was not universally accepted until quite late in the 19th century, and it is really only since Einstein and the atom bomb that the enormous importance of energy as a unifying concept and as an underlying reality has been sufficiently appreciated. There are, of course, a great many ways, chemical, electrical, thermal and so on, of storing energy until it is wanted. If we are going to use a mechanical means, then we could use the method we have just been talking about, that is to say, the potential energy of a raised weight. However, this is rather a crude way of storing energy and, in practice, strain energy, the energy of a spring, is generally more useful and it has much more widespread applications in biology and engineering. It is obvious that energy can be stored in a wound-up spring, but, as Hooke pointed out, official springs are only a special case of the behavior of any solid when it is loaded. Thus every elastic material which is under stress contains strain energy, and it does not make much difference whether the stress is tensile or compressive. If Hooke's law is obeyed, the stress in a material starts at zero and builds up to a maximum when the material is fully stretched. The strain energy per unit volume in the material will be the shaded Area under the stress-strain diagram, Figure 1, which is Figure 1. Strain energy equals area under stress-strain curve equals cars, skiers, and kangaroos. We are all of us familiar with strain energy in the springs of our car. In a vehicle with no springs, there must be violent interchanges of potential and kinetic energy, energy of motion, every time a wheel passes over a bump. These energy changes are bad for the passengers and bad for the vehicle. Long ago, some genius invented the spring, which is simply an energy reservoir which enables changes of potential energy to be stored temporarily as strain energy so as to smooth the ride and prevent the vehicle and its occupants from being racketed to bits. Latterly, engineers have spent a great deal of time and effort on the improvement of car suspensions, and no doubt they have been very clever about it. However, cars and lorries run on roads whose main purpose is, after all, to provide a smooth surface. The suspension of the car has only to even out the minor or residual bumps. The problem of designing a suspension for a car which had to be driven really fast across rough country would be a very difficult one. In order to store enough energy to cope with such a situation, the steel springs would have to be very large and heavy and would in themselves constitute so much unsprung weight that the whole project might prove to be impracticable. Consider now the situation of a skier. In spite of the snow covering, most ski runs are vastly more bumpy than any normal road. Even if a typical run could be covered with some effective non-skid surface, such as sand, so as to enable a car to go on it without slipping, any attempt to drive the car down the run at the speed of a fast skier, say 50 miles per hour, would be suicidal, because the suspension would be completely inadequate to absorb the shocks. But, of course, this is exactly what the body of a skier has to do. In fact, much of this energy seems to be absorbed by the tendons in our legs, which, taken together, probably weigh less than a pound. Thus, if we are to ski fast without disaster or to perform other athletic feats, our tendons have to be able to store reliably and to give up again very large amounts of energy. This is partly what they are for. Some approximate figures for the strain energy storage capabilities of various materials are given in Table 3. The relative efficiencies of natural materials and of metals may come as a surprise to engineers, and some light is thrown on the performance of skiers and other animals by the figures for tendon and steel. It will be seen that the strain energy storage per unit weight is about 20 times higher for tendon than it is for modern spring steels. Although, considered as devices for storing strain energy, skiers are more efficient than most machines, yet even a trained athlete cannot compete with a deer upon a hillside or a squirrel or a monkey in a tree. It might be interesting to know the percentage of the body weight given up to tendon in these animals, as compared with people. Animals like kangaroos progress by bounding. At each landing, energy has to be stored in the creature's tendons, and I have been told by an Australian correspondent that the strain energy characteristics of kangaroo tendon are exceptionally good, but unfortunately I cannot quote any accurate figures. It occurs to me, however, that, if anyone should wish to revive the pogo stick in a more efficient form, there would be a good deal to be said for making the spring from kangaroo tendon, or indeed from any form of tendon. Light aircraft, which have to be designed for bad landings on rough ground, often have their undercarriages sprung by means of rubber cords which have a strain energy capacity much better than that of steel springs, and are also better than tendon, though they are less durable. Table 3. Approximate strain energy storage capacities of various solids. Material working strain. Working stress strain energy stored density energy stored. Percent PSIMNM2. Joules times 10^6 per cubic meter. Kilograms per cubic meter. Joules per kilogram. Ancient iron 0 times 03 10,070 0 times 01 7801 times 3. Modern spring steel 0 times 3 100,710 7800 130. Bronze 0 times 3 60,400 0 times 6 8,770 U wood 0 times 9 18,120 0 times 5 600 900 Tendon 8 times 0 10,072 times 8 1,100 2,500 Horn 4 times 0 13,091 times 8 1,200 1,500 Rubber 300 1,007 10 times 0 1,200 8,000 Besides its role in the suspensions of cars and aeroplanes and animals, strain energy plays an even more important part in the strength and fracture of all kinds of structures. However, before we pass on to the subject of fracture mechanics, it may be worth spending a little time in discussing yet another application of strain energy, that is in weapons such as bows and catapults. Bows. I will bring you the great bow of the divine Odysseus, and whosoever shall most easily string the bow with his hands, and shoot through all the 12 axes, with him will I go and forsake this house of my marriage, so beautiful and filled with fair things, which I think I shall yet remember, in a dream. Penelope, in Homer, Odyssey XXI. The bow is one of the most effective ways of storing the energy of human muscles and releasing it to propel a missile weapon. The English longbow, which did so much execution at Crecy, 1346, and Agincourt, 1415, was nearly always made from yew. Because yew timber has not much commercial value nowadays, little scientific work was done on it until recently. However, my colleague Dr. Henry Blythe, who is doing research on ancient weapons, has ascertained that yew, Taxus baccata, has a fine-scale morphology which is rather different from other timbers and seems to be peculiarly adapted for storing strain energy. Thus yew probably really is better than other woods for making bows. Contrary to popular belief, English longbows were not, as a rule, made from English yew trees, whether grown in churchyards or elsewhere. Most English bows were made from Spanish yew, and it was legally compulsory to import consignments of Spanish bowstaves with each shipment of Spanish wine. In fact, the yew tree grows well, not only in Spain, but all over the Mediterranean area. It is growing wild today among the ruins of Pompeii, for instance. In spite of this, one seldom hears of the use of yew boughs in Spain or in the Mediterranean countries, either during the Middle Ages or in antiquity. Their use was almost confined to England and France and, to some extent, Germany and the Low Countries. English depredations generally stopped somewhere around Burgundy and hardly ever spread south of the Alps or the Pyrenees. Although these facts seem surprising at first sight, Henry Blythe points out that, because of its rather special constitution, the mechanical properties of yew deteriorate more rapidly with increasing temperature than do those of other timbers. A yew bow cannot be used reliably above 35 degrees Celsius. As a weapon, it is therefore pretty well confined to cool climates and is unsuitable for use in the Mediterranean summer. Thus, although yew wood was used for arrows, it was seldom used for bows in Mediterranean countries. For this reason, what was called a composite bow was developed in these countries. Such bows had a core of wood which, being near the middle of the thickness of the bow, was only lightly stressed. To this core was glued a tension surface made from dried tendon and a compression face made from horn. Both these materials are even better at storing energy than yew. Furthermore, they retain their mechanical properties better than yew in hot weather. After all, an animal normally operates at about 37 degrees Celsius. In practice, tendon does not deteriorate appreciably below about 55 degrees Celsius. As against this, dried tendon slackens and behaves badly in damp weather. Composite bows of this kind were used both in Turkey and elsewhere down to comparatively recent times. Lord Aberdeen, 1784–1860, travelling to the Congress of Vienna in 1813, wrote of the use of Tartar troops, armed with what seemed to have been composite bows, against the armies of Napoleon which were retreating through Eastern Europe. There is a good deal of evidence that composite bows were better in many respects than the English longbow. However, whereas the Longbow was essentially a cheap and simple weapon to manufacture. The composite bow was a much more sophisticated affair, and presumably expensive. Greek bows were composite bows, and the bow of Odysseus, like that of Philoctetes, seems to have been a pretty special job. Which brings us back to the unfortunate Penelope and the task she set her suitors of stringing the bow of Odysseus. As we all know, this turned out to be beyond the strength of any of them, even the technically minded Eurymachus, and now Eurymachus was handling the bow, warming it on this side and on that before the heat of the fire, yet even so he could not string it, and in his great heart he groaned mightily. But after all, why bother? Why didn't the suitors, or Odysseus, or anybody else, just use a longer string? The answer to this is for a very good scientific reason, which is as follows. The energy which a man can put into a bow is limited by the characteristics of the human body. In practice, one can draw an arrow back about 0 to 6 meters, 24 inches, and even a strong man cannot pull on the string with a force of more than about 350 newtons, 80 pounds. It follows that the available muscular energy must be around 0 to 6 meter times 350 newtons, or about 210 joules. This is the most that is available, and we want to store as much of it as possible as strain energy in the bow. If we suppose that the bow is initially virtually unstressed and that the string is almost slack to begin with, then the archer starts to draw his arrow with a pull which is initially nearly 0, and he only works up to his greatest pull when the string reaches its maximum extension. This is expressed diagrammatically in Figure 2. In such a case, the energy put into the bow is the area of the triangle ABC, which cannot be more than half of the available energy, i.e. 105 joules. In practice, the measured energy which was stored in an English longbow was a little less than this figure. However, Homer specifically says that the bow of Odysseus was polintonos, that is, bent or stretched backwards. In other words, the bow was initially bent in the opposite or wrong direction, so that considerable force had to be applied to it before it could be strung. Figure 2. Energy stored in bow equals 1/2 times 0 times 6 times 350 is equal to 105 joules. When the bow is strung in this way, the archer is no longer starting to draw the bow from an initial condition of 0 stress and strain, and, by intelligent design, it is now possible to arrange for the force extension diagram to look something like Figure 4. Figure 3. Greek stringing bow, vase painting. Figure 4. Why a bow is stretched backwards or polintonos. Energy stored in bow is now area ABCD almost equal to 170 joules. The area ABCD under such a diagram is now a very much higher fraction of the total available energy and might perhaps reach about 80% of it. So it is possible that about 170 joules of energy can now be stored in the bow, as against only about 105 joules for the bow that is not polintonos. This is clearly a great improvement for the archer, quite apart from any advantage it might have had for Penelope. In fact, all bows are more or less pre-stressed, in the sense that some kind of effort is needed to string them. However, since the longbow is a self-bow, that is to say, it is made from a stave which has been split from a log of timber and is therefore initially nearly straight, the effect in this case was small. It is much easier to arrange for the best initial shape with a composite bow, and these had usually a very characteristic form, from which we get the shape of a Cupid's bow, Figure 5. Because the strain energy storage of horn and tendon, as materials, is better than that of yew, a composite bow can be made shorter and lighter than a wooden one. This is why we talk of a wooden bow as a long bow. The composite bow could be made small enough to be used on horseback, as was indeed done by the Parthians and the Tartars. The Parthian bow was handy enough for the cavalrymen to be able to shoot backwards, as they retreated, at their Roman pursuers. From this we get the phrase a Parthian shot. Figure 5. Composite bow, unstrung and strung. Catapults. The greatest period of classical Greece came to an end when Athens fell in 404 BC, and during the 4th century the Greek democratic governments declined and were superseded by dictatorships or tyrannies, which may have been more effective militarily, politically, and economically. Both ashore and afloat the technology of warfare was changing, and the new rulers considered that there was a need for more modern and more mechanized weapons. Moreover, as the absolute masters of increasingly prosperous states, the dictators could well afford to pay the bills. Development began in Greek Sicily. Dionysius I was a remarkable man who had risen from being a petty clerk in a government office to become tyrant of Syracuse. During most of his reign, which lasted from 405 to 367 BC, he made his country the leading power in Europe. As a part of his military program he founded what was probably the first government research laboratory for weaponry, and for this establishment he recruited the best mathematicians and the best craftsmen from all over the Greek world. The natural starting point for Dionysius's experts was the traditional composite hand bow. If one mounts such a bow upon some kind of stock and arranges to draw the string by means of mechanical gearing or levers, then the bow itself can be made much stiffer and so be enabled to store and deliver several times as much energy. Thus we arrive at the crossbow, whose missile can generally penetrate any practicable thickness of body armor. The crossbow has remained in use, with only minor variations, down to the present time. It is said to be in use in Ulster today. However, it is curious that, as a weapon, it never seems to have played any really decisive military role. Furthermore, the crossbow is essentially an infantry or anti-personnel weapon and it never fulfilled the requirement for a weapon which could do worthwhile damage to the hulls of ships or to fixed fortifications. Although the Syracusans enlarged the crossbow type of catapult and put it on a proper mounting, like a gun mounting, there seem to be certain physical limitations to this line of development, and catapults of the bow type do not seem ever to have been powerful enough to breach the heavy masonry of fortresses. The next step was therefore to abandon the bow type of construction and to store the strain energy in twisted skeins of tendon, much like the skeins of rubber cord which are used to drive model aeroplanes. In such a skein all the cords, that is, the whole of the tendon material, are being stretched in tension as the skein is twisted, so that as an energy storage device it is very effective indeed. There are various ways in which skeins of tendon rope can be used in weaponry, but by far the best was the device known to the Greeks as the palintonon and to the Romans as the ballista. In this very lethal piece of artillery there were two vertical tendon springs, each of them twisted by means of a rigid arm or lever, something like a capstan bar, figure 6. The ends of these two arms were joined by a heavy bowstring, and the whole device worked much after the fashion of a bow. Indeed it got its Greek name from the fact that, in their relaxed position, the two arms point forward like the arms of a composite bow, and the catapult was strung, by means of a powerful winch, in much the same way as a bow. The missile, which was often a stone ball, was propelled down a track which also served to mount the windlass that was needed to operate the weapon, whose draw force might be as high as 100 tons. Figure 6. A sketch of what original Greek catapults may have looked like. The Romans copied the Greek catapults, and Vitruvius, who was an artillery officer under Julius Caesar, has left us a handbook on ballistae which makes interesting reading. These weapons were made in sizes which ranged from one throwing a 5 pounds, 2 kilograms, missile to one throwing a 360 pounds, 150 kilograms, 1. The effective range of all sizes was about a quarter of a mile or 400 meters. The standard Roman siege ballista seems to have been one throwing a 90 pounds, 40 kilograms, ball. At the final, dramatic, siege of Carthage in 146 BC the Romans filled in part of the shallow lagoon which lies against the city wall and proceeded to breach the defenses with catapults. Archaeologists have recovered no fewer than 6,000 stone balls, weighing 90 pounds each, from the site. although ship-mounted catapults were used by both Julius Caesar and Claudius to clear the beaches of ancient Britain during their assault landings on this island, the catapult never became a really dangerous ship-to-ship weapon. It seems likely that a ballista big enough to sink a ship with a single shot would have had a rate of shooting too slow for it to have had much chance of hitting a moving vessel. Catapults sometimes threw incendiary missiles, but fires could generally be put out quite easily in simple ships which were full of men. One ingenious admiral won a sea battle in 184 BC by shooting at the enemy brittle pots filled with poisonous snakes, but this lead does not seem to have been followed up. On the whole, catapults were not a success at sea. Nevertheless, the palintonen or ballista was a most effective device for land warfare, although its construction and maintenance were a very sophisticated business indeed, and the Roman artillery officers and N.C.O.S must have been highly competent people. With the passing of the Roman Empire and of Roman technology, such weapons became impracticable and were forgotten. Medieval siege warfare was reduced to using the weight catapult or trebuchet. This was a pendulum-like device using the potential energy of a raised weight. Even a large trebuchet was unlikely to involve raising more than, say, a ton, 10,000 newtons, through about 10 feet, 3 meters. Thus the greatest potential energy stored probably did not much exceed 30,000 joules. The same amount of strain energy could be stored in 10 or 12 kilograms of tendon. Thus even a big trebuchet probably disposed of only about a tenth of the energy of the palintonen. Furthermore, the efficiency of energy conversion seems to have been much lower. At its best, the trebuchet could probably only make a nuisance of itself by lobbing big stones over a fortress wall. Any assault upon heavy masonry would have been ineffectual. Figure 7. The trebuchet or medieval weight catapult, a most inefficient contrivance. Regarded as machines for the conversion of energy, the bow and the palintonen both work on similar principles. It is not generally realized just how efficient an energy exchange mechanism is involved. In crude machines like the trebuchet, most of the energy which was available when the weapon was discharged went into accelerating the heavy lever or throwing arm of the device and was ultimately lost in the necessary stop or braking system. With a bow or a palintonen, when the bowstring is first released, some of the stored strain energy is communicated directly to the missile as kinetic energy. More of the available energy, however, is being used to accelerate the arms of the bow or the catapult, where it is temporarily stored as kinetic energy, much as it is in the trebuchet. In this case, though, as the discharge mechanism proceeds, the moving arms are slowed down, not by a fixed stop, but by the bowstring itself as it straightens and tautens. This further increases the tension in the string, enabling it to push yet harder on the missile, and so speed it on its way. Thus, much of the kinetic energy stored in the arms is recovered. Figure 8. Diagram of the mechanism of the palintonen or ballista. A. Ready to shoot. All the energy is stored in the tendon springs. B. Early stage of shooting operation. Heavy arms are being accelerated and so pick up much of the energy from the springs. C. Late stage of shooting operation. Heavy arms are being decelerated by increased tension in the string, and so their kinetic energy is transferred to the missile. D. Missile on its way, containing virtually all the energy which was stored in the system. The mathematics of bows and catapults is difficult and, even when one has written down the equations of motion, they cannot be solved analytically. Fortunately, however, another colleague of mine, Dr. Tony Pretlove, has been sufficiently interested in the problem to put the whole thing on a computer. It transpires that, rather surprisingly, the energy transfer process is in theory virtually 100% efficient. In other words, practically the whole of the strain energy which was stored in the device can be converted into the kinetic energy of the missile. Therefore little energy is wasted or left behind to provide a recoil or to damage the weapon. In this respect, at least, bows and catapults are a great improvement on guns. One consequence of these facts is, I think, fairly well known to most archers, at least in a practical sort of way. This is that one must never shoot a bow or a catapult without a proper arrow or other appropriate missile. If this is attempted, then there is no safe way of getting rid of the stored strain energy, and not only may the bow be broken, but the archer will very possibly be hurt as well. Resilience or bounciness. A wet sheet and a flowing sea, a wind that follows fast and fills the white and rustling sail and bends the gallant mast. Alan Cunningham, A Wet Sheet and a Flowing Sea. When Galileo settled down at Anisotropy in 1633 to work on elasticity, one of the first questions he asked himself was what are the factors which affect the strength of a rope or a rod when it is pulled? Does the strength depend, for instance, upon the length of the rope? Elementary experiments showed that the force or weight which is needed to break a uniform rope by pulling on it steadily is unaffected by how long it is. This result is what we should expect from common sense, but the news has been some time in getting around and one still meets quite a number of people who are convinced that a long piece of string is stronger than a short one. Of course these people are not just being silly, for it all depends on what you mean by stronger. The steady force or pull required to break a long string will indeed be the same as that needed to break a short one, but the long string will stretch further before it breaks and it will therefore require more energy to break it, even though the force which is applied and the stress which is in the material remain the same. Put in a slightly different way, a long string will cushion a sudden blow by stretching elastically under the load, so that the transient forces and stresses which result are reduced. In other words, it acts rather like the suspension of a car. Thus in a situation where the load is jerky, a long string may well be effectively stronger than a short one. This is why the bodies of 18th century carriages were frequently slung from the chassis by means of very long leather straps, which were better able than short ones to resist the jolts imposed by 18th century roads. Again, anchor cables and tow ropes generally break, not from a steady load, but from sudden jerks, and so it is generally better to arrange for them to be as long as possible. Those who are liable to encounter large dry docks or oil rigs under tow at sea at night or in thick weather do well to bear in mind that each of the tugs is probably towing by means of nearly a mile of steel wire. These nautical processions therefore cover an enormous area of sea and can be terrifying to the casual seafarer. This quality of being able to store strain energy and deflect elastically under a load without breaking is called resilience, and it is a very valuable characteristic in a structure. Resilience may be defined as the amount of strain energy which can be stored in a structure without causing permanent damage to it. Of course, in order to get resilience, it is not necessary to use a very long rope, such as a wire cable. It is often convenient to use much shorter members, such as the helical springs which are used in the buffers of railway trains, or pads of soft material such as are used for ships' fenders, or materials of low Young's modulus like the foamed rubbers or plastics which are often used for packaging delicate apparatus. Such things are frequently able to stretch or contract much more in relation to their length and so store more strain energy per unit volume. The excellence of the suspensions of skiers and animals is due, in part, to the comparatively low moduli and high extensions of tendon and other tissues. On the other hand, although low stiffness and high extensibility promote energy absorption, and so make it more difficult to break a structure by means of a blow, it is only too easy to make a structure which is too floppy for its purpose. This usually limits the amount of resilience which can be designed into a structure. Things like aeroplanes and buildings and tools and weapons have to be pretty rigid in order to do their job. In this respect, most structures have to be a compromise between stiffness and strength and resilience, and the achievement of the best compromise is likely to tax the skill of a designer severely. The optimum condition may vary, not only between different types and classes of structures, but also between different parts of the same structure. In this respect, nature is at an advantage since she has at her disposal an enormous range of elastic properties in the different biological tissues. A simple but interesting example occurs in an ordinary spider's web. The web is subject to impact loads arising from flies blundering into it, and the energy of these blows must be absorbed by the resilience of the threads. It turns out that the long radial threads, which form the main load-carrying part of the structure, are 3 times as stiff as the shorter circumferential threads which have the duty of actually catching the flies. Naturally, there are many other ways of storing strain energy and getting resilience than by using tension members, such as ropes or spiders' threads, or compression members, such as railway buffers and ship's fenders. Any shape of structure which is capable of being deflected elastically will have much the same effect. Probably the commonest arrangement is to absorb energy by bending, like bows and gallant masts. This is what happens in plants and trees and in most car springs. High-quality swords are expected to be able to recover, elastically, after they have been bent so that the tip touches the hilt. Strain energy as the cause of tensile fracture. Starting aside like a broken bow. Psalm 78. A reasonable amount of resilience is an essential quality in any structure, otherwise it would be unable to absorb the energy of a blow. Up to a point, the more resilient a structure is the better. Such highly sophisticated devices as the Viking ships and the American horse buggy were very flexible and resilient indeed. As long as they are not grossly overloaded, such structures will recover when the load is taken off and all will be well. However, if we do overload them, then of course sooner or later they will break. Now, to break any material in tension, a crack must spread right across it. However, to create a new crack requires a supply of energy, as we shall shortly see, and this energy has to come from somewhere. As we have said, it is quite possible to break a bow by shooting it without an arrow. What happens is that the strain energy which was stored in the bow can no longer be disposed of safely as kinetic energy in the arrow, and so some of it is employed in producing cracks within the material of the bow itself. In other words, the bow has used its own strain energy to destroy itself. The broken bow is, however, only a special case of all kinds of fracture. All elastic substances which are under load contain greater or less amounts of strain energy, and this strain energy is always potentially available for the self-destructive process which we call fracture. In other words, the stored-up strain energy or resilience may be used to pay the energy price of propagating a crack through the structure and so causing it to break. In a resilient structure there may be a lot of strain energy around, and the same sort of energy which the Romans used to batter down the massive walls of Carthage can equally well be employed to enable a supertanker to break herself into 2 halves. According to the modern view of the subject, when we break a structure by loading it in tension, we ought not to regard fracture as being caused directly by the action of the applied load pulling on the chemical bonds between the atoms in the material. That is to say, it is not the consequence of the simple action of a tensile stress as the classical textbooks would have us believe. The direct result of increasing the load on the structure is only to cause more strain energy to be stored within its material. The $64,000 question whether the structure actually breaks at any particular juncture depends upon whether or not it is possible for this strain energy to be converted into fracture energy so as to create a new crack. Modern fracture mechanics is therefore less concerned with forces and stresses than with how, why, where and when strain energy can be turned into fracture energy. Of course, in simple cases like ropes and rods the classical concept of a critical breaking stress is usually an adequate guide, but in large or complicated structures, such as bridges or ships or pressure vessels, it has proved to be a dangerous oversimplification, as we have seen. What comes out of recent theory is that, whether a structure is subjected to a sudden blow or to a steady load, tensile fracture depends chiefly upon 1. The price in terms of energy which has to be paid in order to create a new crack. 2. The amount of strain energy which is likely to become available to pay this price. 3. The size and shape of the worst hole or crack or defect in the structure. The fact that the amount of energy required to break any given cross-section of material varies very greatly indeed between different solids is easily confirmed, for instance by hitting first a glass jar and then a tin can with a hammer. The quantity of energy required to break a given cross-section of a material defines its toughness asterisk, which is nowadays more often called its fracture energy or work of fracture star. This property is quite different to and separate from the tensile strength of the material, which is defined as the stress, not the energy, needed to break the solid. The toughness or work of fracture of a material has a very important effect upon the practical strength of a structure, especially a large one. For this reason we must spend a little time in talking about the work of fracture of various kinds of solids. Fracture energy or work of fracture. Since, when a solid is broken in tension, at least one crack must be made to spread right across the material, so as to divide it into two parts, at least two new surfaces will have to be created which did not exist before fracture. In order to tear the material apart in this way and produce these new surfaces it is necessary to have broken all the chemical bonds which previously held the two surfaces together. The quantity of energy which is needed to break most kinds of chemical bonds is well known, at least to chemists, and it turns out that, for most of the structural solids with which we are concerned in technology, the total energy needed to break all the bonds on any one plane or cross-section asterisk is very much the same and does not differ widely from 1 joule per square meter. When we are dealing with the range of materials which are, rather understandably, called brittle solids, which includes stone and brick and glass and pottery, this is nearly all the energy we have to provide in order to cause fracture. As a matter of fact, 1 jm2 is really rather a pathetically small amount of energy. It is a sobering thought that, on the simplest theory, the strain energy which could be stored in 1 kilogram of tendon would pay for the production of 2,500 square meters, over half an acre, of broken glass surface, which accounts for the effects of balls in china shops. This is why a bricklayer can break a brick neatly in half with a light tap from his trowel, and it is why we have only to be a little clumsy in order to break a plate or a tumbler. Naturally, this is the reason why, if we can possibly avoid it, we do not use brittle solids in applications where they are in tension. These materials are brittle not, primarily, because they have low tensile strengths, that is to say they need a low force to break them, but rather because it needs only a low energy to break them. The technical and biological materials which are actually used in tension, and used with comparative safety, all require a great deal more energy in order to produce a new fracture surface. In other words, the work of fracture is very much higher, enormously higher, than is the case with brittle solids. For a practical tough material the work of fracture usually lies between 10.3 jm2 and 10.6 jm2. Thus the energy which is needed to cause fracture in wrought iron or mild steel may be about 1,000,000 times as high as that needed to break the equivalent cross-section of glass or pottery, although the static tensile strengths of these materials are not very different. This is why a table of tensile strengths, such as Table 2, page 56, can be a highly misleading document when it comes to the choice of a material for a particular service. It is also why the classical theory of elasticity, based mainly on forces and stresses, which has been laboriously evolved over hundreds of years, and still more laboriously taught to students, is really inadequate, by itself, to predict the behavior of real materials and structures. Table for very approximate figures for the work of fracture and tensile strengths of some common solids. Material approximate work of fracture Jm2. Approximate tensile strength, nominal, MnM2. Glass, pottery 1 to 10 170 cement, brick. Stone 3 to 44. Polyester and epoxy resins 150. Nylon, polythene 1150 to 600. Bones, teeth 1200, wood 10,100, mild steel 100,000 to 1,400,000, high tensile steel 10,000 1000. Although the detailed mechanisms whereby such enormous amounts of energy can be absorbed within tough materials as work of fracture are often subtle and complicated, the broad principle is really very simple. In a brittle solid, the work done during fracture is virtually confined to that which is needed to break the chemical bonds at, or very near to, the new fracture surface. As we have seen, this energy is small and amounts only to about 1 jm2. In a tough material, although the strength and the energy of any individual bond remains the same, the fine structure of the material is disturbed to a very much greater depth during the breaking process. In fact, it may be disturbed to a depth of well over a centimeter, that is, to a depth of about 50 million atoms below the visible fracture surface. Thus, if only 1 in 50 of these atomic bonds is broken during the process of disturbance, then the work of fracture, the energy needed to produce the new surface, will be increased a millionfold. Which, as we have seen, is about what really does happen. In this way, molecules living deep within the interior of the material are able to absorb energy and to play their part in resisting fracture. Figure 9. A typical stress-strain curve for a ductile metal such as mild steel. The shaded area is related to the work of fracture of the metal. The high work of fracture of the soft metals is primarily due to the fact that these materials are ductile. This means that, when they are pulled in tension, the stress-strain curve departs. Figure 9. A typical stress-strain curve for a ductile metal such as mild steel. The shaded area is related to the work of fracture of the metal. The high work of fracture of the soft metals is primarily due to the fact that these materials are ductile. This means that, when they are pulled in tension, the stress-strain curve departs from Hooke's law at quite a moderate stress, after which the metal deforms plastically, rather like plasticine, figure 9. When a rod or sheet of such a metal is broken in tension, the material is pulled out before it breaks after the fashion of treacle or chewing gum. The broken ends will then be tapered or conical and will look rather like figure 10. This form of fracture is often called necking. Figure 10. The work of fracture is proportional to the volume of metal plastically distorted, i.e. to the shaded area, and thus is roughly as T2. Hence the work of fracture of thin sheet may be very low. Necking and similar forms of ductile fracture can take place because a great many of the innumerable layers of atoms in the metal crystals are enabled to slide over each other by means of what is called the dislocation mechanism. Dislocations not only enable layers of atoms to slide over each other like a pack of cards, but they also absorb energy, quite a lot of energy. The result of all this slipping and sliding and stretching in the crystals is that the metal is enabled to distort and a great deal of energy is got rid of. The dislocation mechanism, which was originally postulated by Sir Geoffrey Taylor in 1934, has been the subject of intensive academic research over the last 30 years. It turns out to be an extraordinarily subtle and complicated affair. What takes place inside so apparently simple a thing as a piece of metal seems to be quite as clever as many of the mechanisms in living biological tissues. Yet the funny thing is that this clever mechanism cannot possibly be purposive, if only because nature has nothing, so to speak, to gain from it, since she never makes any structural use of metals, which very seldom occur native in the metallic state anyway. However this may be, dislocations in metals have been of enormous benefit to engineers and might almost have been invented for their benefit, since they not only result in metals being tough but also enable them to be forged and worked and hardened. Artificial plastics and fibrous composites have other work of fracture mechanisms which are quite different from those in metals but which are fairly effective. Biological materials seem to have developed methods of achieving high works of fracture which are very cunning indeed. That in timber, for instance, is exceptionally efficient, and the work of fracture of wood is, weight for weight, better than that of most steels. Let us now go on to discuss how the strain energy in a resilient structure manages to get turned into work of fracture. If you like, what is the real reason why things break? Griffith, or How to Live with Cracks and Stress Concentrations. 1. Rolling's better than pitching wi superficial cracks in the tail shaft. Rudyard Kipling, Bread Upon the Waters, 1895. As we said at the beginning of this chapter, all technological structures contain cracks and scratches and holes and other defects. Ships and bridges and aircraft wings are liable to all sorts of accidental dents and abrasions, and we have to learn to live with them as safely as may be, in spite of the fact that, according to Inglis, the local stress at many of these defects may be well above the official breaking stress of the material. How and why we are generally able to live with these high stresses without catastrophe was propounded by A. Griffith, 1893–1963, in a paper which he published in 1920, just 25 years after Kipling's splendid story about a crack. Since Griffith was only a young man in 1920, practically nobody paid any attention. In any case, Griffith's approach to the whole problem of fracture by way of energy, rather than force and stress, was not only new at the time but was quite foreign to the climate of engineering thinking, then and for many years afterwards. Even nowadays, too many engineers do not really understand what Griffith's theory is all about. What Griffith was saying was this. Looked at from the energy point of view, Inglis's stress concentration is simply a mechanism, like a zip fastener, for converting strain energy into fracture energy, just as an electric motor is simply a mechanism for converting electrical energy into mechanical work, or a tin opener is simply a mechanism for using muscular energy to cut through a tin. None of these mechanisms will work unless it is continually supplied with energy of the right sort. The stress concentration is quite good at its job, but if it is to keep on prizing the atoms of a material apart, then it needs to be kept fed with strain energy. If the supply of strain energy dries up, the fracture process stops. Now consider a piece of elastic material which is stretched and then clamped at both ends so that, for the present, no mechanical energy can get in or out. Thus we have a closed system containing just so much strain energy. If a crack is to propagate through this stretched material, then the necessary work of fracture will have to be paid for in energy, and the terms are strictly cash. If, for convenience, we consider our specimen to be a plate of material 1 unit thick, then the energy bill will be WL, where W equals work of fracture and L equals length of crack. Note that this is an energy debt, an item on the debit side of the energy account, although as a matter of fact no credit is given. This debit increases linearly or as the first power of the length, L, of the crack. This energy has to be found immediately from internal resources, and since we are dealing with a closed system, it can only come from some relaxation of strain energy within the system. In other words, somewhere in the specimen the stress must be diminished. This can occur because the crack will gape a little under stress, and thus the material immediately behind the crack surfaces is relaxed. Figure 11. Roughly speaking, 2 triangular areas, which are shaded in the diagram, will give up strain energy. As one might expect, whatever the length, L, of the crack, these triangles will keep roughly the same proportions, and so their areas will increase as the square of the crack length, i.e. as L2. Thus the strain energy release will increase as L2. Figure 11. A. Unstrained material. B. Material strained and rigidly clamped. No energy can get in or out of the system. C. Clamped material is now cracked. Dotted areas relax and give up strain energy, which is now available to propagate the crack still further. Thus the core of the whole Griffith principle is that, while the energy debt of the crack increases only as L, its energy credit increases as L2. The consequences of this are shown graphically in Figure 12. OA represents the increased energy requirement as the crack extends, and it is a straight line. OB represents the energy released as the crack propagates, and it is a parabola. The net energy balance is the sum of these two effects and is represented by OC. Figure 12. Griffith energy release, or why things go pop. Up to the point X the whole system is consuming energy, beyond point X energy begins to be released. It follows that there is a critical crack length, which we might refer to as LGY, which is called the critical Griffith crack length. Cracks shorter than this are safe and stable and will not normally extend. Cracks longer than LG are self-propagating and very dangerous. Such cracks spread faster and faster through the material and inevitably lead to an explosive, noisy and alarming failure. The structure will end with a bang, not a whimper, and very possibly with a funeral. The most important consequence of all this is that, even if the local stress at the crack tip is very high, even if it is much higher than the official tensile strength of material, the structure is still safe and will not break so long as no crack or other opening is longer than the critical length LG. It is this principle which gives us our main defense against undue alarm and despondency about Inglis's stress concentrations. This is why holes and cracks and scratches are not even more dangerous than they are. Naturally, we want to be able to calculate LG numerically. As it turns out, for straightforward conditions, this is much simpler than we have any reasonable right to expect. Although the mathematical process by which Griffith got there might be regarded as slightly alarming, the actual finished result is disarmingly simple, indeed brilliantly simple, or, put algebraically, where W equals work of fracture in Jm2 for each surface. E equals Young's modulus in Newton's M2. S equals average tensile stress in material near the crack, taking no account of stress concentrations, in Newton's M2. LG equals critical crack length in meters. Caution, newtons, not meganewtons. So the length of a safe crack depends simply upon the ratio of the value of the work of fracture to that of the strain energy stored in the material. In other words, it might be considered as inversely proportional to the resilience in general. The higher the resilience, the shorter the crack one can afford to put up with. This is another example of not being able to have things both ways. As we have seen, rubber will store a great deal of strain energy. However, its work of fracture is quite low, and so the critical crack length, LG, for stretched rubber is quite short, usually a fraction of a millimeter. This is why, when we stick a pin into a blown-up balloon, it bursts with a very satisfactory pop. Thus, although rubber is highly resilient and will stretch a long way before it breaks, when it does break, it breaks in a brittle manner, very much like glass. One solution to the problem of how to be resilient and also tough is that provided by cloth and basketwork and wooden ships and horse-drawn vehicles. In these things the joints are more or less loose and flexible, and so energy is absorbed in friction. That is what all the squeaks are about. However, although hedges and birds' nests are pretty resistant to attack, this way of going about things is not often used by modern engineers, except perhaps in the case of car tires, where the rubber is saved from being unduly brittle by the incorporation of canvas and cords. It will be seen that LG shortens very rapidly as the stress, S, increases. Thus, if we want to be able to accommodate a good long crack safely at a reasonably high stress, we need the highest possible value of W, the work of fracture, in a good stiff material, i.e. one with a high E. It is just because mild steel combines good work of fracture with high stiffness, and is also fairly cheap, that it is so widely used and so important economically and politically. Although, as we shall see, there are a lot of snags about applying the Griffith equation, which we have just described, and we ought not to regard it as a sort of God-given answer to all design problems. It does in fact do a lot to clarify various structural situations which used to be very obscure and full of mumbo-jumbo. For instance, instead of messing about with thoroughly bogus factors of safety, one can nowadays simply try to design a structure to accommodate a crack of predetermined length without breaking. The crack length chosen has to be related to the size of the structure and also to the probable service and inspection conditions. Where human life is concerned, it is clearly desirable that a safe crack should be long enough to be visible to a bored and rather stupid inspector working in a bad light on a Friday afternoon. In a really large structure, such as a ship or a bridge, we probably want to be able to put up with a crack at least 1 to 2 meters long with safety. If we suppose that we want to plan for a crack 1 meter long, then, making the rather conservative assumption that the work of fracture of the steel is 10.5 jm2, we find that such a crack will be stable up to a stress of 110 mn/m2 or 15,000 psi. However, if we want to play safer and plan for a crack 2 meters long, then we shall have to reduce the stress to about 80 mn/m2 or 11,000 psi. In fact, 11,000 psi is just about the sort of stress to which large structures are often designed, and in mild steel this stress affords a factor of safety, strictly speaking, what is called a stress factor, of between 5 and 6, for what that is worth. As an example of the sort of way this works out in practice, of 4,694 ships subjected to routine inspection in dock, 1,289, or just over a quarter, were found to have serious cracks in the main hull structure, after which, of course, remedial action was taken. The number which actually broke in two at sea, though still too high, was something like 1 in 500, a fairly small proportion. If these ships had been designed to a higher stress, or made of more brittle material, in most cases the cracks would not have been spotted before the ships broke at sea and were lost. According to the pure and simple Griffith doctrine, a crack shorter than the critical length should not be able to extend at all, and therefore, since all cracks must start life by being short ones, nothing should ever break. In fact, of course, for all sorts of good reasons which are the affair of metallurgists and materials scientists, cracks of less than the critical length do manage to extend themselves, as we shall see in Chapter 15. However, the great point is that they generally do this so slowly that there should be plenty of time to spot them and do something about the situation. Unfortunately, things do not always work out quite that way. Professor J. F. C. Conn, who was Professor of Naval Architecture at Glasgow until recently, told me the story of a cook in a big freighter who was a little startled, when he went into his galley one morning to cook the breakfast, to find a large crack in the middle of the floor. The cook sent for the chief steward, who came and looked at the crack and sent for the chief officer. The chief officer came and looked at the crack and sent for the captain. The captain came and looked at the crack and said, "Oh, that will be all right, and now can I have my breakfast?" The cook, however, was of a scientific turn of mind, and, when he had disposed of breakfast, he got some paint and marked the end of the crack and painted the date against the mark. Next time the ship went through some bad weather, the crack extended a few inches and the cook painted in a new mark and a new date. Being a conscientious man, he did this several times. When the ship eventually broke in two, the half which was salvaged and towed into port happened to be the side on which the cook had painted the dates, and this, Professor Conn told me, constitutes the best and most reliable record we have of the progress of a large crack of subcritical length. Mild steel and high tensile steel. When a structure fails or seems in danger of failing, the natural instinct of the engineer may be to specify the use of a stronger material, in the case of steel, what is known as a higher tensile steel. With large structures this is generally a mistake, for it is clear that most of the strength, even of mild steel, is not really being used. This is because, as we have seen, the failure of a structure may be controlled, not by the strength, but by the brittleness of the material. Although the measured value of the work of fracture does depend on the way in which the test is done, and it is difficult to get consistent figures, yet the toughness of most metals is undoubtedly reduced very greatly as the tensile strength increases. Figure 13 shows the sort of relationship which exists in simple carbon steels at room temperature. It is quite easy, and not very expensive, to double the strength of mild steel by increasing the Carbon content. If we do so, however, we may reduce the work of fracture by a factor of something like 15. In this case, the critical crack length will be reduced in the same proportion, i.e. from 1 meter to 6 centimeters, at the same stress. However, if we double the working stress, which is presumably the object of the exercise, the critical crack length will be reduced by a factor of 15 by 2 equals 60. So, if a safe crack was originally 1 meter long, it will now measure 1 times 5 centimeters, which would be thoroughly dangerous in a large structure. Figure 13. The approximate relationship between tensile strength and work of fracture for some plain carbon steels. By courtesy of Professor W. D. Biggs. With small components like bolts and crankshafts, the situation is different, and it is meaningless to design for a crack a meter long. If we settle for an allowable crack length of, say, 1 centimeter, such a crack may be safe up to a stress of nearly 40,000 psi, 280 mm2, and so there is a good case for using a high tensile material. Thus, one consequence of Griffith is that, on the whole, we can use high-strength metals and high working stresses more safely in small structures than in large ones. The larger the structure, the lower the stress, which may have to be accepted in the interests of safety. This is one of the factors which tend to place a limit on the size of large ships and bridges. The relationship between work of fracture and tensile strength, which is sketched in Figure 13, is roughly true for simple commercial carbon steels. It is possible to get rather better combinations of strength and toughness by using alloy steels, that is, steels alloyed with elements other than carbon, but these are generally too expensive for large-scale construction. It is for these reasons that something like 98% of all the steel which is made is mild steel, that is to say, a soft or ductile metal with a tensile strength of around 60,000 to 70,000 psi or 450 mm2. On the brittleness of bones. Children, you are very little, and your bones are very brittle. If you would grow great and stately, you must try to walk sedately. R. L. Stevenson, A Child's Garden of Verses. But, of course, the bones of children are not very brittle, and Stevenson was writing rather charming nonsense. In the embryo, bones begin as collagen, or gristle, which is strong and tough but not very stiff, Young's modulus about 600 mm2. As the fetus develops, the collagen is reinforced by fine inorganic fibers called osteones. These are formed chiefly from lime and phosphorus and have a chemical formula which approximates to 3Ca3, PO4, 2. CaOH2. In the fully reinforced bone, the Young's modulus is increased about 30-fold to a value of about 20,000 mm2. However, our bones do not become fully calcified until some considerable time after birth. Naturally, young children are mechanically vulnerable, but on the whole they tend to bounce rather than break, as one can see on any ski slope. However, all bones are relatively brittle compared with soft tissues, and their work of fracture seems to be less than that of wood. This brittleness limits the structural risks which a large animal can accept. As we have already pointed out in connection with ships and machinery, the length of the critical Griffith crack is an absolute, not a relative distance. That is to say, it is just the same for a mouse as it is for an elephant. Furthermore, the strength and stiffness of bone are much the same in all animals. This being so, it rather looks as if the largest size of animal which can be regarded as moderately safe is somewhere round about the size of a man or a lion, a mouse or a cat or a reasonably fit man can jump off a table with impunity. It is distinctly doubtful if an elephant could. In fact, elephants have to be very careful. One seldom sees them gambolling or jumping over fences like lambs or dogs. Really large animals, like whales, stick pretty consistently to the sea. Horses seem to present an interesting case. Presumably the original small wild horses did not very often break their bones, but But now that man has bred horses big enough to carry him without tiring, the wretched creatures always seem to be breaking their legs. It is well known that old people are particularly liable to break their bones, and this is generally attributed to a progressive embrittlement of bone with age. No doubt this embrittlement does play some part in causing these fractures, but it does not seem as if it were always the most important factor. As far as I know, there are no reliable data on the change of work of fracture of bone with age. But, since the tensile strength is only reduced by about 22% between the ages of 25 and 75, it does not look as if there were a very dramatic reduction. Professor J. P. Paul, of the University of Strathclyde, tells me that his researches seem to indicate that a more important cause of fracture in old people is the progressive loss of nervous control over the tensions in the muscles. A sudden alarm may cause a muscular contraction which is enough to break off the neck of the femur, for instance, without the patient having experienced any external blow. When this happens, the patient naturally falls to the ground, perhaps on top of some obstacle, so that the fracture is blamed, wrongly, on the fall rather than on the muscular spasm. It is said that similar fracture can occur in the hind leg of certain African deer when they are startled by a lion. Asterisk 1 joule, 1 J, equals 10·7 ergs equals 0.734 foot-pound equals 0.239 calories. Note that 1 joule is roughly the energy with which an ordinary apple would hit the floor if it fell off an ordinary table. Asterisk since the oxygen consumption of the body is said to be higher during downhill skiing than in any other human activity, much energy must also be got rid of in the muscles. However, most of the energy absorbed by the muscles is irrecoverable, and so the elastic strain energy storage of the tendons is no doubt to be preferred. Asterisk figures 2 and 4 are, of course, schematic. Generally the force-draw diagram will not be a straight line, but the same principle applies. Asterisk on the other hand, the rate of shooting of a crossbow cannot match that of a hand bow. The English longbow, for instance, could discharge up to 14 arrows a minute and thus, when used, en masse, could put up a very formidable cloud or barrage of missiles. It is calculated that about 6 million arrows were shot at Agincourt. Recent finds at Kuklia in Cyprus indicate the existence of military catapults during the 5th century, though nothing is known about them. In any case, Dionysius seems to have been the first scientific approach to the problem. These were probably derived from the Spanish windlass used in ancient ships. See Chapter 11, page 224. Asterisk during the 1940 invasion scare, 2 versions of the Roman ballista were made for use by the Home Guard in England. These weapons were intended to project petrol bombs against German tanks. However, since the range of both of these catapults was only about a quarter of that of the classical prototypes, it seems likely that their designers had omitted to read Vitruvius sufficiently carefully. Asterisk actually, much of the resilience of anchor cables and tow ropes comes from their own weight, which causes them to sag. This is one of the reasons for preferring heavy wire or chain to organic ropes, which are much lighter. Asterisk the true or theoretical maximum tensile stress required actually to pull the atoms apart is very high indeed, far higher than the practical strength determined by means of ordinary tensile tests. See The New Science of Strong Materials, Chapter 3. Asterisk this is often the same thing as the free surface energy, which is closely related to the surface tension of both liquids and solids, and which is frequently bandied about in discussions on materials science. See for instance, The New Science of Strong Materials, Chapter 3. Asterisk see The New Science of Strong Materials, Chapters 3 and 9, for an elementary account of the dislocation mechanism. For a fuller description see, for instance, The Mechanical Properties of Matter by Sir Alan Cottrell, John Wiley, 1964 etc. Again, see The New Science of Strong Materials, 2nd edition, Chapter 8. Asterisk it might perhaps be supposed that LG would correspond to OY on the diagram, but a little thought will show that this is not the case. the negative amount of energy, Zx, which we have to feed into the system to get the crack going represents the margin of safety or threshold energy. This is, in fact, the true factor of safety. Because strain energy equals 1/2 S, which can be written S22 E, since E equals SE. Asterisk, there are medical conditions where the bones of quite young people become very brittle, but this state of affairs is rare. An orthopedic surgeon tells me that the causes are by no means understood. Part 2. Tension structures. Chapter 6, Tension structures and pressure vessels. With some remarks on boilers, bats and Chinese junks. That the ship went faster through the water, and held a better wind, was certain, but just before we arrived at the point, the gale increased in force. "If anything starts, we are lost, sir," observed the first lieutenant again. "I am perfectly aware of it," replied the captain, in a calm tone, "but, as I said before, and you must now be aware, it is our only chance. The consequences of any carelessness or neglect in the fitting and securing of the rigging will be felt now, and this danger, if we escape it, ought to remind us how much we have to answer for, if we neglect our duty." Captain Marryat, Peter Simple. The easiest structures to think about are generally those which have to resist only tensile forces, forces which pull rather than push, and, of these, the simplest of all are those which have to resist only a single pull, in other words unidirectional tension, the basic case of a rope or a rod. Although simple unidirectional tension is sometimes to be seen in plants, especially in their roots, the muscles and tendons of animals provide better biological examples, and so do vocal cords and spiders' webs. Muscle is a soft tissue which, when it receives an appropriate nerve signal, is able to shorten itself and so produce tensile forces by pulling in an active way. However, although muscle is a more efficient device than any artificial engine for converting chemical energy into mechanical work, it is not very strong. So, to produce and sustain any considerable mechanical pull, muscles have to be thick and bulky. Partly for this reason, muscles are often attached to the bones which they have to manipulate by means of an intervening cord-like tension member made of tendon. Although tendon is unable to contract itself, it is very many times as strong as muscle and therefore needs only a small fraction of the cross-section to take a given pull. Thus the function of tendon is partly that of a rope or wire, although it can also act as a spring, as we saw in the last chapter. Although some tendons are quite short, many of those in our arms and legs are very long indeed, and they run through the body in almost as complicated a way as the wires of an old-fashioned Victorian bell system. As far as our legs are concerned, muscle is not only bulky but heavy, and the object seems to be to arrange for the center of gravity of our legs to be as high up in the body as possible. The reason for this is that, in normal walking, the leg operates as a pendulum swinging freely in its own natural period and therefore consuming as little energy as may be. It is because we have to force our legs to oscillate faster than their natural frequency that running is so tiring. The natural period of swing of our legs will be faster the nearer the center of gravity of the limb is to the thigh joint. This is why we have thick calves and thighs and, hopefully, small feet and ankles. However, large feet are not generally so severe a handicap in life's struggle as large hands, whatever people may say about policemen. Our arms, of course, have evolved from front legs, and they seem to have taken the process of remote control even further. Thus, by means of even longer and thinner tendons than exist in our legs, our hands and fingers are operated by muscles located quite a long way away, high up in our arms. So the hand is enabled to have much more slender proportions than would be the case if it had to contain all its own muscles. The advantage of this arrangement mechanically, and perhaps aesthetically, is obvious. In artificial structures there are a number of simple examples of unidirectional tension, such as fishing lines and loads hanging from cranes. These differ very little from the problem of the brick and the string which we discussed in Chapter 3. However, many of the more interesting cases, such as the rigging of a ship or the design of aerial cableways, are apt to be beset by uncertainties and complications. In the rigging of a ship there would, of course, be no difficulty about determining a safe thickness for each rope, provided only that one knew what loads they would have to carry. The difficulty lies in predicting the magnitudes of the many different forces which operate in so complicated an affair as a sailing ship. Although there are several ways in which one might set about this, I strongly suspect that most yacht designers prefer to rely on what might be described as experienced guesswork. However, it is just as well to get one's guesses right, since the failure of a vital piece of rigging is likely to result in the loss of a mast. If this happens when the ship is caught on a dangerous lee shore, like Marryat's frigate, then the consequences will be serious. Nowadays skiing is a vast international industry which is dependent upon the reliability of many thousands of cable cars and ski lifts. I suppose that most of us have worried, in our more vertiginous moments, about the strength of the wire ropes which support chairlifts and cable cars above what seem to be rather frightening chasms. Actually, accidents very seldom occur directly from the failure of one of these cables in tension. This is because in this case the static loads are known pretty accurately, and it is not difficult to do the sums and ensure an ample factor of safety. More serious risks arise from such matters as the excessive swaying of the cables in the wind, so that the cars are likely to strike each other as they pass or perhaps to hit the supporting pylons. Here again, designers seem to rely mainly on precedent and guesswork. A very different application of unidirectional tension theory is concerned with the strings of musical instruments. The frequency asterisk of the note given out by a stretched string depends, not only on its length, but also upon the tensile stress in it. In stringed instruments the appropriate stresses are produced by stretching the strings, which are made of stiff material, such as steel wire or catgut, across a suitable framework, which may be the wooden body of a violin or the cast iron frame of a piano. Since both the strings and the framework are stiff, very small extensions greatly affect the stress in a string and therefore the frequency of its note. This is why such instruments are so sensitive to tuning. It is also why one can use the note emitted by a rope when it is twanged as an indication of the stress in the material. The Roman army used to require that the officers in charge of military catapults should have a good musical ear, so that they could assess the tensions in the tendon ropes of these weapons when they were set up and tuned for action. Although the human voice differs in many ways from a stringed instrument, somewhat similar considerations apply to it. The mechanisms of voice production are rather complicated, but our larynx plays an important part in both singing and talking. It may be interesting to note that the various tissues of the larynx are among the few soft tissues in the body which conform approximately to Hooke's law. Most of the other body tissues obey quite different and rather weird laws of their own when they are stretched, as we shall see in Chapter 8. The larynx contains the vocal cords, which are strips or folds of tissue whose tensile stress can be varied by muscular tension so as to control the frequency with which they vibrate. Because the Young's modulus of the vocal folds is rather low, large strains sometimes have to be applied to them in order to cause the necessary stresses. They are, in fact, stretched by a good 50% when we want to achieve the top notes. Incidentally, the higher frequencies of the voices of women and children are caused, not by higher tensions in their vocal cords, but simply by the fact that the larynx is smaller and the vocal cords therefore shorter. There is a surprising difference in this respect between grown-up men and women, the relevant larynx measurements being about 36 mm for men against about 26 for women. However, the larynxes of both boys and girls are of very similar size up to the age of puberty. The breaking of boys' voices is due, not to any change of tension in the cords, but to a rather sudden enlargement of the larynx around the age of 14. Pipes and pressure vessels. Plants and animals might be regarded to a considerable extent as so many systems of tubes and bladders whose function is to contain and to distribute various liquids and gases. Although the pressures in biological systems are not usually very high, they are by no means negligible, and living vessels and membranes do burst from time to time, often with fatal results. In technology, the provision of reliable pressure vessels is a fairly modern achievement, and we seldom stop to think how we should get on without using pipes. For the lack of pipes capable of conveying liquids under pressure, the Romans incurred enormous expenses in building masonry aqueducts upon tall arches in order to carry water in open channels across miles of undulating country. The earliest approximations to pressure-tight containers were the barrels of guns, and, historically, these were never very satisfactory and quite frequently failed. A list of the people who have been killed by the accidental bursting of guns, from King James II of Scotland downwards, would be long and impressive. Nevertheless, when gas lighting began to be installed in London, soon after 1800, the pipes had to be made by Birmingham gunsmiths, and in fact the earliest gas pipes were actually made by welding musket barrels end to end. Although there are innumerable accounts of the history of the steam engine, relatively little has been written about the development of the pipes and boilers on which it depended, and which, in reality, presented more difficult problems than the actual mechanism. The earliest engines were very heavy and bulky and consumed vast amounts of fuel, chiefly because they worked at very low steam pressures, which was perhaps just as well in view of the nature of contemporary boilers. The production of engines which were light, compact, and altogether more economical was wholly dependent on the use of much higher working pressures. In the steamships of the 1820s, with steam pressures of about 10 psi, provided by square haystack * boilers, the coal consumption was around 15 pounds weight per horsepower hour. In the 1850s, engineers were still talking in terms of 20 psi and about 9 pounds per horsepower hour. By 1900, pressures had gone up to well over 200 psi, and coal consumption had fallen to 1 to 5 pounds per horsepower hour, a tenfold reduction in 80 years. It was not the steamship, as such, which drove sailing ships from the high seas, but the high-pressure steamship with triple expansion engines, Scotch boilers, low fuel costs and long range. The high-pressure boiler was not developed without incident. Throughout most of the 19th century, boiler explosions were relatively frequent, and the consequences were sometimes very terrible. The American river steamers, in particular, were pioneers of high-pressure working. During the middle years of the century, the Mississippi steamboats used regularly to indulge in dramatic races over thousands of miles of river. The designers of these vessels were prepared to sacrifice almost everything to speed and lightness, and they took what might charitably be called an optimistic approach to boiler design. As a result, during the years 1859 to 60 alone, 27 of these ships were lost as a result of boiler explosions. Although some of these accidents were due to criminal practices such as the tying down of safety valves, most of them were basically caused by lack of proper calculations. This was a pity because in fact the basic calculations needed to determine the stresses in simple pressure vessels are very easy, so easy indeed that, as far as I can find out, nobody has ever bothered to claim the credit for originating them, and only the most elementary kind of algebra is required. Spherical pressure vessels. As soon as we come to consider any kind of pressure vessel or container, which includes such things as balloons and bladders and stomachs and pipes and boilers and arteries, we have to deal with tensile stresses which operate in more than one direction at the same time. This may possibly sound complicated but presents, in fact, no cause for alarm. The skin of any pressure vessel really performs two functions. It has to contain the fluid by being watertight or gas-tight, and it has also to carry the stresses set up by the internal pressure. Nearly always this skin or shell is subjected to tension stresses acting in both directions in its own plane, that is to say, parallel to its surface. The stress in the third direction, perpendicular to its surface, is usually negligibly low and can be forgotten about. It is convenient to look first at pressure vessels of spherical shape. The skin or shell of the Bladder-like object in Figure 1 is supposed to be reasonably thin, say less than about 1/10 of the diameter. The radius of the shell, taken at the middle of the wall thickness, is r. The thickness of the wall or shell is L, and the whole thing is subject to an internal fluid pressure of P, all these being in whatever units we happen to patronize. If we imagine that we slice the thing in two, like a grapefruit, then from figures 1, 2, and 3 it is pretty clear that the stress in the shell, in all directions parallel to its own surface, will be. This is a useful practical result, and it is in fact a standard engineering formula. Cylindrical pressure vessels. Spherical containers have their uses, but clearly cylindrical vessels have wider applications, especially to things like pipes and tubes. The surface of a cylinder has no longer the same sort of symmetry as that of a sphere, and so we cannot assume that the stress along a cylinder is the same as that around its circumference, and in fact it isn't. Let us call the stress in the shell along the length of the cylinder Sx and that around the circumference of the shell S2. Figure 1. A spherical vessel with internal pressure P, mean radius r, and wall thickness T. Figure 2. Imagine the vessel sliced in two across any diameter. The resultant of all the pressure forces acting on the inside of each half of the shell must equal the sum of all the stresses which would have acted on the cut surface, whose area is 2RT. Figure 3. The resultant of all the pressure forces acting on the inside curved surface of a hemisphere will be equal to the same pressure acting on a flat disk of the same diameter, which must be R2P. Hence, from Figure 4 we can see that the stress along the shell, S1 must be the same as that in the sphere which we have just been considering, that is to say. To get at S2, the circumferential stress in the shell of the cylinder, we now slice, in our imaginations, in the other plane, after the fashion of Figure 5, from which we see that. Thus the circumferential stress in the wall of a cylindrical pressure vessel is twice the longitudinal stress, i.e. S2 equals 2S1, Figure 6. One consequence of this must have been observed by everyone who has ever fried a sausage. When the filling inside the sausage swells and the skin bursts, the slit is almost always longitudinal. In other words, the skin has broken as a consequence of the circumferential, not the longitudinal, stress. Figure 4. The longitudinal stress, S1 in the shell of a cylindrical pressure vessel is the same as that in the equivalent spherical vessel. Figure 5. Circumferential stress in a cylinder, S2. Figure 6. Stress in the wall of a cylindrical pressure vessel. These sums are continually cropping up in engineering and in biology. They are used to calculate the strength of pipes and boilers and balloons and air-supported roofs and rockets and spaceships. As we shall see in Chapter 8, the same simple piece of theory applies to the whole question of development from amoeba-like forms of life towards more elongated and mobile primitive creatures. Another consequence of the algebra we have just done is that to contain a given volume of fluid at a given pressure will require a greater weight of material if we use a cylindrical vessel than if we use a spherical one. Where weight is very important, as it is with the oxygen bottles which climbers use at high altitudes and also with aircraft starter bottles, then spherical vessels are usual. For most other purposes, where weight is not so serious a matter, cylindrical bottles are cheaper and more convenient. The gas cylinders used in hospitals and garages are a case in point. Chinese engineering, or better bulge than bust. There is an interesting problem which has to be solved by the designer of every sailing vessel. It is, what is the best method of preventing the ship from flinging her spars overboard? Opinion on this point is divided. There are two schools of thought, the Eastern and the Western schools. In the West we think the best way of keeping the masts in the ship is to fasten them rigidly in position with a complicated system of shrouds and stays. The disciples of the Eastern school hold that this is all nonsense, besides being very expensive. They stand a tall and rickety mast on end, set upon it vast areas of gunny mats, bamboo matting or anything else that comes to hand and then keep the whole business erect by the power of faith. At least, I have never been able to discover any other power interesting itself in the miracle. Western Martyr, the South Seaman. The theory of pressure vessels, which we have just derived, also applies, with minor modifications, to things other than closed containers, that is, to open membranes and fabrics which have to sustain pressure from the free movement of wind or water. Of such a nature are tents and kites and awnings and fabric-covered aircraft and parachutes and the sails of ships and windmills and eardrums and fishes' fins and the wings of bats and pterodactyls and the sails of the jellyfish called Portuguese men of war. For all such purposes it is expedient and economical, as we shall see in Chapter 14, not to use a rigid panel or shell or monocoque but to cover a stiff open framework of rods or spars or bones with some kind of flexible fabric or skin or membrane. Such a structure cannot be quite rigid, and it will be realized that, as soon as any lateral force comes upon the membrane by reason of the pressure of wind or water, it must deflect or bow into a curved shape which, to a first approximation, may be treated as a part or segment of a sphere or cylinder, and so the stresses in the membrane will obey much the same laws as those in the shell of a pressure vessel. From this it is very easy to show that the force or tension in the membrane, per unit width, is PR, the product of the wind pressure, P, and the radius of curvature, R, of the membrane. Thus the more sharply the membrane is curved the less the force in it will be, and so the load which it puts upon the supporting framework will also be diminished. When the wind blows, the pressure caused by the wind increases as the square of the wind velocity. In a strong wind the pressure becomes very high indeed, and so do the loads upon the supporting structure. According to our Western, engineering school, way of thinking there is very little we can do about this, for we would rather be seen dead than allow the membrane, whether it be a sail or part of an aeroplane or whatever, to bulge appreciably between its supports. Of course, we can never manage to keep the fabric perfectly flat, but we do everything we can to keep it as taut as possible. What we actually do is to make the supporting framework strong and heavy and expensive and hope that it won't break, which of course it often does. For instance, the rig which has been developed for modern racing yachts generally consists of tubular metal spars and almost inextensible terraline sails. This aerodynamic mechanism is kept up to its job by many ropes and wires which, in turn, are tautened to a frightening degree by means of screws and winches and hydraulic jacks, all of which are needed to cope with the enormous load set up in the sails when the vessel is sailing fast in a breeze of wind. The whole thing is a miracle of engineering efficiency, but it is also horribly expensive. Ships of this sort convey to their occupants a feeling of tenseness which is anything but restful. A simpler and cheaper way of doing the job is to arrange for the sail to bulge between its supports so that, as the wind pressure increases, the radius of curvature diminishes, and so the tension force in the canvas remains roughly constant however hard the winds may blow. Naturally, one has to ensure that the distortions which help to ease the structural problem do not create aerodynamic ones. Figure 7. Chinese junk rig. One elegant and satisfactory way of doing this has been devised by the Chinese, who, after all, have been sailing about the seas in moderate comfort and safety for a good many centuries. The rig of the traditional Chinese junk varies according to local custom but is generally very much like Figure 7. The battens which cross the sails are attached to the masts and, since the whole rig is constructed from flexible materials, as the wind increases, the sail bows out between the battens after the fashion of Figure 8 without much loss of aerodynamic efficiency. If it doesn't bulge enough it is quite simple to ease the halyard until it does. Lately, Colonel Blondie Hassler, of Bordeaux raid fame, has taken up the Chinese lug sail with very satisfactory results. Several yachts with Colonel Hassler's rig have made long ocean voyages with success and in a comparatively relaxed manner. The hang gliders which are now so popular are designed on much the same principles, and, although they may shock the traditionalists, they are cheap and strong and they do seem to work. Figure 8. Edge-on view of a junk sail with halyard east. Bats and pterodactyls. Take from the goblin his crinkly face, his pointed ears from the gnome, borrow the nose of a leprechaun and smuggle it carefully home, sew balky fingers to banshee wrist, stitch gossamer vellum between, fit legs to straddle with knees at twist from a body of velveteen. Douglas English, Punchy, the 11th of July 1923. The resemblance between a bat and a Chinese junk is immediately obvious. Figure 9. In all bats the wings are constructed by stretching a membrane of very flexible skin over a framework of long, thin bones which are, in essence, the fingers of a hand. Fruit bats, for instance, are quite large animals with a wingspan of 4 feet or something over a meter. In their native India, where they are a pest, they think nothing of flying 30 or 40 miles in a night in order to rob an orchard. Since they can do this without becoming unduly exhausted, they must therefore be efficient flying machines. Furthermore, to save weight, as well as what is called metabolic cost, they have gone a long way in the matter of cutting down the thickness of their wing bones. Figure 9. The fruit bat. When a fruit bat is photographed in flight, it can be seen that, on the downstroke of the wing, the skin membrane bulges upwards into a form which is roughly semicircular, thereby minimizing the mechanical load upon its bones. It is clear that there can in practice be little or no aerodynamic loss as a consequence of this change of shape. About 30 million years ago, the place of birds was largely filled by a wide range of flying creatures called pterodactyls, fingerwings. Many of these much resembled bats, except that only one finger, the little finger, played any structural part. So the membrane wing of pterodactyls was rather like a Bermuda mainsail without any battens. Figure 10. Pteranodon. Some of these animals were very large. Fossil remains of Pteranodon, for instance, have been recovered which show that this beast reached a wingspan of 8 meters, 27 feet, and possibly more. It stood about 3 meters high, 10 feet, and it seems that its total weight was probably only about 20 kilograms, 44 pounds. There was therefore little weight available either for bony structure or for flying muscles. Recently, the discovery of even larger pterodactyls, about twice the span of Pteranodon, has been reported from America. Pteranodon was probably pelagic, that is to say, it filled, roughly speaking, the ecological niche which is now occupied by the albatross. Like the albatross, it seems to have lived mostly in the air, soaring close above the deep sea waves and fishing on the wing. Even more than the fruit bat, the wing bones of Pteranodon appear, from the fossils, to have been almost unbelievably thin and fragile. Of course, we know nothing experimentally about the elasticity of the skin which covered these vast wings, but it seems fair to infer that this skin must have behaved very much like that of a bat. The aerodynamic efficiency of the whole system must have been high and comparable to that of the modern albatross. Why do birds have feathers? Although bats flourish and survive very well today, pterodactyls were superseded by birds, which have feathers, a great many years ago. It is possible, of course, that the extinction of pterodactyls had nothing to do with structural considerations, but it is also possible that there is something special about feathers which gives birds an edge over other flying creatures. When I worked at the Royal Aircraft Establishment, I used to ask my superiors, from time to time, whether it would not perhaps be better if aeroplanes had feathers, but I seldom succeeded in extracting a rational or even a patient answer to this question. But, after all, why do birds have feathers? Given the job of designing a flying animal, a modern engineer would perhaps produce something like a bat, or possibly some sort of flying insect. I do not think that it would occur to him to invent feathers. Yet presumably there are very good reasons for their existence. One imagines that both bats and pterodactyls tend to lose a good deal of energy in the form of heat from the skin of their wings, but then reasonable heat insulation could be provided by fur. Perhaps this is what did happen at an early stage in the evolution of birds, because feathers, like arms and claws, developed from hair. However, hair is presumably better when it is soft, and so the keratin from which hair is made has quite a low Young's modulus. In feathers, the keratin molecule has been made stiffer by cross-linking the molecular chains with sulfur atoms, which accounts for the smell of burnt feathers. There are, no doubt, aerodynamic advantages in using feathers, since their employment extends the choice of outside shapes which the animal can make use of. For one thing, thick wing sections have often better aerodynamic efficiencies than the thin ones which result from membranes. It is easy to get an efficient thick section by padding out the wing profile with feathers at the cost of very little weight increase. Furthermore, feathers are better adapted than skin and bone for providing anti-stalling devices such as slots and flaps. However, I am inclined to think that the main advantage of feathers to an animal may be structural. Anybody who has flown model aeroplanes knows, to their cost, how vulnerable any small flying machine must be to accidental damage from things like trees and bushes, or even from careless handling. Many birds fly constantly in and out of trees and hedges and other obstacles. Indeed, they use such cover as a refuge from their enemies. For most birds, the loss of a reasonable number of feathers is not a very serious matter. Besides, it is better to leave the cat with a mouthful of feathers than to be eaten. Feathers not only enable birds to get away with more local scrapes and abrasions than other animals, but the body of the bird is protected from more serious damage by its thick resilient armor. The Japanese feather armor which one sees in museums was not, as one might suppose, the picturesque nonsense of a primitive people who did not know any better. It was an effective protection against weapons like swords. In the same kind of way, during the Russo-Finnish War, Finnish armored trains were protected by bales of paper, and modern fighter pilots' splinter-proof boots are made from many layers of cellophane. When a hawk kills a bird in the air, it does not usually do so by wounding it with its beak or talons, which would probably not penetrate the feathers. It kills by striking the bird in the back with its outstretched feet so as to impart a violent acceleration to the bird as a whole, which has the effect of breaking its neck, very much as happens in judicial hanging. The whole constitution and design of feathers seem to be extremely cunning. Feathers probably do not need to be especially strong, but they do need to be stiff and at the same time resilient and to have a high work of fracture. The work of fracture mechanism of feathers is something of a mystery. At the time of writing, I do not think anybody knows how it works. Like so many work of fracture mechanisms, that of feathers is sensitive to what appear to be small changes. Everybody who has kept and flown hawks knows that these intelligent, exacting, and maddening birds LPSE condition very easily. Even when they are properly fed and exercised in captivity, hawks' feathers are very apt to become brittle and break off with undue frequency. The cure or palliative for this is to join the broken parts of the feather together again by imping star. This is done by inserting a double-ended imping needle, with a little glue, inside the hollow of the shaft at the break. The details of this process are described in the 16th century books on hawking. When one considers the appalling and expensive frequency with which motor cars nowadays incur bumps, bashes, and abrasions, one sometimes wonders whether they have not a lesson to learn from the birds. Incidentally, I am told that, since the American Army practically lives on chicken, there exist somewhere in the United States enormous quantities of unwanted chicken feathers. It would be rather nice to find a use for them. The muscular mechanism has recently been understood. It works by feeding energy into edge dislocations which operate, as it were, in reverse. For edge dislocations, see the New Science of Strong Materials, Chapter 4. The number of vibrations per second, i.e. the frequency, n, of a stretched string can be written where L equals length of string, P equals density of material from which string is made, kilogram m3, S equals tensile stress in string, nm2. But then, during the same period, 83 steamboats were destroyed by fire, 88 by running into sunken trees, and 70 from other causes. It seems that life on the Mississippi, in the showboat days, was not uneventful. A partial solution was provided by Marriott around 1680, but of course he was unable to make use of the concept of stress. Chapter 7: Joints, Fastenings, and People. Also about creep and chariot wheels. And here I want to tell you a story about a ship that was made during the war. She was a steamer, and she was built of wood, good wood, and the men who designed her were good and able craftsmen too. She went along like a man who carries too heavy a burden, and presently she tripped and stumbled. It was only a little ground swell, and she opened out and fell apart like a flimsy old crate that someone had stepped on. In 5 minutes there was nothing there at all except a floating scum of coal dust, with some timbers and an odd man or two bobbing about in the middle of it. This is a true story, but the point I want you to notice is that this ship was made by carpenters, house carpenters, shore carpenters, and she was not built by shipwrights at all. Western Martyr, the South Seaman. The steamer in Western Martyr's story sank, rather suddenly, because the joints which were supposed to hold her timbers together were much too weak, although the house carpenters who built her, who were honest men in their own way, were presumably satisfied with them. In fact, when a shore carpenter is building a house or putting together traditional furniture, he is in the habit of making joints which a naval architect or an engineer would regard as weak and highly inefficient. Weak these joints certainly are, whether they are inefficient depends upon what one is trying to do. The purposes of a builder of houses may not be at all the same as those of a builder of ships or aeroplanes. It is perhaps too often assumed by engineers that an efficient structure is always one in which each component and each joint is exactly strong enough for the loads which it has to bear, so that, for a given strength, the smallest amount of material is used and the weight is minimized. Such a structure would, ideally, be equally likely to break anywhere. Or indeed, like the one-horse shay, it might break everywhere at once. To work towards this kind of efficiency calls for great vigilance on the part of the engineer, since the least fault in design or manufacture must introduce a dangerous weakness. Approximations to this kind of structure do, of course, exist, especially in ships and aeroplanes and in some kinds of machinery where weight saving is very important. However, this represents an unduly specialized way of looking at the problem of efficiency, and it takes no account of the need for rigidity, let alone of the need for economy. Structures of the one-horse shay type are sometimes necessary, but they are always expensive both to build and to maintain. Weight saving by means of structural perfectionism is one of the factors which make space travel such an extravagant luxury. Even at a mundane level we may reflect that the cost of usable space, per cubic meter, is about 20 times as high in a small ship as it is in an ordinary house. The cost of space in aircraft is a great deal higher still. Builders and joiners have more sense than to go in for fancy structures of this kind. Houses are quite expensive enough as it is, and these people know very well that in the great majority of the common or stationary affairs of life the design of a structure is influenced much more by its stiffness than by its strength. Indeed, it is the relative importance of the need for strength and for stiffness which really lies at the root of the question of the cost and efficiency of structures. Where the need is chiefly for rigidity rather than strength, the whole problem becomes very much easier and cheaper. This is nearly always the case with furniture and floors and staircases and buildings generally, and also with cookers and refrigerators and with many tools and heavy machinery and with some of the parts of motor cars. These things do not very often break, but, if we made the material much thinner, the deflections and bendiness and general wobbliness would soon become unacceptable. Thus, to be rigid enough, the various parts generally have to be so thick that the stresses in them are very low, often, from the engineer's point of view, absurdly so. It follows that, in structures of this kind, even if the material is riddled with defects and stress concentrations, it probably does not matter very much, and, what is more, the strength of the joints is unlikely to be critical, in many cases, a few nails may be perfectly adequate. This sort of thing is, of course, the basis of most people's instinctive approach to design. Millions of people who have never heard of Hooke's law or Young's modulus can guess the stiffness of a table or a chicken coop quite nearly enough by experience and common sense, and, if such things are made stiff enough, they are very unlikely to break under their ordinary, everyday loads. Furthermore, a little bit of give in some of the joints may be no disadvantage, and this is more likely to be available in a traditional joint than in a sophisticated one. For one thing, a certain amount of flexibility may enable the loads to be evened out in a beneficial way. Although it is true that furniture does not very often get broken, quite a good way of attempting to do so is to sit on a chair, 3 of whose legs are on the carpet while the 4th rests, hopefully, on the bare floor. With traditional furniture, the load may be spread over all the 4 legs by the distortion of the tenon joints. In modern factory-made chairs with efficient glued joints, these joints may just break, after which the chair is difficult to repair in any satisfactory way. Another reason for encouraging a certain amount of flexibility in joints is that wood, and sometimes other materials, change their dimensions with the weather. Wood shrinks and swells in the cross-grain direction by up to 5 or even 10%. Traditional joinery allows for this by means of inefficient slotted joints. In Churchill College we had a fine new high table made from the best and most expensive wood, which had been scientifically glued together with strong, rigid joints. After a few months in the scientifically heated hall, this table shrank and split down the middle. The result was not an unobtrusive little crack but a crevasse many yards long and quite capable of providing sheltered accommodation for large numbers of peas of normal or standard diameter. Strong joints and frail people. Many deflection-controlled peasant structures are wholly excellent in their proper places, but when we come to demand weight saving and strength and mobility we may get into all sorts of difficulties, especially in relation to the reliability of the joints between the various parts. Historically, this has always been the most serious problem in ship construction and in windmills and water mills. The great skill of the old shipwrights and millwrights lay in somehow combining sufficient strength for safety with the modicum of flexibility needed to allow for the working of timber. The older shipwrights erred on the side of flexibility, and, though their ships were often excessively leaky, they seldom actually broke at sea. It required the administrative abilities of modern wartime governments to produce wooden ships which really did fall to pieces. Troubles with joints in ships and aircraft were a fairly prominent feature of both the world wars. During the First War the Americans built a large number of wooden ships, both steam and sail. Frequently by unorthodox methods, and many of these ships broke up. In the Second War they produced even greater numbers of welded steel steamers, of which an even higher proportion broke, either at sea or in harbour. In England, in both wars, we manufactured very large quantities of wooden aircraft, which always seemed to be having joint troubles of one kind or another. As far as aircraft are concerned this was not wholly surprising, for I remember being shown, right inside vital glued joints in the main structure, on various separate occasions. 1. A pair of scissors. 2. A first aid manual, pocket size. 3. No glue at all. On the whole, I do not think that most of these accidents were caused by subnormal or abnormal people. I am afraid the guilt generally lay with very ordinary people, and that was just the trouble. Naturally, people get tired or bored, but I think the root of the matter was much deeper than that. Very few of those who made, or failed to make, these joints had any personal experience of a situation in which the failure of a joint could cause a fatal accident, though collectively they had a great deal of experience of things like cupboards and garden sheds, where the strength of the joints really mattered very little. All our efforts to persuade them that a badly made joint was morally equivalent to manslaughter founded on a deeply held folk tradition that it was silly to fuss about such things and that strength is a boring subject anyway. All this would not have mattered so much if it had not been practically impossible to inspect the joints properly after they were made. In more recent years very efficient metal-to-metal adhesives have been developed which have a Number of solid technical advantages, always provided that the joints are really conscientiously made. Unfortunately, their use in modern aircraft has been handicapped by the fact that it has proved necessary to provide a separate inspector to watch each worker throughout the gluing operation, also inspectors to inspect the inspectors. Rather naturally, these arrangements have proved expensive. In spite of all this, I am told that the use of glue in modern metal aircraft is increasing. Stress distribution in joints. Since the function of a joint is to transmit load from one element of a structure to its neighbor, stress has somehow got to get itself out of one piece of material and then get itself into the adjoining piece. Such a process is only too likely to result in severe concentrations of stress and consequent weakness. All the same, in a few favorable circumstances it may be possible to arrange for the stress to pass uniformly across the joint from one component to the other with little or no concentration of stress. This is more or less the case with a glued scarf joint in timber, Figure 1, and a butt weld in metal, Figure 2. Figure 1. Glued scarf joint in timber. Figure 2. Butt weld in metal. However, it is by no means always practicable to use scarfed or butt welded joints, and some form of lapped joint between two adjacent planks or plates is probably more common. This sort of geometry at once introduces stress concentrations, and as far as a rigid lapped joint is concerned it does not make much difference whether the joint is glued, nailed, screwed, welded, bolted or riveted. In all cases most of the load is transferred at the two ends of the joint, Figure 3. Figure 3. Load transfer in a lapped joint. For this reason the strength of such joints depends largely upon their width and very little upon the length of the overlap between the parts. This is why the simplest and commonest forms of riveted and welded joints between two metal plates, Figures 4 and 5, are reasonably effective and not much improved by complicating them. Figure 4. Riveted lapped joint. Figure 5. Welded lapped joint. Very often we want to provide an end attachment for a tension bar or rod to some kind of socket or solid anchorage. Again much the same considerations apply, except that in this case there is only one stress concentration, which usually occurs at the point where the rod enters its socket, Figure 6. If the rod is screwed into its anchorage, for instance, nearly all of the load is taken out by the first 2 or 3 threads, and any extra length of rod within the socket will do little or no good. Thus the difficulty which a thrush has in pulling a worm out of a lawn does not depend on the length of the worm. A short worm is just as hard to extract as a long one. Figure 6. The distribution of stress which is shown in Figure 6 applies when the two components of the joint have similar Young's moduli, which is usually the case with metal-to-metal joints. It also applies when the rod or tension bar is less stiff than the material of its socket or anchorage, which appears to be the case with worms and lawns. If the rod or bar is substantially stiffer than the material into which one is trying to anchor it, however, the stress situation may be reversed and the stress concentration may exist mainly at the bottom or inner end of the rod or insert, Figure 7. In practice, of course, both situations are likely to weaken the joint about equally. There may exist, perhaps, a ratio between the modulus of the insert and that of its surroundings which would give an optimum distribution of stress in the joint, but, if there is such a ratio, it is very difficult to hit it off in real life. At one time I was concerned with making point attachments between a reinforced plastic wing and the metal fuselage of an aircraft. Although I should have known perfectly well about stress concentrations and worms in lawns and so on, I was foolish enough to begin by molding strong wire cables, with frayed out ends, like the roots of a tree, into the body of the plastic. When specimens of this ill-conceived construction were loaded in a testing machine, the wires pulled out of the plastic with a succession of cracking noises and at ridiculously low loads. Figure 7. Load transfer in embedded rods under tension. In the next experiment, sword-like tapered steel blades or prongs were substituted for the cables and were molded into the plastic wing structure after being coated with a suitable adhesive, figure 8. This time the test specimen failed, not with a series of cracking noises, but with one loud bang, but still at just as low a load. Figure 8. The wrong shape for a steel insert. This arrangement is weak. After a pause for reflection and intelligent thought about worms, we tried out a series of wide spade-shaped steel inserts which were much shorter and looked something like figure 9. All these failed at far higher loads which were, in each case, proportional to the breadth of the spade. By developing this design we were able to take out loads in the region of 40 to 50 tons from plastic structures by means of quite a small steel fitting. Figure 9. The right shape for a steel insert. This is much stronger. Such joints depend entirely upon the adhesion between the metal and the plastic and must therefore be molded conscientiously and under suitable inspection. They must also be designed with care, because, in all such cases, adhesion between a metal and a non-metal will fail completely as soon as the metal reaches its yield point and ceases to behave elastically. Since the stresses in the metal are much higher than one might expect, it is generally necessary to make the insert from high tensile steel, carefully heat-treated. Furthermore, the trailing edge of the steel insert must be ground sharp, like a chisel. Riveted joints. "I've got 1/fraction of an inch of play, at any rate," said the garboard strake, triumphantly. So he had, and all the bottom of the ship felt easier for it. "Then we're no good," sobbed the bottom rivets. We were ordered, never to give, and we've given, and the sea will come in, and we'll all go to the bottom together. First we're blamed for everything unpleasant, and now we haven't the consolation of having done our work. Don't say I told you, whispered the steam, consolingly, but, between you and me and the last cloud I came from, it was bound to happen sooner or later. You had to give a fraction, and you've given without knowing it. Now hold on, as before. Rudyard Kipling, The Ship That Found Herself. Riveted joints in steel structures are rather out of fashion, chiefly because they are expensive but partly because they tend to be heavier than welded joints. This is a pity, because riveted joints have several advantages. A riveted joint is reliable and easy to inspect, and in a large structure it acts to some extent as a crack stopper, that is to say, if a really large and healthy Griffith crack gets underway, it may quite often, though not infallibly, be stopped or delayed by the mote or discontinuity of a riveted joint. Even more importantly, riveted joints can slip a little and so redistribute the load, thus evading the consequences of the stress concentrations which are the bane of all joints. The process has been described for all time in The Ship That Found Herself, and indeed Kipling's feeling for the problems of stress concentrations and cracks in structures, many years before Inglis and Griffith, is very remarkable. Some of his stories about structures might well be required reading for engineering students. Because each individual rivet can slip very slightly, the worst effects of stress concentrations may be reduced, and so it may be worthwhile to make lap joints having several rivets in series, since the end rivets may be able to slip enough to enable those in the middle to do some work. When a newly made riveted joint between steel or iron plates has settled itself into a reasonable distribution of load, then rust may have a chance to play its beneficent part. The products of corrosion, iron oxides and hydroxides, expand and so lock the joint and prevent it from sliding backwards and forwards when the load is reversed. Furthermore, the rust transmits some of the shearing forces between the plates, rather like a glue, and therefore the strength of a riveted lap joint generally increases with age. Figure 10. 3 of the ways in which a riveted joint may fail. A. Failure by shearing the rivets. B. Failure by tearing the rivets out of the plate, i.e. by bearing or elongation of the holes. C. Failure by tearing the plates. When rivet holes are made in large steel structures, such as ships and boilers, it is usual to punch them. Although this is a quick and cheap way of making holes in steel, it is not entirely satisfactory, since the metal at the edge of the hole is left in a brittle condition and also often contains small cracks. Since there will certainly be stress concentrations in this region, this is not a good state of affairs. For this reason, in high-class work, it is usual to punch the holes undersize and then ream them. Although this adds to the expense, it also adds materially to the strength and reliability of the joint. Both riveted and bolted joints can be made in all sorts of different shapes and sizes, but, broadly speaking, all such joints have a choice of 3 different ways of failing. Figure 10, A. By shearing or breaking off the rivets themselves, B. By tearing the rivets out of the plate, i.e. by bearing or elongation of the holes, or C. By breaking the material of one of the plates in tension between the rivets, like tearing off a postage stamp. It is generally necessary to check the possibilities of failure by each of these 3 mechanisms by doing a suitable calculation. However, rules for the design of riveted joints are laid down by organizations like Lloyd's and the Board of Trade, and these are to be found in nearly all the engineering handbooks. Welded joints. Welded joints of all kinds are very widely used in steelwork today, mainly because welding is generally cheaper than riveting and also because there is some increase in strength and saving in weight. In ships, too, the absence of rivet heads below the waterline reduces the resistance by a small amount. Most sophisticated welding is electric arc welding. In this process, the welder holds a metal rod, the welding rod, in his right hand by means of an insulated clamp. With his left hand he generally holds a mask or screen, furnished with very dark glass, through which he can safely watch the arc, which he strikes and holds between the tip of the rod and the seam which he is making. At the usual 30 to 50 volts the arc is perhaps 1/4 of an inch, 7 millimeters, long and results in the transference of metal from the end of the welding rod to a little pool of molten steel which the welder coaxes along the joint. The result is, or should be, a continuous run or leg of weld metal, about 1/4 of an inch, 7 millimeter, wide, which solidifies and bridges the joint. If a greater thickness of weld is needed, then the run must be repeated as many times as may be necessary. If the weld has been properly made it is generally very strong and satisfactory, but any lack of skill or attention on the part of the welder is likely to result in defects, such as slag inclusions, which weaken the joint and are not readily seen by an inspector. It is also easy for a clumsy welder to overheat enough of the surrounding metal to cause serious distortions. This is especially the case where the work to be welded is heavy and thick. The welded engine seatings in the pocket battleship Graf Spee, for instance, gave serious trouble from this cause. In theory, a welded joint in a tank or a ship should be completely watertight without further treatment, but this is seldom the case. In practice, welded construction is likely to give more trouble than riveted work in this respect. A riveted lap joint is easily caulked by spreading the edges of the plates by means of a pneumatic chisel or caulking tool. This cannot be done with a welded joint, and the best way of dealing with the situation is to inject some kind of liquid sealing compound under pressure into the space between the 2 welds of a lap joint. All the same, I remember seeing much trouble in connection with the water testing of compartments in welded warships. Once upon a time I had the privilege of working for a few weeks as a riveter and also as a welder in one of the Royal Dockyards, and during this time I learnt various things which I do not think are in the textbooks. Although closing a 2-inch rivet in an armored deck with a pneumatic hammer is both hard and noisy work, it is also curiously interesting, and most forms of riveting seem to me to have at least some of the attraction of golf with the advantage of being more useful. A further sporting element was added by the operation of the inspection process. In those days we were paid at the rate of so much for every rivet closed, but 5 times so much was deducted for every rivet which was condemned by the inspector and had to be drilled out and replaced. Riveting may not be heaven, but, by contrast, welding was certainly hell. Welding is amusing enough for the first hour or two, as I dare say hell may very possibly be, but after this the task of watching a hissing, flickering arc and a wretched little pool of molten metal becomes intolerably dull, and the dullness is not much relieved by the sparks and blobs of molten metal which find their way down one's neck and into one's shoes. After a very few days a feeling of boredom and bloody-mindedness settles in, and it becomes very difficult to concentrate upon making a satisfactory weld. Nowadays welds in tubing and in pressure vessels are made by automatic machines, which I suppose do not get bored, and so these welds are usually reliable. However, automatic welding is often impracticable in large structures like ships and bridges, where, in practice, the welding generally turns out to be very imperfect. Furthermore, a welded joint provides little or no barrier to crack propagation, and this is one reason why so many large steel structures have failed catastrophically in recent years. Creep. Homer knew that the first thing to do on getting your chariot out was to put the wheels on. John Chadwick, The Decipherment of Linear B, Cambridge University Press, 1968. The chariots of Mycenaean and archaic Greece had very light and flexible wheels, made from thin bentwood, willow or elm or cypress, usually with only 4 spokes, figure 11. Such a construction was highly springy and resilient, and it seems to have enabled these vehicles to be galloped across the rough ground of the Greek hillsides, where a heavier and more rigid vehicle would have been useless. In fact, the rim of the wheel bent, rather like a bow, under the weight of the chariot, and, just as a bow must not be left strung for any length of time, so the weight must not be left on the wheels of a chariot. In the evening, therefore, one either tipped the vehicle vertically against a wall with the weight off the wheels, as Telemachus did in Book 4 of the Odyssey, or else one took the wheels off altogether. Even on Mount Olympus the goddess Hebe had the morning chore of fitting the wheels to the chariot of grey-eyed Athene. With the much heavier wheels of later times such a procedure is less necessary and less practicable, although I understand that the wheels of the present Lord Mayor's coach are distinctly eccentric, presumably because the weight has been left on them for long periods. Figure 11. The Homeric chariot wheel was essentially flexible and made by bending quite thin wood. It could easily distort or creep under any prolonged load. The distortion of bows and chariot wheels under prolonged loading is due to what the engineer calls creep. In elementary Hookean elasticity we assume, for simplicity, that if a material will sustain a stress at all, it will sustain it indefinitely, and also that the strains in a solid do not change with time, so long as the stress remains constant. In real materials neither of these assumptions is strictly true. Nearly every substance will continue to extend or creep under a constant load with the passage of time. The amount by which materials creep, however, varies a great deal. Among technological materials, wood and rope and concrete all creep very considerably, and the effect has to be allowed for. Creep in textiles is one reason why our clothes go out of shape and the knees of trousers get baggy. It is, however, much more pronounced in natural fibers, such as wool and cotton, than it is with the newer artificial fibers. This is why terraline sails not only keep their shape but do not need to be carefully stretched when new, as had to be done with cotton and flax sails. Figure 12. Typical time creep curves for a material subjected to a series of constant stresses, SL, S2, S3, etc. Creep in metals is generally less pronounced than it is in non-metals, and, although steel creeps significantly at high stresses and when heated, the effect can often be neglected when one is dealing with light loads at ordinary temperatures. Creep in any material causes the stress to be redistributed in a manner which is often beneficial, since the more highly stressed parts creep the most. This is why old shoes are more comfortable than new ones. Thus the strength of a joint may improve with age if the stress concentrations are diminished. Naturally, if the load on the joint is reversed, creep may have the opposite effect and the joint may be weakened. The effect of the distortions caused by creep is particularly conspicuous in old wooden structures. In buildings, the roof often sags in a picturesque way, and old wooden ships are generally hogged. The ends of the ship droop while the middle part rises. This is very noticeable in the gun decks of HMS Victory. With metals such as steel, we generally notice the effects of creep when the springs of a car sit down and have to be replaced. Although the amount of creep which is likely to occur varies greatly between different solids, the general pattern of behavior is very much the same for nearly all materials. If we plot deformation or strain against the logarithm of time, which is a convenient way of contracting the timescale, for the same material when subject to a series of constant stresses, S1, S2, S3, etc., we get a diagram very like Figure 12. It will be seen that there is a critical stress, S3 perhaps, below which the material will never break, however long it may be loaded. At stresses higher than S3, the material will not only distort with time but will also gradually progress to actual fracture and destruction, an effect we generally wish to avoid. Soils, too, creep under load like other materials, and thus, unless we build upon rock or very hard ground, we need to watch the time settlement of foundations, which will usually need to be deeper for large buildings than for small. This is the reason for constructing large buildings on concrete rafts. Note the subsidence of the foundations of the arches of Clare Bridge in Plate 7. Asterisk note that, if an undrawn nylon thread be cast into a block of rigid plastic, the thread can always be drawn out of the plastic by pulling on it, however long the thread may be. This is a good way of making long and complicated holes, for instance in wind tunnel models, for pressure measurements. Asterisk this is also true for the adhesion between metals and paint or enamel, including vitreous enamel, i.e. glass. Before the days of modern extensometers, engineers used to judge the yield point of hot-rolled steel by the load at which the mill scale, or black oxide film, cracked off the surface. Asterisk this sort of thing is at the root of most of the stories about V.I.P.S being seasick when riding in state coaches. Chapter 8 Soft Materials and Living Structures. Or How to Design a Worm. I'm very glad, said Pooh happily, that I thought of giving you a useful pot to put things in. I'm very glad, said Piglet happily, that I thought of giving you something to put in a useful pot. Milne, Winnie the Pooh. When nature invented something called life, she may have looked around, a little anxiously, for a useful pot to put it in, for life would not have prospered for long naked and unconfined. At the time this planet presumably afforded rocks and sand, water and an atmosphere of sorts, but it must have been rather short of suitable materials for containers. Hard shells could be made from minerals, but the advantages of a soft skin, particularly in the earlier stages of evolution, seem to be overwhelming. Physiologically, cell walls and other living membranes may need to have a rather closely controlled permeability to certain molecules but not to others. Mechanically, the function of these membranes is often that of a rather flexible bag. They generally need to be able to resist tension forces and to be able to stretch very considerably without bursting or tearing. Also, in most cases, skins and membranes have to be able to recover their original lengths of their own accord when the force which has been extending them is removed. The strains to which present-day living membranes can be extended safely and repeatedly varies a good deal but may typically lie between 50 and 100%. The safe strain under working conditions for ordinary engineering materials is generally less than 0 to 1%, and so we might say that biological tissues need to work elastically at strains which are about 1,000 times higher than those which ordinary technological solids can put up with. Not only does this enormous increase in the range of strain upset a number of the conventional engineers' preconceived ideas about elasticity and structures, it is also clear that strains of this magnitude cannot be furnished by solids of the crystalline or glassy type based on minerals or metals or other hard substances. It is therefore tempting, at least to the materials scientist, to suppose that Living cells might have begun as droplets enclosed by the forces of surface tension. We must be quite clear, however, that it is very far from certain that this is what actually happened. What really did occur may have been something quite different, or at any rate considerably more complicated. What is certain is that some features of the elasticity of animal soft tissues resemble the behavior of liquid surfaces and thus may possibly derive from them. Surface tension. If we extend the surface of a liquid, so that it presents a larger area than before, we shall have to increase the number of molecules present at the surface. These extra molecules can only come from within the interior of the liquid, and they will have to be dragged from the inside of the liquid to its surface against the forces which tend to keep them in the interior, which can be shown to be quite large. For this reason the creation of a new surface requires energy, and the surface also contains a tension which is a perfectly real force. This is most easily seen in a drop of water or mercury, where the tension in the surface pulls the drop into a more or less spherical shape against the force of gravity. When a drop hangs from the mouth of a tap, the weight of the water in the drop is being sustained by the tension in its surface. This phenomenon is the subject of a simple school experiment where one measures the surface tension of water and other liquids by counting the drops and weighing them. Although the tension in a liquid surface is just as real as the tension in a piece of string, or any other solid, it differs from an elastic or Hookean tension in at least three important respects. 1. The tension force does not depend upon the strain or extension but is constant however far the surface is stretched. 2. Unlike a solid, the surface of a liquid can be extended, virtually indefinitely and to as large a strain as one cares to call for, without breaking. 3. The tension force does not depend upon the cross-sectional area but only upon the width of the surface. The surface tension is just the same in a deep or thick liquid as it is in a shallow or thin one. Drops of liquid in air are of little use for biological purposes, because they soon fall to the ground, but droplets of one liquid floating within another liquid can continue to exist indefinitely and are of great importance both in biology and in technology. Systems of this kind are called emulsions and are familiar in milk, in lubricants and in many kinds of paint. Droplets are generally spherical and the volume of a sphere is as the cube of its radius, whereas the surface area of a sphere is as the square of the radius. Thus, if two similar droplets were to join up so as to make one droplet of twice the volume, there would be a considerable net reduction in surface area and so in surface energy. So there is an energy incentive for the drops in an emulsion to coalesce and for the system to segregate into two continuous liquids. If we want the droplets to remain separate and not to coalesce, we have to arrange for them to repel each other. This is called stabilizing the emulsion and is rather a complex process. One factor in stabilization is the provision of a suitable electrical charge on the surface of the drops, which is why emulsions are affected by electrolytes such as acids and alkalis. If stabilization has been done properly, we have to do quite a lot of work to bring the droplets together, in spite of the saving in surface energy, which is why churning cream to make butter is hard work. Nature is rather good at stabilizing emulsions. Although it does have some serious disadvantages, yet, as long as an animal is content to be very small and round, there is a good deal to be said for surface tension as a skin or membrane or container. For one thing, such a skin is very extensible and it is also self-healing. For another, the problem of reproduction is greatly simplified, since, if a droplet swells, it can break into two and become two droplets. The behavior of real soft tissues. As far as I know, no present-day cell wall operates simply by a straightforward surface tension mechanism, but many of them do behave in a way which is mechanically rather similar. One of the difficulties about simple surface tension is that the tension force is constant and cannot be increased by making the skin thicker. This limits the size of any container made in this way. However, nature is quite capable of producing a material which will have the characteristics of surface tension right through its thickness, so to speak. A slightly embarrassing example may be familiar to many people. When the dentist tells one to spit into his basin, the resulting string or cord of saliva sometimes appears to be infinitely extensible and virtually unbreakable. What molecular mechanism is taking place is not at all clear, but the behavior of such a material in terms of stress and strain is very much as in Figure 1. Figure 1. Stress-strain diagram for steel, bone, and spit. Most animal tissues are not as extensible as spit, but a very high proportion of them do show rather similar characteristics up to strains of 50% or more. The urinary bladder in young people will stretch, more or less in this fashion, to around 100% strain, and that of dogs to about 200%. As we mentioned in Chapter 3, my colleague Dr. Julian Vincent has recently shown that, whereas the soft cuticle of male locusts and of virgin female locusts is content with a strain of something under 100%, that of the pregnant female will stretch to an incredible 1,200%, and still recover completely. Although the stress-strain curve for most membranes and other soft tissues is not strictly horizontal, it is often very nearly so, at any rate up to the first 50% or so of strain, and we may well consider what the consequences of this sort of elasticity are. In fact, any structure made from such a material must necessarily resemble one made from films of liquid under surface tension, and they are best observed by blowing soap bubbles next time you are in your bath. The basic principle involved is that a material or membrane of this sort is essentially a constant stress device, that is to say, it has only one stress to offer, and that one stress will operate in all directions. The only shape of shell or vessel or pressure container which is compatible with this condition is either a sphere or else a part of a sphere. This can be seen pretty clearly with soap suds and in the froth on beer. If one should want to make an elongated animal from membranes of this sort, then the best thing to do seems to be to make it of a segmented construction, like Figure 2, and in fact this sort of thing is very common in worm-like creatures. Figure 2. A segmented animal. Stresses are equal in both directions in the surface. However successful this device may be for the cuticle of worms, it is of no use if what is wanted is a pipe or a tube, such as a blood vessel. For pipes, as we saw in Chapter 6, the circumferential stress is ineluctably twice the axial stress, and this differential is just what a membrane of the sort we have been discussing cannot furnish. So it is necessary to have a material whose stress-strain curve slopes upwards after the fashion of Figure 3. Figure 3. To make the skin of a cylindrical container, the stress-strain curve of the membrane must slope upwards so as to afford a circumferential stress which is twice the longitudinal stress. The most obvious kind of highly extensible solid which fulfills this condition is rubber, and there is nowadays a wide range of rubber-like materials available, both natural and artificial. Some of these solids will extend to about 800% strain. They are known to materials scientists as elastomers. We use rubber tubes for all sorts of technological purposes, and one might suppose that the obvious thing for nature to do would be to evolve a rubbery solid suitable for making veins and arteries. However, this is just what nature has not done, and, as it turns out, for a very good reason. Materials of the rubbery kind have a stress-strain curve which has a very characteristic sigmoid or S shape, Figure 4. According to my rather shaky mathematics, one can show that if we make a tube or a cylinder from such a material and then inflate it, by means of an internal pressure, so as to involve a circumferential strain of 50% or more, then the inflation or swelling process will become unstable, and the tube will bulge out, like a snake which has eaten a football, into a spherical protrusion which a doctor would describe as an aneurysm star. Since one can easily produce this result experimentally by blowing up an ordinary child's cylindrical rubber balloon, Plate 3, my mathematics are probably right. Figure 4. Stress-strain curve for typical rubber. Since veins and arteries do, in fact, generally operate at strains around 50%, and since, as any doctor will tell you, one of the conditions it is most desirable to avoid in blood vessels is the production of aneurysms, any sort of rubbery elasticity is quite unsuitable for most of our internal membranes, and in fact it is comparatively rare in animal tissues. When we do the mathematics, it turns out that the only sort of elasticity which is completely stable under fluid pressures at high strains is that which is represented by Figure 5. With minor variations, this shape of stress-strain curve is very common indeed for animal tissue and particularly for membranes. You can feel that this is so if you pull on the lobe of your ear. Figure 5. Stress-strain curve for typical animal tissue. It will be noticed that Figure 5 seems to beg the question of whether the stress-strain curve for such materials really passes through the origin, the point of zero stress and strain, or whether there is still a finite tension in the material when there is no strain, a state of affairs which is no doubt calculated to shock the souls of engineers brought up on Hookean materials like steel. As far as one can see, however, in the living body there seems to be nothing really corresponding to an origin, that is, there is, apparently, no real position of zero stress and strain, as there would be in any structure made from, say, soap films. The arteries, at any rate, are permanently in tension within the body, and, if they are dissected out of a living or a freshly dead animal, they will shorten fairly noticeably. As we shall see in the next section, this tension is perhaps an additional device to counteract any tendency of the artery to alter in length as the blood pressure changes, or else it may represent a belated attempt to equalize the longitudinal and circumferential stresses within the artery wall, in other words an attempt to get back to the conditions of surface tension which may have existed in the dim past. When people are subjected to severe and prolonged vibration, for instance in the case of foresters using chainsaws, this tension may be lost and the arteries elongate and take up a meandering, convoluted or zigzag path. Poisson ratio, or how our arteries work. The heart is, in effect, a reciprocating pump which discharges blood into the arteries in a series of fairly sharp pulses. The work of the heart is eased, and the general well-being of the body is served, by the fact that, on the pumping or systolic part of the cardiac cycle, much of the excess of high-pressure blood is accommodated by the elastic expansion of the aorta and of the larger arteries. This has the effect of smoothing the fluctuations in pressure and generally facilitating the circulation of the blood. In fact, the elasticity of the arteries does much the same job as the air bottle affair which engineer often attach to mechanical reciprocating pumps. In this simple device the surge of pressure which accompanies the discharge stroke of the pump piston is smoothed out by arranging for the liquid which is being pumped temporarily to compress a supply of air which is trapped in a suitable bulb or container. When the valve of the pump shuts at the end of its stroke, as that of the heart does in diastole, the liquid continues to be driven on its way by the recovery and expansion of the trapped air. Figure 6. Figure 6. The elastic expansion of the aorta and the arteries performs the same function in smoothing the fluctuations of blood pressure as does the air chamber attached to an engineer's reciprocating pump. This rhythmic expansion and relaxation of the artery is necessary and beneficial, and in fact, if the artery walls stiffen and harden with age, the blood pressure is likely to rise and the heart has to do more work, which may not be good for it. Most of us know about this, but not many people stop to consider what happens about the strains in the artery walls. As we calculated in Chapter 6, the longitudinal stress in a cylindrical vessel, such as an artery wall, is just half the circumferential stress. This will always be the case, whatever the walls of the container are made of. Therefore, if Hooke's law were directly and crudely obeyed, the longitudinal strain would also be half the circumferential strain, and the total extensions would be in due proportion, taking the dimensions into account. Now a major artery, such as those which supply blood to our legs, might be something like a centimeter in diameter and perhaps a meter long. If the strains were really in the ratio of 2 to 1, a simple calculation shows that a change of diameter of 0.5 millimeter, which is easily accommodated within the body, would be associated with a total change of length in the artery of about 25 millimeters or about an inch. It is obvious that a change of length of this magnitude, occurring 70 times a minute, cannot and does not take place. If this sort of thing really happened, our bodies just would not work. To take an extreme case, one has only to imagine such a thing happening in the blood vessels which serve the brain. Fortunately, in real life, the lengthwise strains and extensions in pressurized tubes of all sorts and kinds are very much less than one might have anticipated or feared from this rather too simple argument. That this is so is due to something called Poisson's ratio. If you stretch a rubber band, it gets very noticeably thinner, and much the same thing happens with all solids, although with most materials the effect is less conspicuous. Contrariwise, if you shorten a material by compressing it, it will bulge out sideways. Both of these are elastic effects and they disappear when the loads are taken off. The reason why we do not notice these lateral movements in things like steel and bone is that both the longitudinal and the transverse strains are so small, but the effects are there all the same. The fact that this happens in all solids and that such behavior is significant in practical elasticity was first observed by the Frenchman S. D. Poisson, 1781 to 1840. Although he was born into rather dramatic poverty and got very little formal education before he was 15, Poisson was made an academician, one of the highest honors France has to offer, at the age of 31 for his work on elasticity. As we said in Chapter 3, Hooke's law says that. Thus, if we apply a tensile stress, S1, to a flat plate, the material will be elongated or stretched elastically so that there will be a tensile strain in the direction in which we are pulling of. However, the material will also be contracted sideways, i.e. at right angles to S1, by some other strain, which we may call E2. Poisson found that, for any given material, the ratio of E2 to E1 is constant, and this ratio is what we now call Poisson's ratio. We shall use the symbol Q in this book. Thus, for a given material subject to a simple uniaxial tension stress S1, E1, the strain in the direction of S1 is often called the primary strain. The strain caused by S1 at right angles to itself, so to speak, is called the secondary strain, Figure 7. Figure 7. When a solid is stretched by a tensile stress S1, it extends in the direction of S1 by a primary strain L, but it also contracts laterally by a secondary strain E2. From what we have just been saying, and since E1 equals S1E, which is Hooke's law, then thus if we know Q and E, we can calculate both the primary and the secondary strains. For engineering materials like metals and stone and concrete, Q nearly always lies between 1/4 and 1/3. The values for Poisson's ratio for biological solids are generally higher than this and are often around 1/2. Teachers of elementary elasticity will tell you that Poisson's ratio cannot have a higher value than 1/2, otherwise various naughty and inadmissible things would happen. This is only partly true, and the values for some biological materials can sometimes be very high indeed, often well over unity. The experimental value for the Poisson's ratio for my tummy, measured recently by me in my bath, is about 1-0, see the footnote on page 162. Thus, as we have said, the effect of Poisson's ratio is that, if we pull upon a piece of material, such as a membrane or an artery wall, in one direction it will get longer in that direction, but it will contract, or get shorter, in the direction at right angles. So if two tensions are applied, at right angles to each other, the effects will be additive and the strains will be less than we should expect if either of the stresses were applied separately. For the two simultaneous stresses, S1 and S2, the total strain in the direction of S1 will be, and the total strain in the direction of S2 will be. Looking back to Chapter 6, the consequence of the existence of Poisson's ratio is that the longitudinal or lengthwise strain in the wall of a tubular pressure vessel which obeys Hooke's law is where R equals radius, P equals pressure, and T equals wall thickness. It follows that the longitudinal elastic extension of a tube is much less than one might expect. For a Hookean material with a Poisson's ratio of I, there will be no movement at all. In fact, as we have seen, the artery walls do not obey Hooke's law, and it is also probable that their Poisson's ratio is higher than I. Possibly these two effects offset each other, because experimentally very little lengthwise movement is observed. No doubt the fact that arteries are permanently stretched within the body is a precaution against any residual longitudinal strain. The effects of Poisson's ratio are probably of very great importance in animal tissues, but they are also significant in engineering, and the matter is continually cropping up in all sorts of connections. It should perhaps be added that, whereas the aorta and the principal arteries expand and contract elastically with each beat of the heart, in the manner we have just been discussing, the state of affairs with the smaller arteries is usually rather different. The walls of these lesser vessels are provided with muscular tissue which can increase their effective stiffness and so, by restricting the diameter, is able to control the amount of blood which is able to pass to any particular region of the body. In this way the local distribution of the blood supply is adjusted. Safety, or the toughness of animals. Animals quite often break their bones and they sometimes tear their tendons, neither of which have the sort of elasticity we have been discussing, but it is very noticeable that the mechanical fracture of soft tissue seems to be rare. There are several reasons for this. Being so soft, skin and flesh can sometimes evade the effects of a blow by deflecting and escape with a bruise. The question of stress concentrations, however, seems to be more interesting, since the majority of soft animal tissues appear to be almost immune from this major cause of engineering catastrophes. For this reason the need for a factor of safety is much reduced, and thus the structural efficiency, that is, the load which the structure carries in proportion to its weight, may be quite high. This immunity is not just a matter of being soft and having a low Young's modulus. Rubber is indeed soft and has quite a low modulus, yet many of us can remember, as children, having taken our blown-up rubber balloons out into the garden where they very soon burst with a bang on encountering the prickles of the first rosebush. As children, we did not realize that, owing to the stress concentration and to the 10W work of fracture of rubber, a crack spreads very rapidly front a pinhole in stretched rubber, and it is rather doubtful if our tears would have been much abated if we had. However, the membrane of a bat's wing, for example, although it is much stretched in flight, does not seem to behave in this way. If the wing does get punctured, the tear seldom spreads and the injury soon heals, although the bat may be using its wings continually. The explanation lies, I think, in the very different elasticities and works of fracture of rubber and of animal membranes. There are at present virtually no data available about the works of fracture of biological soft tissues, but the shapes of the stress-strain curves are in most cases pretty well known, and this latter factor does seem to have a big influence upon the probability of fracture. The shell membrane of an egg seems to afford an interesting example. This is the membrane which you encounter at breakfast, just inside the shell of your boiled egg. It is one of the few biological membranes which obey Hooke's law, in this case up to its breaking strain of about 24%. A simple but slightly messy experiment with a raw egg will show that egg membranes tear very easily. This is, of course, what they are there for, since the first thing the chick has to do is to get out of its egg, which it does by pecking with its beak. Incidentally, the eggshell itself, with its rounded domed shape, is difficult to break from the outside but easy to break from inside. Egg membranes are rather exceptional, in that they exist in order to be broken after they have served their purpose of conserving the moisture in the egg and keeping out infection. As we have said, they possess a special sort of elasticity, very possibly for this reason. However, the great majority of Soft tissues have an elasticity which is quite different and is very much like Figure 5, functionally. Most of these tissues need to be tough. Although all the scientific reasons are not perfectly clear, it does seem that, pragmatically, materials with this type of stress-strain curve are extremely difficult to tear. One reason is, perhaps, that the strain energy stored under such a curve, and therefore available to propagate fracture, Chapter 5, is minimized. As we have said, a very high proportion of animal tissues behave elastically, much in the manner of Figure 5.1. Must confess that, when this information first dawned on me, it seemed to me to indicate an eccentricity or quirk on the part of nature, who, poor thing, did not know any better, not having had the benefit of an engineering education. After a good deal of rather blundering research into the elementary mathematics of the problem, it is now beginning to dawn on me that, if one has need of a structural system which will work reliably at really high strains, this is the only sort of elasticity which will serve. In fact, the achievement of this kind of stress-strain curve in animal materials represents a really essential condition for the evolution and continued existence of the higher forms of life. Biologists, please note the constitution of soft tissues. Perhaps partly for these reasons, the molecular structure of animal tissue does not often resemble that of rubber or artificial plastics. Most of these natural materials are highly complex, and in many cases they are of a composite nature, with at least two components, that is to say, they have a continuous phase or matrix which is reinforced by means of strong fibers or filaments of another substance. In a good many animals this continuous phase or matrix contains a material called elastin, which has a very low modulus and a stress-strain curve something like Figure 8. In other words, elastin is only about one stage removed, elastically, from a surface tension material. The elastin is, however, reinforced by an arrangement of bent and zigzagged fibers of collagen, plate 4, a protein, very much the same as tendon, which has a high modulus and a nearly Hookean behavior. Because the reinforcing fibers are so much convoluted, when the material is in its resting or low strain condition, they contribute very little to its resistance to extension, and the initial elastic behavior is pretty well that of the elastin. However, as the composite tissue stretches, the collagen fibers begin to come taut. Thus in the extended state the modulus of the material is that of the collagen, which more or less accounts for Figure 5. Figure 8. Approximate stress-strain curves for elastin and collagen. The role of the collagen fibers is not merely to stiffen the tissue at high strains, they also seem to contribute very much to its toughness. When living tissue is cut, either accidentally or surgically, in the first stage of the healing process the collagen fibers are reabsorbed and disappear, temporarily, for a considerable distance around the wound. It is only after the gap has been filled and bridged by elastin that the collagen fibers are reformed and the full strength of the tissue is restored. This process may take up to 3 or 4 weeks, and in the meantime the flesh around the wound has an almost negligibly low work of fracture. It is for this reason that, if a surgical wound has to be reopened within 2 or 3 weeks of the original operation, it may be difficult to get the new stitches to hold. Figure 9. Hypothetical morphology of elastin. A. Resting or unextended state. Chain molecules folded or mainly folded within droplets. B. Extended state. Chain molecules pulled out of droplets. Collagen exists in various forms, but it may consist of twisted strings or ropes of protein molecules, and its resistance to extension is basically due to the need to stretch the bonds between the atoms in the molecules, that is to say, it is a Hookean material much like nylon or steel. Why then does elastin behave as it does, almost like surface tension? The short answer is that nobody really knows, but Professors Weishoff and Anderson have suggested that this behavior may in fact be due to a modified form of surface tension. According to this hypothesis, elastin may consist of a network of flexible long-chain molecules operating within an emulsion. Since the molecules of the network are wetted by the droplets, but not by the substance between them, it is energetically preferable for most of the length of these molecules to remain coiled or folded up within the drops, figure 9a. Under tension, they are dragged out of the drops and extended, figure 9b. Much of our body consists, of course, of muscle, which is an active substance capable of contracting so as to produce the tensions which are needed in the tendons and elsewhere. Muscle, however, contains collagen fibers, which can only play a passive part elastically. When dead muscle is stretched, it has a stress-strain curve which is, again, very much like figure 5, and it seems possible that the function of the collagen in muscle is to limit the extension of the muscle when it is in its relaxed or extended state. In other words, it acts as a sort of safety stop. As we have said, another purpose of collagen fibers in flesh is to put up the work of fracture. This is a good thing for the animal, but it is inconvenient for the people who want to eat its flesh. In other words, it is collagen which makes meat tough. Nature, however, does not seem to be on the side of the vegetarians, because she has arranged, in her wisdom, that collagen should break down to gelatin, a substance of low strength when wet, at a somewhat lower temperature than that which elastin or muscle can withstand. The process of cooking meat therefore consists in converting most of the collagen fibers into gelatin, which is jelly or glue, by roasting or frying or boiling. It is science of this kind which restores one's faith in the beneficence of Providence. The mechanical problem is often much complicated by the association of muscle tissue and other active devices for contraction, but we shall ignore this for the present. The theory of surface tension was originally worked out, independently by Young and by Laplace, about 1805. Since in all such cases, E2 is always of opposite sign to EUQ, or Poisson's ratio ought always to be negative, and it should therefore carry a minus sign about with it. However, we choose to forget about this and omit the minus sign. This is compensated for by putting a minus sign in the sums, such as those we are now doing. To save indignant elasticians from the trouble of unnecessary correspondence, I do know about the energy changes involved. These anomalies have a rational explanation. Note for bioelasticians. This Hookean analysis is simplistic. For a non-Hookean system, where the tangent moduli are E1 and E2, then, approximately, the change of longitudinal strain is 0 when. Although most soft tissues preserve approximately constant volume, that is, they seem to have a true Poisson's ratio around 0.5, most membranes choose to deform in plane strain, that is to say, they do not get thinner when they are stretched, and so they show an apparent Poisson's ratio of about 1 to 0, like my tummy. This fits with a value of E1 E2 of around 2 to 0, which is likely enough. But why does the membrane not get thinner when it is strained? See, for instance, E. A. Evans, Proc. Int. Conf on Comparative Physiology, 1974, North Holland Publishing Company. The shape of the stress-strain curve for most animal tissues, such as skin, is very much like that of a knitted fabric, which it is almost impossible to tear. Since this was written, Dr. J. M. Gosline has put forward an alternative hypothesis to account for the behavior of elastin. Part 3. Compression and bending structures. Chapter 9. Walls, arches, and dams. Or cloud-capped towers and the stability of masonry. What are you able to build with your blocks? Castles and palaces, temples and docks. R. L. Stevenson, A Child's Garden of Verses. As we have seen, unless one is as clever as nature is, the whole business of making tension structures is set about with difficulties, complications, and treacherous traps for the unwary. This is especially the case when we want to make a structure from more than one piece of material, so that we are faced with the problem of preventing it from coming apart at the joints. For these reasons our ancestors generally avoided tension structures as far as they could and tried to use constructions in which everything was in compression. Much the oldest and the most satisfactory way of doing this is to use masonry. As a matter of fact, the immense success of masonry buildings has really been due to two factors. The first is the obvious one about avoiding tension stresses, especially in the joints. The second reason may be less obvious. It is that the nature of the design problem in large masonry buildings is peculiarly adapted to the limitations of the pre-scientific mind. Out of all the different kinds of structures which might be made, the masonry building is, as we shall see, the only one in which a blind reliance on traditional proportions will not automatically lead to disaster. This is why, historically, masonry buildings were by far the largest and most imposing of the works of man. The desire to build cloud-capped towers and solemn temples goes far back into history and indeed into prehistory. There is a quotation from Genesis about the Tower of Babel at the head of chapter 1. It may be remembered that this was a project to build a tower with its top in the heavens. However, I do not think any theologian has ever inquired to what height such a tower could really have been built. Nearly all the load upon the walls would have been due to the effect of their own weight, and one way of looking at the problem is to calculate the direct compressive stress which would be caused near the bottom of the tower by the vertical dead weight of the masonry. A limit will be set to the height of the structure when the bricks begin to be crushed by the superincumbent weight. Now brick and stone weigh about 120 pounds per cubic foot, 2,000 kilograms per cubic meter, and the crushing strength of these materials is generally rather better than 6,000 psi or 40 mm2. Elementary arithmetic shows that a tower with parallel walls could have been built to a height of 7,000 feet or 2 kilometers before the bricks at the bottom would be crushed. However, by making the walls taper towards the top, it could have been made much higher still. This is more or less how mountains work. Mount Everest is 29,028 feet or about 8 kilometers high and shows no signs of collapsing. Thus a simple tower, preferably with a broad base and tapered towards the top, could well have been built to such a height that the men of Shinar would have run short of oxygen and had difficulty in breathing before the brick walls were crushed beneath their own dead weight. Although there is nothing very much wrong with this sum, in fact even the most ambitious towers have never been built to anything remotely approaching that kind of height. The tallest building which actually exists today is probably the New York Trade Center, which is only about 1,350 feet or 400 meters high, and this, like other skyscrapers, could be said to be cheating, since its structure is made of steel. The Great Pyramid and the highest cathedral spires reach a little more than 500 feet or 150 meters, but very few other masonry buildings are more than half so tall. The great majority are much lower still. Therefore the compressive stresses in everyday masonry due to its own vertical dead weight are very small indeed. In general they are seldom more than 1/100th part of the crushing strength of the stone, and so this factor is not, in practice, a limitation upon the height or the strength of buildings. However, to be biblical again, the Tower of Siloam, which was probably not particularly high, fell and killed 18 people, and it is notorious that in spite of the confidence of builders and architects, walls and buildings do fall down unexpectedly. They have been doing so for a very long time and they still sometimes do so today. Since masonry is heavy, people often get killed. If walls do not collapse because of the direct crushing stress upon the material, why do they fall down? Once again, we can learn from what children do. When we were very young, most of us played with bricks, and about the first thing we did was to build a tower by piling one brick upon another rather erratically. Usually, when the tower had reached a modest height, it fell down. Even the child knew perfectly well, although he could not have expressed the idea in scientific words, that there was no question of the bricks being crushed under a compressive stress. The actual stress in the bricks was negligible. What happened was that the pile of bricks tipped up and fell over because the tower was not straight and vertical. In other words, the failure was due to lack of stability and not to lack of strength. Although this distinction soon becomes evident to young children, it is not always clear to builders and architects. For the same reason, the reflections of art historians who write about cathedrals and other buildings are apt to make rather distressing reading. Thrust lines and the stability of walls. How reverend is the face of this tall pile, whose ancient pillars rear their marble heads, to bear aloft its arched and ponderous roof, by its own weight made steadfast and immovable, looking tranquillity. It strikes an awe and terror on my aching sight. William Congreve, The Mourning Bride. There was only one culture in Queen Anne's time, and there is very little doubt that Congreve, 1670–1729, talked and drank with Vanbrugh, who wrote plays and designed Blenheim Palace, and also with Sir Christopher Wren himself. To all these people it was perfectly clear, in a general kind of way, that what kept a building from tipping up and collapsing was not so much the strength of the stones and mortar as the weight of the material, acting in the right places. However, it is one thing to be aware of this in a general kind of way and another to understand what is happening in detail and to be able to predict just when a building is safe and when it is not. In order to get a proper scientific understanding of the behavior of masonry, it is necessary to treat it as an elastic material, that is to say, one must take into account the fact that the stones deflect when they are loaded and that they obey Hooke's law. It is also a considerable help, though perhaps not absolutely essential, to make use of the concepts of stress and strain. At first sight it does, of course, seem improbable that solid brick and stone should deflect to any significant extent under the loads which occur in a building. In fact, for at least a century after Hooke's time the common-sense view prevailed, and builders and architects and engineers persisted in ignoring Hooke's law and treating masonry as if it were perfectly rigid. In consequence, their buildings sometimes fell down because they got their sums wrong. As a matter of fact, the Young's moduli of brick and stone are not particularly high, and, as one can see from the bent pillars in Salisbury Cathedral, Plate 1, the elastic movements in masonry are by no means so tiny as one might suppose. Even in an ordinary small house the walls are likely to be shortened or compressed elastically, in the vertical direction, by something like a millimeter under their own weight. In a large building the movements are naturally much greater. Incidentally, when the house is shaken by the wind during a gale, you are not imagining the effect, the house is being shaken by the wind. The top of the Empire State Building sways something like 2 feet during a storm. The modern analysis of masonry structures is based upon simple Hookean elasticity and also upon 4 assumptions, all of which turn out to be justified by practical experience. These are: 1. That the compressive stresses are so small that the material will not be broken by crushing. We have already discussed why this is so. 2. That, owing to the use of mortar or cement, the fit between the joints is so good that the compressive forces will be transmitted over the whole area of the joint and not just at a few high spots. 3. That the friction in the joints is so high that failure will not happen because of bricks or stones sliding over each other. In fact, no sliding movements at all will take place before the structure collapses. 4. That the joints have no useful tensile strength. Even if, by chance, the mortar does have some strength in tension, this cannot be relied upon and must be neglected. Thus the function of the mortar is not to glue the bricks or stones together but simply to transmit the compressive load more evenly. As far as I know, the first person to take the elastic deformations of masonry into account was Thomas Young. Young considered what would happen in a rectangular block of masonry, such as a piece of a wall, when it had to carry a vertical compressive load, P, let us say. In what follows I have simplified Young's arguments by translating them into the language of stress and strain, which of course was not available in his time. As long as P acts symmetrically along the center line, that is, down the middle of the wall, then the masonry will be compressed uniformly, and, because of Mr. Hooke, the corresponding distribution of compressive stress across the thickness of the wall will also be uniform. Figure 1. Suppose, now, that the vertical load, P, becomes a little eccentric, that is to say, it no longer acts exactly along the centerline, then the compressive stress can no longer be spread evenly but must be higher on one side than on the other so as to react properly against the load and keep it in balance. If the material obeys Hooke's law, then Young showed that the stress will be distributed linearly and the stress distribution diagram will look like Figure 2. So far the mortar in the joint is quite happy because the whole width of the joint is still safely in compression. However, if the position of the load is displaced still further from the center, in fact to the edge of what is called the middle third of the wall, then a situation like Figure 3 will arise where the load distribution is now triangular and the compressive stress at the outside edge of the joint is 0. Figure 1. Load P acting in center. Figure 2. Load P slightly eccentric of joint AB, but within the middle third of AB. This, in itself, does not matter too much, but it must be becoming clear to the percipient mind that something is about to happen. In fact, if the load is now displaced a little further outwards, something will happen, that is to say, a situation like Figure 4. The stress at the opposite surface of the wall has now changed from compression to tension. We said, however, that mortar cannot be trusted to take tension, and this is generally only too true. What one would expect to happen usually does happen: the joint cracks. Of course it is a bad thing for walls to crack, and it should not be allowed to happen in well-regulated buildings, but it does not necessarily follow that the wall is going to fall down immediately. What is likely to occur in real life is simply that the crack will gape a bit but the wall will continue to stand up, resting on the parts which are still in contact. Figure 5. Figure 3. Load P acting at the edge of the middle third of AB. Figure 4. Load P acting outside the middle third of AB. All this savours somewhat of living dangerously, and one of these days the line of the thrust may stray outside the surface of the wall, when, as a little thought will show, since no tension forces are available, one or more of the joints will hinge about its outside edge and the wall will tip up and fall down. Figure 6. It really will. Figure 5. What really happens as a result of the condition drawn in Figure 4? The joint cracks from B to C, and the load is now carried over the area AC, effectively a narrower wall. At the time when he came to these conclusions, that is, about 1802, Young, a rising man of 29, was appointed to the chair of natural philosophy at the Royal Institution in London. His colleague, and in some sense his rival, was Humphrey Davy, who was made professor of chemistry in the same year at the improbable age of 24. It was the custom of the professors of the Royal Institution, then as now, to deliver series of lectures to popular audiences. In those days, however, these lectures had very much of a television character, and the institution relied heavily upon them for both money and publicity. Figure 6. When load P acts beyond A, i.e. outside the surface boundary of the wall will hinge about A, tip up and fall. Young took his educational mission seriously, and, filled with the enthusiasm of discovery, he launched into a series of lectures about the elasticity of various kinds of structures, with many useful and novel observations on the behavior of walls and arches. The audience at Albemarle Street in those days was a fashionable one and is said to have consisted largely of silly women and dilettante philosophers. Young by no means neglected the feminine part of his audience, and he remarked in his opening lecture, "A considerable part of my audience, to whose information it will be my particular ambition to accommodate my lectures, consists of that sex which, by the custom of civilized society, is in some measure exempted from the more laborious duties which occupy the time and attention of the other sex. The many leisure hours which are at the command of females in the superior orders of society may surely be appropriated, with greater satisfaction, to the improvement of the mind and to the acquisition of knowledge than to such amusements as are only designed for facilitating the insipid consumption of superfluous time. However, fortune does not always attend those who, however earnestly, strive to communicate useful information, and one may suspect that some of the females of the superior orders of society slipped away, preferring insipidly to consume their superfluous time. In any case, Davy, who exhibited in his own lectures some of the exciting phenomena associated with the new electric fluid, together with a range of colorful chemical experiments, was a pushing young particle with what we should now call a television personality. Davy was also remarkably good-looking, and young women flocked to his lectures for reasons which were not always strictly academic. Those eyes, one of them was heard to say, were made for something besides poring over crucibles. The result, in box office terms, could not be in doubt, and we are told that Dr. Young, whose profound knowledge of the subjects he taught no one will venture to question, lectured in the same theatre and to an audience similarly constituted to that which was attracted to Davy, but he found the number of his attendants diminish daily, and for no other reason than that he adopted too severe and too didactic a style. This kind of failure might not have mattered too much if Young could have attracted the interest and support of practical engineers. However, the engineering profession at that time was led, and frequently dominated, by the great Thomas Telford, 1757 to 1834, whose views, as we have seen, were severely pragmatic and anti-theoretical. In consequence, Young resigned his chair almost immediately and returned to his medical practice. The development of elasticity passed, for many years, to France, where, at this time, Napoleon was actively encouraging the study of structural theory. The theory about elastic compression, the middle third and instability which so bored the fashionable females at Young's lectures, does really tell us practically all we need to know about the behavior of joints in masonry, provided that we also know the position at which the weight can be considered as acting. In other words, how eccentric is the load. This is best determined by means of what is called the thrust line, that is to say, a line passing down the wall of a building from the top to the bottom, which defines the position at which the vertical thrust can be considered as acting in each successive joint. The thrust line is a French invention and seems to have been first thought of by Coulomb, 1736 to 1806. Figure 7. For the simplest symmetrical case, the thrust line passes down each center of a wall. For a very simple symmetrical wall or column or pillar, such as Figure 7, the thrust line will clearly pass down the middle of the wall, and so there is really no problem. However, in a building with any pretension to sophistication, there is most likely to be at least one oblique force arising from the sideways thrust of the roof members, from archways or vaultings, or from various other forms of asymmetrical construction. In such a case, the thrust line will no longer pass neatly down the middle of the wall, but will be displaced to one side, frequently into a curved path such as Figure 8. If, on plotting the thrust line, we find that it is in danger of reaching the surface of the wall at any point, then we shall clearly have to think again, and think hard, because there is a good chance that a building designed like that will fall down. Figure 8. The effect of oblique loading is to deflect the thrust line in this kind of way. One of the things we can do, and it may well be one of the most effective, is to add weight to the top of the wall. What then happens can be represented diagrammatically by Figure 9. Contrary to what one might suppose, weight at the top is likely to make a wall more, and not less, stable, and will bring an erring thrust line back, more or less, to where it ought to be. One way to do this is simply to build the wall to a greater height than appears to be really necessary, and, in addition, anything like heavy balustrades and copings are a good thing. If it is that sort of building and you can afford it, a line of statues will always help. Figure 10. This is the structural justification for the pinnacles and statuary on Gothic churches and cathedrals. They are really up there to say boo to the functionalists and to all the dreary people who bleat too much about efficiency. Figure 9. The effect of an additional load at the top of the wall is to reduce the eccentricity of the thrust line. Figure 10. This can be done by adding top weight in the form of pinnacle, statues, etc. It used to be supposed that it was absolutely essential that the thrust line asterisk should be kept within the middle third of a wall because, if cracks appeared, the wall might fall down. This is a sound conservative principle which makes for safety and ought to be observed, but, in this permissive age, I am afraid that it seldom is. Anyone who looks at a modern housing estate or a new university cannot help seeing that the walls are full of cracks, and, where there is a crack, there must once have been a tension stress. However, although these cracks do a good deal of damage to the plasterwork and interior decoration, they seldom constitute any danger to the stability of the main structure. The basic condition for the safety of masonry is that the thrust line should always be kept well inside the surface of a wall or column. Dams. Like walls, masonry dams usually fail not from lack of strength but from lack of stability. Again, they are liable to tip up. The sideways thrust on a dam due to the pressure of the impounded water is generally comparable to the weight of the masonry used in its construction. For this reason there are apt to be very large variations in the position of the active thrust line between the full and the empty conditions. With dams, unlike ordinary buildings, one cannot take any liberties at all with the middle third rule. It is quite essential that there should be no cracks of any kind in the masonry, especially on the upstream side. If there are cracks, water under pressure is likely to get inside the structure of the dam and to have two effects, both bad. The first effect is that the flow of water will damage the masonry. To counteract any seepage, arrangements are generally made to drain the interior of large dams. The second effect is more dramatic. It is that the water pressure within the crack will exert a vertical lifting force, about 5 tons per square foot at a depth of 100 feet, i.e. 0 to 5 mm2 at a depth of 30 meters, which, acting upon an already rather critical situation, will overturn the dam. It is probable that the destruction of the Moan and Eddard dams by the RAF in 1943 was accomplished in 2 stages, separated by a short space of time. In the first stage, Barnes-Wallace's bombs were dropped against the upstream faces of the dams, where they sank before exploding. When they did explode, the structure of the dams would have been cracked deep down, and after a short delay the actual overturning of the dams themselves was caused by the penetration of high-pressure water into the cracks. Those who have read accounts of the operation will remember that there was an appreciable pause between the explosion of the bombs and the visible failure of the dams. The breaching of these dams, of course, did an immense amount of damage in the Ruhr. The failure of a dam in peacetime is an engineer's nightmare. Even if the dam is made, not from stone, but from unreinforced concrete, it will be unwise to count upon any reliable tensile strength. Thus in all unreinforced dams the thrust line must not move upstream beyond the middle third when the dam is empty nor downstream of it when it is full, and it is just as well to leave something in hand. These requirements usually result in the tapering, asymmetrical shape with which most of us are familiar, figure 11. However, dams are expensive in relation to the value of the water which they impound, and engineers are continually looking for cheaper ways of making them. A considerable saving in the weight and cost of cement can generally be achieved by reinforcing the concrete with steel rods, especially if the reinforcement is under tension. However, unless the reinforcing rods are anchored to solid rock beneath the foundations of the dam, there is a real danger that the whole dam, reinforcements and all, will be uprooted and overturned. Figure 11. Unreinforced masonry dam. One way of dealing with the situation is shown in figure 12. Here simple vertical steel tie rods are anchored to the rock beneath and carried up through the concrete to the top of the dam, where they are tensioned by means of a jacking arrangement. It will be seen that these rods are really doing the same job as the angels and pinnacles in a cathedral. Of course, all traditional heavy masonry may be regarded as a structure which is pre-stressed by its own weight. No doubt a line of heavy statues along the top of a dam would be effective and might look rather nice, but I am afraid they would turn out to be more expensive than the steel rods. Figure 12. Reinforced dam. A thinner, cheaper dam can sometimes be achieved by using pre-tensioned steel rods anchored in the rock beneath. This is equivalent to extra weight on top of the dam, and so restricts the movement of the thrust line. Arches. Although the arch is not quite as old as masonry itself, it is certainly very old. There is evidence of fully developed brick arches, both in Egypt and in Mesopotamia, going back to about 3600 BC. The stone arch seems to have evolved separately, and possibly independently, from the idea of corbelling, that is to say, building out the masonry stepwise from each side until the stones met in the middle. The vaulted chambers, Plate 5, deep under the walls of the Mycenaean city of Tiryns, which were old when Homer marveled at them, are roofed in this way. The postern gate in these immense walls, Plate 6, might be regarded as a development of corbelling. It was probably built before 1800 BC. However, the corbelled asterisk or the semicorbelled arch, like the gate at Tiryns, is rather a crude affair. Arches soon developed a construction in which the bricks or stones of the archring are made slightly wedge-shaped and are called voussoirs. The various parts of a traditional arch are shown in Figure 13. Figure 13. Various parts of an arch. The voussoir at the top or crown of the arch is called the keystone and is sometimes made larger than the rest. Although poets, politicians, and other non-technical people have attributed special qualities to real and figurative keystones, in fact the keystone is functionally no different from all the other voussoirs, and its distinction, if it has any, is purely decorative. The structural function of an arch is to support the downward loads which come upon it by turning them into a lateral thrust which runs round the ring of the arch and pushes the voussoirs against each other. The voussoirs, naturally, push in their turn against the abutments or springings of the arch. The manner in which this process works is pretty clear from common sense. Figure 14. Figure 14. An arch collects the vertical loads and turns them into lateral ones. These lateral loads run round the arch ring and are reacted by the abutments. The arch ring, with its voussoirs, is very much like a curved wall, and the position of the compressive loads at each joint can be indicated by a thrust line in the same sort of way. In this case the thrust line has to curve round and follow, more or less, the shape of the arch. We shall talk about thrust lines in arches in the next chapter. For the moment let us accept that there is a thrust line. Also, as with the wall, we can assume that the voussoirs cannot slide over each other and that the joints cannot take tension. The joints between the voussoirs will behave in much the same way as the joints between the stones in a wall. If the thrust line strays beyond the middle third then a crack will appear. Also, if the thrust line moves to the edge of a joint, that is to say, to the boundary of the arch ring, then a hinge will develop. What makes the arch dramatically different from a mere plebeian wall, however, is that whereas the wall now falls down, the arch does not. From figure 15 it can be seen that no fewer than 3 hinge points can develop in an arch without anything very dramatic happening. In fact, a good many modern arch bridges are deliberately built with 3 hinged joints so as to allow for thermal expansion. Figure 15. An arch can put up with 3 hinge points without collapsing. In fact, many modern arches are deliberately built in this way. If we really want the bridge to fall down, then we shall need 4 hinge points so that the arch can become in effect a 3-linked chain or mechanism which is now at liberty to fold itself up and collapse. Figure 16. Incidentally, this is why, if you want to demolish a bridge, for good or bad reasons, it is best to put the explosive charge somewhere near the thirds point of the arch. This generally involves digging down through the roadway so as to reach the top of the arch ring. Since this takes time, the demolition of bridges behind a retreating army is often ineffectual. All this means that arches are extraordinarily stable and are not unduly sensitive to the movements of their foundations. If there is any appreciable movement in the foundation, a wall will probably collapse. Arches do not much mind, and some sort of distortion is quite common. Clare Bridge, for instance, in the backs of Cambridge, Plate 7, is very noticeably bent in the middle because of the movement of the abutments. It has been like that for a long time and is quite safe. In the same way, arches stand up remarkably well to earthquakes and to other kinds of abuse, such as modern traffic. Figure 16. An arch needs to develop 4 hinge points before it can collapse. Altogether, it is not surprising that many of our ancestors were so addicted to arches, for they will probably go on standing up even if you have got all your sums wrong, or not done any sums at all, and, in addition, placed the foundations of the whole thing Aubiobook, as indeed is the case with several of the English cathedrals. It is noticeable that, in ruins, it is generally the arches which have survived best. This is partly due to the inherent stability of arches, though it may well have more to do with the fact that the wedge-shaped stones of the voussoirs are less attractive to the local peasantry than the rectangular ones in the walls. The preservation of the round columns of many Greek temples, long after the ashlar of the walls has been stolen, is no doubt due to similar causes. It is generally easier to keep the thrust line well inside a wall or an arch if the masonry is thick. But of course, solid brick and stone work are expensive. To get extra thickness at a low price, the Romans introduced mass concrete. This was usually made by mixing pozzolana, pulvis putiolanus, a natural earth which is fairly common in Italy, with lime and adding sand and gravel. If walls and arches are made thicker, they are generally more stable and may not need to be made so heavy. If less weight of material has to be transported and handled, then the cost of construction is likely to come down. Vitruvius, fluid 20 BC, who was a very distinguished architectural writer as well as an artillery officer, tells us that in his day low-density concretes were often made by incorporating pumice powder. The Great Dome of the Hagia Sophia in Constantinople, AD 528, is made in the same way. Reduction of weight and cost can be taken still further by incorporating empty containers of one sort or another in the concrete. In the ancient world, the very extensive and prosperous wine trade was carried on by means of amphorae. These large earthenware containers were strictly non-returnable and they tended to accumulate in embarrassing quantities. The obvious solution was to cast them into concrete, and in fact many late Roman buildings are made in this way. In particular, the beautiful early Byzantine churches at Ravenna are said to be composed largely of disposable empties. Scale times, proportion and safety. Although some structures are alleged to be sustained by the power of faith and others to be held together entirely by paint or rust, unless a designer is totally irresponsible, he likes to have some kind of objective assurance about the strength and stability of whatever he is proposing to make. If one is unable to do the right sort of modern calculations, then the obvious thing to do is either to make a model or else to scale up from some previous smaller version of the structure which has proved to be successful. This, of course, is pretty well what people used to do down to quite recent times. Perhaps they still do. The difficulty is that models are all very well if one just wants to see what the thing will look like, but they can be dangerously misleading if they are used to predict strength. This is because, as we scale up, the weight of the structure will increase as the cube of the dimensions, that is, if we double the size, the weight will increase eightfold. The cross-sectional areas of the various parts which have to carry this load will, however, increase only as the square of the dimensions, so that, in a structure of twice the size, such parts will have only 4 times the area. Thus the stress will go up linearly with the dimensions, and, if we double the size, we double the stress and we shall soon be in serious trouble. The strength of any structure which is liable to fail because the material breaks cannot be predicted from models or by scaling up from previous experience. This principle, which was discovered by Galileo, is known as the square cube law, and it is one good reason why vehicles and ships and aircraft and machinery need to be designed by proper modern analytical methods. This is probably why such things were so late in developing, at least in their modern forms. However, we can neglect the square cube law with most masonry buildings because, as we have said, buildings do not normally fail by reason of the material breaking in. Compression. The stresses in masonry are so low that we can afford to go on scaling them up almost indefinitely. Unlike most other structures, buildings fail because they become unstable and tip up, and for any size of building this can be predicted from a model. Plate 1. Chapter 2. Each of the 4 columns which support the 400-foot, 120-meter, tower of Salisbury Cathedral is very noticeably bent. Masonry is much more elastic than is generally supposed. Plate 2. Chapter 4. Stress concentration at a crack tip. The shear stress in a transparent material is revealed by polarized light. The bands in this photograph are, in effect, contours of equal shear stress. Plate 3 Chapter 8 Rubber has a sigmoid stress strain curve like Figure 4, Chapter 8. A tube made from such a material will not distend evenly under pressure but will bulge into an aneurysm. This is why artery walls do not have rubbery elasticity. Plate 4 Chapter 8 Artery walls and other living soft tissues have a special kind of elasticity like that in Figure 5, Chapter Figure 5-8. The artery wall is constructed partly of elastin reinforced by kinked collagen fibers. This helps to produce the required safe type of elasticity. The artery tends to flatten when it is emptied of blood after death. Plate 5. Chapter 9. Corbelled vault at Tiryns, c. 1800 BC. Corbelled arches and vaults preceded the true arch. Plate 6. Chapter 9. Semicorbelled postern gate at Tiryns. These walls were old when Homer marveled at them. Plate 7. Chapter 9. It is very difficult to get a true arch to fall down. The foundations of Clare Bridge, Cambridge, moved a long time ago, but the bridge is perfectly safe though the arch is distorted. Plate 8. Chapter 9. Part of the enormous temple of the Olympian Zeus at Athens. It was built in the Corinthian style by the Emperor Hadrian about AD 138. One of the architraves can be seen to be cracked. Note the walls of the Acropolis, which tower above Hadrian's temple. Plate 9. Chapter 9. Skeletons of A. gibbon and B. gorilla to scale. The square cube law applies more to beams than to columns. Thus, as animals get larger, their ribs and limb bones tend to become thicker in proportion to their vertebrae. Plate 10. Chapter 10. Brunei's Maidenhead Bridge, 1837, has the longest and flattest brick arches in the world. Many people predicted that the arches would not stand, but they are still there today, carrying trains 10 times heavier than Brunei's. Plate 11. Chapter 10. Telford's Menai Suspension Bridge, 1819. The span of 550 feet, 166 meters, is approaching the limit for wrought iron suspension chains. Plate 12. Chapter 10. The Severn Suspension Bridge. High tensile steel cables with 10 times 10 tensile strength of wrought iron enable bridges nearly 10 times as long as Telford's Menai Bridge to be constructed. Plate 13. Chapter 11. Where there are no side aisles, as in King's College Chapel, Cambridge, the buttresses can be carried straight up without further complication. Plate 14. Chapter 11. HMS Victory. Her masts form a superb example of a trussed cantilever structure of very large dimensions. Plate 15. Chapter 11. The American railways could be built quickly and cheaply because wooden trestle bridges were used very extensively to save the cost of earthworks, circa 1875. Plate 16. Chapters 11 and 13. Stephenson's Britannia Railway Bridge, 1850, used wrought iron box beams. The trains ran inside the beams. Much trouble was experienced in preventing the thin iron plating from buckling. In front of the bridge are grouped a number of contemporary engineers. Robert Stephenson is seated in the left center and I.K. Brunei is seated on the extreme right. Plate 17. Chapter 12. The bias cut, invented by Mile Vianet, exploits the low shear modulus and high Poisson's ratio of certain square weave fabrics in the 45 degrees direction. This is one of the earliest Vianet bias cut dresses. AD 1926. Plate 18. Chapter 12. Contemporary square cut dress, also Vianet. Note low Poisson's ratio and lack of clinging effect. The vertical creases are caused by the existence of a Wagner tension field. PLATE19. CHAPTER12. WAGNERTEFUSELAGESKINOFAFAIROTADYNE. Plate 20. Chapter 15. The Tacoma Narrows Bridge is a classic example of a suspension bridge built with inadequate torsional stiffness. Known as galloping Gertie, it displayed serious oscillation when exposed to quite moderate winds, and very soon wriggled and buckled itself into failure in a wind of only 42 miles per hour. Plate 21. Chapter 16. The first real mass-production machinery to come into use was the block-making equipment at Portsmouth Dockyard. Both the machinery and the blocks themselves may be regarded as handsome, perhaps as beautiful. Plate 22. Chapter 16. The classical form of steam yacht developed by George Lennox Watson is one of the most beautiful of all ship conventions. But it is largely non-functional. The ends, and especially the bowsprit, represent sailing ship practice. That is to say, they are skymorphs. S.Y. Nolin. Plate 23. Chapters 9 and 16. No single photograph can do justice to the Parthenon, but this picture of part of the southwest corner may give some slight impression. Note that the left-hand lintel is cracked, for this reason the architraves are in triplicate. Note also numerous skymorphs or vestiges of wooden construction, example, triglyphs, mutuaries, etc. Plate 24. Chapter 16. Unlike the classical Greeks 1,000 years later, the Mycenaean Greeks, c. 1500 BC, designed their buildings to take account of the low tensile strength of stone. The lintel of the Lion Gate at Mycenae is provided with a triangular block of stone to relieve the tensile loads. The architrave is a single block and carries very little stress. The distance between the centers of the chariot ruts corresponds accurately to the standard gauge of modern railways. Looking at the problem philosophically, the stability of a building is not different from the stability of a balance or a weighing machine such as a styliard, figure 17. The upsetting moments on both sides will be as the fourth power of the dimensions. If we scale up, everything remains in balance. Thus, if a small building stands, a scaled-up version of it can also be relied upon to do so, and the mystery of the medieval builders consisted in reducing this experience to a series of rules and proportions. However, that they also used models, sometimes 60 feet, 18 meters, long, made from masonry or plaster is well established. This mode of procedure generally worked even for structures of incredible complexity, such as Reims Cathedral, figure 18. Figure 17. The stability of a building is like that of a balance, it is not affected by scaling up. The Greeks of the classical period abandoned the arch for most of their serious architecture, preferring to use stone beams or lintels. In such beams the tensile stresses were relatively high and often too near the limit for safety. A considerable number of these architraves were cracked, even in ancient times. This is why iron reinforcement was used in the marble beams of the propylaea, for instance. What saved the Doric temple from structural collapse was that the stone beams were short and deep and, as they cracked, they turned themselves into arches. Figure 19, plates 8 and 23. Figure 18. Reims Cathedral, flying buttresses, after Viollet-le-Duc. Greek trabeate * architecture required very large blocks of stone. When civilization decayed, the transportation of large masses became increasingly difficult, and this may have been one, strictly practical, reason why the medieval builders favored Gothic arches and vaults, which can be made from quite small stones. Figure 19. If a short stone lintel or architrave cracks on the tension face, it may turn itself into a 3-hinge arch and continue to support the load. As Sir John Soane pointed out nearly 200 years ago in his lectures on architecture, in spite of the limitations of stone beams, the size of ancient buildings was often greater than that of corresponding modern ones. The Parthenon, for instance, is considerably bigger than St. Martin in the Fields. Nevertheless, the Parthenon, about 230 by 100 feet, 69 by 30 meters, is small compared with Hadrian's temple of the Olympian Zeus close by, which measures 359 by 173 feet, 108 by 52 meters, and would fill most of Trafalgar Square, plate 8. Yet Hadrian's temple, in its turn, is dwarfed by the walls of the Acropolis, which tower high above it. Again, for sheer size, many of the Roman bridges and aqueducts are impressive by any standards. These ancient constructions have more often been destroyed by men than by nature, and some of them are still in good condition today. However, in all these works the ancients were more or less following familiar examples. When they were unable to do so, they were apt to come badly unstuck. Not only are ancient ships and vehicles almost pathetically small and fragile to our modern eyes, but new and unconventional buildings such as the Roman insulae, which were tall blocks of flats, fell down with such depressing frequency that the Emperor Augustus was compelled to pass laws restricting their height to 60 feet, 18 meters. On backbones and skeletons. The backbones of people and animals consist of a series of short, drum-like vertebrae, made from hard bone. They are separated from each other by the intervertebral discs, which are made from comparatively soft material and thus allow a limited amount of movement between the vertebrae. As a rule, the spine is subject to an overall compression arising both from the weights it has to carry and also from the pull of the various muscles and tendons. In young people the material of the discs is flexible and tough, and it can withstand considerable tensile stresses if it has to. So much so that, if the spine is damaged by tensile forces, fracture is likely to occur in the bone rather than in the discs. After the age of about 20, however, the disc material gets progressively less flexible and also considerably weaker in tension. As we get more venerable, therefore, we approach a situation in which our backbone is getting rather like a column in a church or a temple. The vertebrae represent the stone drums and the discs the weak mortar. Although the discs can still, at a pinch, take a certain amount of tension, this is, on the whole, a situation to be avoided. Therefore, for middle-aged people, it is wise to keep the thrust line as near the middle of the backbone as possible. This is why there is a right and a wrong way of lifting a heavy weight. If we lift the weight in the wrong way, excessive tensile forces are set up in the joints and one of these may break. The result is likely to be a slipped disc or one of the other manifold and rather mysterious back troubles which we include under the name of lumbago, which is apt to be surprisingly painful. Insofar as a backbone behaves like a wall or a masonry column and departure from the middle third rule represents some sort of limiting condition, then the same kind of rules apply to scaling up an animal as we have seen apply to scaling up a building. Thus, if we start with a small animal and progressively increase its size, the necessary thickness of the vertebrae will remain in due proportion. Most of the other bones, however, such as the ribs and the bones of the limbs, are subjected chiefly to bending, rather like the lintels of a temple, and the loads upon them are likely to be proportionate to the mass of the animal. It follows, therefore, that such bones have to be made disproportionately thicker. If we look in a museum at the skeletons of a series of similar animals of increasing size, such as monkeys, it does appear that, whereas the dimensions of the vertebrae of little monkeys and middle-sized monkeys and gorillas and men are roughly in proportion to the height of the animal, the limb bones and, especially, the ribs become very much thicker and heavier, for the size of the animal, as the scale increases. Plate 9. In this respect nature seems to be cleverer than the Roman architects, who, as they increased the size of their temples, abandoned the rather stocky Doric proportions and built, as a rule, in the florid imperial Corinthian style, with slender architraves which frequently broke. Asterisk note that Genesis 11 specifically says asterisk let us make bricks and bake them hard star. There was no question of using cheap mud bricks as the Egyptians did. This seems to be an early example of the Concorde syndrome. Asterisk of the Abbey Church of Saint Denis, in France, during the 12th century, we read. Such a force of contrary gales hurled itself against the aforesaid arches, not supported by scaffolding nor resting on any props, that they threatened baneful ruin at any moment, miserably trembling and, as it were, swaying hither and thither. I am indebted to Professor Hayman for this reference. Asterisk Davy remained at the Royal Institution and prospered. He became Sir Humphrey and President of the Royal Society. He is said to have been offered a bishopric if he would take holy orders. As a great man who had risen from humble beginnings, he behaved rather badly to a coal miner called George Stephenson, but rather well to a blacksmith's son called Michael Faraday. Asterisk that this is so can be checked by applying the parallelogram of forces, whose acquaintance can be renewed in the pages of elementary textbooks on mechanics, at each level in the wall. The parallelogram of forces is supposed to have been invented by Simon Stevin in 1586. The absence of the concept of the resolution of forces is one reason why it is impossible that either ancient or medieval architects could have designed their buildings in the modern way. Asterisk there are really several thrust lines, and all of them need to be kept inside the surface of the wall. The passive thrust line. This is the thrust line which results from the weight of the wall itself and of all the things which are permanently attached to it, such as floors and roofs. The active thrust lines. These are the thrust lines which result, not only from the permanent parts of the building, but also from all the transient loads which might be applied to it by wind pressure or the weight of things like water, coal, snow, machinery, vehicles, people, and so on. The shapes of the various active thrust lines define the ways in which a masonry structure can safely be loaded. This is one of the reasons for the modern fashion of not plastering the insides of buildings. Asterisk the true arch seems to be an old world development. The indigenous civilizations of Mexico and Peru built their large buildings using only the corbelled arch. Asterisk this is the rationale of mining or sapping under fortress walls during siege warfare. When the end of the tunnel was beneath the foundations of the wall, its roof was supported by wooden props. At an appropriate moment a fire was lit so as to burn through the props, when it was hoped that the wall would collapse. The function of both wet and dry moats was chiefly to prevent sapping. Asterisk the famous Bristol Channel pilot cutters, circa 1900, were ballasted with concrete which was run into the bilges. The concrete amidships, which needed to be heavy, was made up with scrap iron and boiler punchings. The concrete in the ends of the ship, which had to be light, was filled with empty beer bottles. For the plinths of statues and urns in my garden I generally use a mixture of old chicken wire, empty wine bottles and concrete. It seems to work very well. Asterisk from the Latin trabs, a beam. Chapter 10 Something about bridges. Or Saint Benezet and Saint Isambard. London Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down. London Bridge is falling down, my fair lady. Build it up with brick and stone, brick and stone, brick and stone. Build it up with brick and stone, my fair lady. Set a man to watch all night, watch all night, watch all night. Set a man to watch all night, my fair lady. The more we think about this familiar nursery rhyme, the more eerie it appears to be. Though it cannot be traced with certainty much before the 17th century, it is undoubtedly very much older, and the Oxford Dictionary of Nursery Rhymes devotes several rather gruesome pages to it. All over the world bridge building used to be associated with children's dances, on why dance 9 sur le pont d'Avignon, and with human sacrifices which are not just legends. At least one child's skeleton has been discovered immured in the foundations of a bridge. Perhaps for this reason, special orders of bridge-building friars fratres pontifices were founded during the Middle Ages in various parts of Europe. They produced a saint, Saint Benezet, who is supposed to have designed the Pont d'Avignon. Like Telford, in a later age, he had been a shepherd boy, and it is rather a nice thought that, dispensing with the sacrifices, he kept the children's dances and the tune to which French children dance to this day. The French branch of the Order of Bridge-Building Friars had a monastery, near Paris, with the charming name of Saint Jacques de Hautpas. In practical terms, the purpose of a bridge is to enable heavy objects, such as vehicles, to cross over some kind of gap or chasm. Provided that the weight is supported in a safe manner, it usually does not matter very much by what technical means this is done. As it turns out, there is a very considerable variety of structural principles which can be employed. The method which is actually chosen in any given case depends not only upon the physical and economic conditions but also upon the fashion of the day and the whim of the engineer. Almost every conceivable way in which a bridge could possibly be made has actually been tried, at one time or another, for making real bridges. One might have supposed that one approach to the problem would have turned out to be the best one and would have come to be generally accepted, but this is not the case, and the number of structural systems which are in common use seems to increase as time goes on. In civilized countries, bridges are littered about the landscape in generous numbers and in a rich variety. They provide a very interesting display of different structural principles. With most other artifacts, the vital structure is hidden away behind paneling or insulation or wiring or gadgets of one kind or another and is not easily seen or inferred. One virtue of bridges is that both the structure and the way in which it works are clear for all to see. Arch bridges. Arch bridges have always been popular and, in various forms, they are still very much in fashion. A simple masonry arch can quite safely be built with a span of well over 200 feet, 60 meters. For most sites, if there are objections, they are likely to be associated with the cost or with the rise of the arch and with the load on the abutments or foundations. If we are concerned with the plain, semicircular masonry arch which was widely used in Roman and medieval times, then one of the facts of life is that the rise of the arch must be about half its span. Thus a 100-foot span will call for a rise of at least 50 feet, in practice rather more. This is all very well if the bridge is spanning a ravine which is more than 50 feet deep, because the arch can then be sunk so that its crown is level with the roadway on either side. However, if the bridge is to be built on flat ground, then we have the alternatives, on the one hand, of a humpbacked bridge, which is inconvenient and dangerous, or, on the other, of having to build long and expensive sloping approaches. The problem became particularly important with the coming of railways, because trains don't like humpbacked bridges, or indeed gradients of any kind, and the expense of earth moving to make embankments for a flat approach is a serious matter. One way of getting round the difficulty, at least to a certain extent, is to build a rather flat arch with considerably less rise. In 1837, faced with the problem of getting the Great Western Railway across the Thames at Maidenhead, Isambard Kingdom Brunei built a bridge of 2 brick arches, each with a span of 128 feet and a rise of only 24 feet, Plate 10. Both the public and the experts were horrified, and the papers were full of letters prophesying that the bridge would never stand. To keep the correspondence and the publicity going, and perhaps to gratify his sense of humor, Brunei delayed removing the wooden centering or falsework on which the arches had been erected. Naturally, it was said that he was frightened to do so. When, after about a year, the centering was destroyed in a storm, the arches stood perfectly well. Brunei then revealed that the centering had, in fact, been eased to a clearance of a few inches soon after the brickwork was in place and had been doing nothing at all for many months. The bridge is still there today, carrying trains about 10 times as heavy as Brunei ever intended. When we flatten the shape of an arch, so as to reduce the rise in proportion to the span, the compressive thrust between the voussoirs of the archring is considerably increased, as we should expect. However, the compressive stresses are still, as a rule, well below the crushing strength of the masonry, and the voussoirs of the arch are seldom in any danger of being broken, although the deflections which occur when the arch settles after the centering is removed may be quite large and often amount to several inches. Any real damage to a flat arch, however, is most likely to be a consequence of the greater thrust, which must come upon the abutments. If the foundations are of a solid material, such as rock, all will be well, but if they are upon soft ground there may be serious trouble if they yield too much. Unfortunately, the need for a long, flat arch is most likely to occur when we are bridging rivers which flow across a level and boggy country. It is for these reasons that bridges are often built with many small arches. In fact, nearly all long medieval bridges are multi-arch bridges. The objection to this way of doing things is that the cost of building the supporting piers, usually under water and often on soft ground, is high, and FURTHEIMOE, THENUMEROUSPIERSANDNARROWSTHECHESOBSTRUCTUSAND DANGERTONAVIGATON. Cast iron bridges. Some of the objections to arched bridges can be got over by making them from less traditional materials. By the 1770s, people like John Wilkinson, 1728 to 1808, who had greatly cheapened the manufacture of cast iron by improvements to blast furnaces, began to cast voussoirs from iron. Cast iron is a totally different kind of material from wrought iron and steel because, unlike these substances, it is very brittle. It resembles stone in being strong in compression but weak and unreliable in tension, and so, in building construction, it has to be treated rather like masonry. An advantage of cast iron is that it is possible to cast architectural members, such as voussoirs, in the form of an open, trellis-like framework, so that there can be an enormous reduction in weight as compared with traditional masonry. Furthermore, it is generally cheaper to cast iron than to carve stone, and, before taste degenerated around the time of the first Reform Bill, these iron castings were often of very attractive shape. The benefit of cast iron to bridge building was twofold. In the first place, there was a saving in labor and transport costs, but more significantly the reduction in the weight of arches diminished the magnitude of the thrust upon the abutments and thus enabled engineers to build flatter arches with cheaper foundations. Curiously, one of the first people to take advantage of this technique was the American Thomas Paine, 1737 to 1809, who is famous in the history books as the author of The Rights of Man. Paine planned to build a great cast iron bridge, which he had designed himself, across the Schuylkill River, near Philadelphia. He came to England to order the castings, and while they were being made he decided, as a supporter of the French Revolution, to pay a visit to his Jacobin friends in Paris. These gentlemen put him in prison and very nearly guillotined him. He was just saved by the fall of Robespierre. As a result of the delay, Paine's finances collapsed and the castings were sold off to build a bridge over the Wear at Sunderland. The arch, which was finished in 1796, had a clear span of 236 feet with a rise of only 34 feet. The reason why Brunei did not use cast iron for the Maidenhead Bridge 40 years later was probably that he was afraid that the vibrations of the trains would crack the brittle cast iron. In any case, his brick arches worked very well. During the 19th century a great many cast iron arch bridges were built. Although nearly all of them were successful, the method is scarcely ever used today, chiefly because there are now cheaper ways of doing the same job. Unfortunately, a very flat cast iron arch looks, superficially, rather like a beam, see Chapter 11. Structurally the two are quite different, since the arch is, or should be, entirely in compression, whereas the underside of a beam is in tension. The material can be relied upon to carry tensile stresses, then a beam is often lighter and cheaper than an arch, for a comparable service. Some of the early engineers, notably Robert Stephenson, 1803–59, were tempted by this prospect of economy to venture into using cast iron beams. Because of Robert Stephenson's outstanding professional reputation, the railway companies were persuaded to build several hundred cast iron beam bridges. However, as we have said, cast iron is weak and treacherous in tension, and these bridges turned out to be very dangerous indeed. In the end, every one of them had to be replaced and the expense to the companies was naturally severe. The arch bridge with suspended roadway. A modern tendency in building large arch bridges is to use a suspended roadway. If we split the arch ring into two parallel elements, which are made from steel or reinforced concrete, then we can hang the roadway from the arches, at any level we like, in much the same way as is done in suspension bridges, Figure 1. There is then, of course, no restriction on the rise of the arch. Figure 1. Arch with suspended roadway. The Hell Gate Bridge in New York, 1915, which is 1,000 feet, 300 meters, span, and the Sydney Harbour Bridge, 1930, which has a span of 1,650 feet or 500 meters, are steel bridges of this type. In such bridges the main loads are carried entirely in compression in the arches, and the hanging roadway is free from longitudinal stresses. In big bridges the thrust upon the abutments is therefore considerable, and very reliable foundations are needed. Both the Hell Gate and the Sydney Harbour bridges are founded on solid rock. Suspension bridges. Masonry arches have a number of advantages. As we have seen in the last chapter, they are comparatively easy to design, since one can generally scale up from previous experience quite safely. In fact, as Professor Heyman remarks, it is very difficult to design an arch which will actually fall down. This feat was, in fact, achieved by a certain William Edwards at Pontypridd in 1751, but I do not think there is any record of its happening since. Again, arches are not unduly sensitive to a reasonable amount of movement in the foundations. However, foundations of some sort there must be, and on soft ground they have a way of being both troublesome and expensive. Furthermore, although the maintenance cost of masonry is usually low, the first cost has always been high, and this is particularly the case with large bridges, which need elaborate centering during erection. For these reasons there has always been a demand for something cheap and cheerful in the bridge line. In primitive countries suspension bridges of various sorts were fairly common. These were made from rope or other kinds of vegetable fiber. Rope suspension bridges were also used by military engineers for temporary bridging, notably by Wellington sappers during the Peninsular War. However, although rope is a strong and reliable material for carrying tension when it is new, ropes ropes made from plant fibers deteriorate fairly quickly in the open and become undependable as the more interesting personalities in the neighborhood of the Bridge of San Luis Rey discovered. For a permanent suspension bridge, cables of iron or steel are necessary. Cast iron was far too brittle and steel was not commercially available until relatively recently, but wrought iron is fairly strong and very tough. Also, it is exceptionally resistant to corrosion. Although a footbridge 70 feet, 20 meters, long, made with iron chains, was erected over the Tees in 1741, wrought iron was generally too expensive to be used at all widely in bridge building until the puddling process was introduced about 1790. After this, wrought iron chains became comparatively cheap. In the Tees bridge the flooring was attached directly to the chains in the primitive manner, so that the bridge was impassable to vehicles and must have been both steep and alarming for pedestrians. The modern system of supporting the cables from high towers and hanging the roadway below the cables, Figure 2, was invented by James Finlay, of Pennsylvania, who began to build bridges of this kind around 1796. Figure 2. The modern form of suspension bridge, with a level roadway hung from the cables, was invented by James Finlay about 1796. The combination of a suspended, level roadway with the availability of wrought iron chains at a reasonable price made the suspension bridge an attractive proposition for carrying wheeled traffic over wide rivers. For many situations these bridges were much cheaper and more practical than large masonry bridges. The idea was taken up very actively in many countries, and especially by Thomas Telford, whose bridge across the Menai Straits, Plate 11, was finished in 1825. It has a center span of 550 feet, 166 meters, by far the longest then in existence. Telford's chains, like all the suspension chains used in bridges at that time, were made from flat plates or links, joined by bolts or pins, very much like the links of a modern bicycle chain. The concentration of stress at the pin joints calls for a tough and ductile material, such as wrought iron, and indeed chains of this type have been very successful and have seldom given any trouble. Although wrought iron is reliable in tension, it is not especially strong, and Telford wisely kept the highest nominal stress in his chains down to about 8,000 psi, 55 Nm2, which is less than a third of the breaking stress. In these circumstances a great deal of the strength of the chains was devoted to supporting their own weight, and Telford was of the opinion that the Menai Bridge represented about the maximum safe span for a suspension bridge, using the materials of the day. Although Brunei eventually showed that Telford was being rather cautious, Brunei's Clifton Bridge has a span of 630 feet or 190 meters, yet for many years the span of the Menai Bridge remained a record, and, in any case, the limitations of wrought iron chains were clearly within sight. The recent fashion for road suspension bridges of great length is made possible by the availability of high-tensile steel wire. This material is very much stronger than wrought iron or mild steel and can therefore support a much greater length of its own weight. High-tensile steel is more brittle than wrought iron, but this can be accepted, since the cable is continuous and does not have to have links with pinned joints, which are particularly vulnerable to cracking. Again, instead of having only 3 or 4 plate links in parallel with each other in each element of a chain cable, the wire cables are woven from many hundred separate wires, so that the failure of any individual wire is not likely to be dangerous. Plate 12. As an example of the sort of thing one can do nowadays, the new Humber motorway bridge has a clear span of 4,626 feet, 1,388 meters, which is over 8 times the length that Telford thought practicable. This is made possible by the fact that the suspension wires operate, quite safely, at a working stress of 85,000 psi or 580 Nm2, which is more than 10 times the stress in Telford's wrought earthen chains. Thrust lines in arches and suspension bridges. The cables of a suspension bridge take up the best shape automatically, because a flexible rope has no choice but to comply with the resultant of all the loads which are pulling on it. We can therefore determine the shape of the cables for a suspension bridge either by loading a model of it, as Telford did, or else by means of a fairly simple exercise with a thing called the funicular polygon on the drawing board. This is useful in designing suspension bridges. For instance, we need to know the right lengths for the hangers for the roadway, but it is also useful in designing arches. If we look at a suspension bridge and then at an arch, it does not need much imagination to see that the suspension bridge is really an arch turned upside down, or vice versa. In other words, if we change the sign of all the stresses in an arch, that is, if we turn all the compressions into tensions, then these tensions could be carried by a single curved rope, which may be regarded as defining a thrust line in tension. By doing this we can arrive, comparatively painlessly, at the compressive thrust line for an arched bridge or a vaulted roof. When we do so we may get various shapes of thrust line which will vary a bit according to the details of the loading, for instance the presence or absence of traffic on the bridge. Any of these thrust lines will be safe, provided that it lies wholly within the intended shape of the arch ring, if not, not. It is sometimes said, by slightly superior people, that the thrust line of an arch obtained in this way has the shape of a catenary, and that a round arch is therefore wrong. This is by no means always the case, and in many instances the thrust line is quite near enough to an arc of a circle to justify the Romans in their highly durable semicircular arches. However, if one wants to make a really thin arch, as is the custom with modern reinforced concrete bridges, then one had better get the shape just right, for there is very little room for the thrust line to wander about. The development of the bowstring girder. Although the suspension bridge got off to a flying start at the beginning of the 19th century, its development was interrupted for about 100 years by the coming of the railways. Most of the 25,000 major bridges which were built in England during the Victorian era were railway bridges. The suspension bridge is a highly flexible structure, and it is liable to deform dangerously under large concentrated loads. This characteristic does not matter very much for road bridges, but trains are generally about 100 times as heavy as carts or lorries, and so the deflections they cause are likely to be 100 times as great and therefore unacceptable. The few railway suspension bridges which were built in England were conspicuous failures. The Americans, who had wider rivers, and at that time less money and more faith, persisted with them for a while but had to give most of them up in the end. There was therefore a need for bridges which were not only light and cheap but also rigid and suitable for large spans. This led to the development of what is called the tied arch or bowstring girder, figure 3. An arch, of course, is pretty rigid, but it thrusts outward on its abutments with a very considerable force. This may not matter if these abutments consist of nice firm rock, but it is awkward in many of the situations which may arise in railway construction. It is particularly inconvenient if it is required to perch an arch, or a series of arches, on top of tall and slender piers which may be in no position to resist large lateral loads. Figure 3. The bowstring girder, or tied arch, relieves the abutments of lateral thrust. It was popular with Victorian railway engineers. However, this is just what the Victorian engineers so often wanted to do, for they frequently carried their railways boldly across deep valleys, sometimes at a height of 100 feet or more. One way of solving the problem is to tie the two ends of the arch together by means of a tension member. This can be done by using a suspended roadway, which in this case is made to work for its living. The roadway itself is put into tension. The bowstring girder looks superficially like an ordinary arch with a suspended roadway, but its manner of working is quite different. Now there is no sideways push or pull upon the foundations, which have only to support the vertical downward load arising from the actual weight of the girder and any vehicles which may be on it. In fact, the whole affair can be mounted on rollers instead of on rigid foundations, and this is often done, mainly to allow for thermal expansions and contractions in the metal. Since such girders produce no lengthwise thrust, they can be mounted on top of relatively narrow masonry columns. The fact that a bowstring girder can be treated as an integral, self-contained unit may greatly facilitate the construction of a large bridge, because it is possible to assemble the girders at ground level, on some site away from the bridge itself. They can then be floated out to the piers on rafts and raised into position by means of jacks. This is just what Brunei did with the spans of the Saltash Bridge. As we shall see in the next chapter, the tied arch is really yet another member of the prolific family of trusses or lattice girders with which structural engineering is so thickly populated. At the Roman fort at Lowberry Hill, in Berkshire, a mile or so from where I am writing this chapter, the body of a woman was discovered concreted into the foundations. The practice has lasted into modern times. In 1865 it was alleged that in Ragusa Christian children were being kidnapped by Mohammedans in order to immure them in the foundations of fortifications. Even in England, as late as 1871, a certain Lord Lee was seriously suspected of having built an obnoxious person into the foundations of a bridge at Stanley in Warwickshire. The Bridge of San Luis Rey, Thornton Wilder, 1927. The New Science of Strong Materials, Chapter 10. All Telford's bridges were road or canal bridges. The Americans made fairly extensive use of suspension bridges for canal aqueducts. The water channel was carried in a suspended wooden flume. Naturally there was no change of net load, and therefore no change of deflection, when a barge passed over the bridge. Chapter 11. The advantage of being a beam. With observations on roofs, trusses and masts. Solomon built the house of the forest of Lebanon, 100 cubits long, 50 broad, and 30 high, constructed of 4 rows of cedar columns, over which were laid lengths of cedar. It had a cedar roof, extending over the beams, which rested on the columns, 15 in each row, and the number of the beams was 4 to 5. 1 Kings 7.1-3, New English Bible. A solid roof over one's head is one of the prime requirements of a civilized existence, but permanent roofs are heavy and the problem of supporting them is really as old as civilization itself. When one looks at a famous and beautiful building, or indeed at any building, it is illuminating to bear in mind that the way in which the architect has chosen to solve his roofing problem has affected not only the appearance of the roof itself, but also the design of the walls and the windows and indeed the whole character of the building. In fact, the problem of supporting a roof is essentially similar in its nature to the problem of making a bridge, with the difference that, since the walls of buildings are likely to be thinner and weaker than the piers of bridges, any sideways thrust which the roof may impose must be considered even more carefully. As we saw in Chapter 9, if the roof pushes outwards too hard upon the tops of the walls on which it rests, the line of the thrust in the masonry will be displaced to a dangerous extent, and the walls will collapse. Many Roman buildings and practically all Byzantine formal architecture made use of vaulted or domed roofs. These arch-like structures thrust vigorously outwards upon their supports, and in most cases this was catered for by resting the roofs upon very thick walls within which the thrust line had generally plenty of room to wander about in safety. As we have seen, these thick walls were often made from mass concrete, sometimes lightened and thickened by the incorporation of empty wine jars. Such walls were structurally stable, and they had the additional advantage of providing excellent heat insulation in hot climates. A Byzantine church is often the only cool place in a Greek village. However, it is not easy to make windows in very thick walls, and such windows as existed in Roman and Byzantine buildings were usually small and placed high up. The medieval castles were built pretty much in the Roman tradition, frequently, as at Corfe Castle, from mass concrete many yards thick. Such walls were well able to resist the thrust set up by the vaulted roofs, and, for military reasons, the defenders did not really want windows anyway. The earlier Norman or Romanesque churches were not very different, and their thick walls, little, rounded arches and small windows derived directly from late Roman prototypes. Most of the early Romanesque churches were satisfactory enough, and many of them survive today. The difficulties and complications arose later on and are to a great extent associated with the growing fashion for bigger and better windows. Understandably, people living in sun-drenched countries do not feel quite the same about windows as northerners, and even today many of them seem to dwell, apparently from choice, in a perpetual shuttered twilight. No doubt this is all part of a long Mediterranean tradition, for in Greek and Roman and Byzantine times such windows as existed were generally small and rather ineffectual. As far as one can see, this was by no means entirely due to a shortage of glass. In Northern Europe, even warlike knights and barons did not want to spend all their time in gloomy and nearly windowless castles. What they wanted was light and sunshine, and so they tired of architectural forms based upon dark Roman models. The cult of windows became an obsession, and, as time went on, builders competed in constructing both halls and churches with larger and ever more splendid windows. The medieval craftsmen may have been hopelessly unscientific, but they were sometimes much more creative than we generally recognize. In particular, we owe them a great debt for showing us what beautiful and exciting things can be done with windows. However, much of the effect of an impressive and expensive window is lost if it has to be inserted into a tunnel-like opening in a thick wall. Inevitably, attempts to provide bigger windows set in thinner walls ran into trouble with thrust lines. Norman architecture was basically Roman architecture and cannot be made to do this sort of thing, because it depends for its stability and safety on the use of thick walls. But this did not stop builders from trying, and it has been said of late Romanesque architecture that the question to ask of any particular building is not whether, but when, the Great Tower fell. Figure 1. King's College Chapel, Cambridge. Just how clearly the medieval masons appreciated what was happening is not certain. Most probably their understanding of the situation was muddled and subjective, otherwise they would not have gone on making the same mistakes for several generations. Sooner or later, however, somebody realized that the way to deal with a demand for large windows and thin walls was to make use of buttresses, which could prop the wall against the outward thrust of the roof by pushing against it from outside. Effectively, buttresses make the wall thicker, and so they do the same job as the Roman wine bottles, only in a different way. Figure 2. The introduction of side aisles and a clear story required the invention of the flying buttress. The ordinary solid buttress is really no more than a local thickening of the wall between the windows. Where there is only a single aisle, as in King's College Chapel, Figure 1 and Plate 13, it is very effective. Difficulties arose, however, with side aisles. In order to prop the roof of the nave without unduly shading the clerestory windows, the Gothic masons had to invent the flying buttress, Figure 2. In this case, the vertical part of the buttress is separated from the wall by a series of arches, which transmit the thrust without intercepting much of the light. The decorative possibilities of flying buttresses in conjunction with large windows are very great, and, as we have said, they are still further enhanced by the judicious introduction of statues and pinnacles, whose weight, as the masons must somehow have realized, helps the buttresses in the tricky task of guiding the thrust lines safely down through the lace-like forest of masonry. In the end, the windows became so large that not very much actual solid wall was left to support the building. Like a modern mast, these narrow strips of stonework depended entirely upon lateral support. As a tall thin mast relies upon a network of sophisticated rigging, so these slender walls depend entirely for their stability upon the bracing afforded by arches and buttresses. By whatever mental process all this was accomplished, the structural and artistic achievement was immense. By the time the master masons had created the Gothic buildings of the High Middle Ages, architecture had lost any visible connection with its classical origins. Few things could look much more different than, say, Canterbury Cathedral and a Roman basilica. Yet the line of descent is clear and simple. Although buildings like these are often very beautiful, they are always horribly expensive, and in any case arched or domed roofs are usually unsuitable for private houses. Rather than using arches, it is much cheaper and simpler to support the roof of a building by using beams of one sort or another. If the spaces to be covered are spanned with long poles or joists, then such beams can transmit the weight of the roof from their ends, vertically downwards into the masonry of the walls, without any need to push sideways and outwards. Thus no unwelcome disturbance is caused to the thrust line, and so the walls can be made quite thin and will not need buttressing. Figure 3. Figure 3. Simply supported roof truss. This one is shown mounted on rollers to emphasize that there need be no outward thrust upon the supporting walls. For this reason alone, the beam is one of the most important devices in the whole of structural engineering. In fact, however, the applications of the beam, and of its equivalent, the truss, extend far beyond the roofing of buildings, and beams and beam theory have played a very important part indeed in making technological civilization possible. Similar ideas are also continually cropping up in biology. The word beam means a tree in Old English, and this usage still survives in tree names like whitebeam and hornbeam. Although nowadays beams are very commonly made from steel or reinforced concrete, for a great many years a beam, in the structural sense, implied a baulk of timber, very often a whole tree trunk. Although it is cheaper and much less trouble to cut down a tree than to build a masonry arch or vault, the supply of suitable large trees is not unlimited, and a time arrives when long pieces of timber become scarce. When this happens, one may be forced to try to construct roofs from short lengths of material. Roof trusses. To the modern mind it might seem fairly clear that the most promising way to try to bridge a roof span using short pieces of timber would be to join the short members together, meccano fashion, so as to make a triangulated structure, something like Figure 4. This is really the beginning of a lattice girder. We are all familiar with lattice girders in steel railway bridges. Any triangulated lattice structure of this kind is called a truss. Like a long solid beam, when a roof truss is properly designed, it allows considerable spans to be roofed economically and without putting any dangerous outward thrusts upon the supporting walls. As with beams and beam theory, the applications of trussing in modern technology are far wider than this and extend to ships and bridges and aeroplanes and to all manner of other structural devices. As we have seen in the last chapter, the tide arch is really another example of the same idea. Figure 4. If long pieces of timber cannot be got, then a roof truss could be built up, meccano fashion, from short pieces. However, in the history of architecture the concept of the truss or lattice beam was surprisingly slow in developing. The most primitive form of this idea, the ordinary wooden roof truss, may seem obvious to us, but it took our ancestors a long, long time to think of it. But then they had never seen a railway bridge or plate with meccano. As it turned out, architectural trussing was a late Roman invention, although it never really caught on properly until the Middle Ages. During most of antiquity architects just managed without trusses. Greek builders never thought of trusses at all. Vastly eminent Athenian architects, such as Mnesicles, who built the Propylaea, and Ictinus, who designed the Parthenon and the Temple of Apollo at Bassae, consciously rejected arches and vaults as a method of roofing their buildings, and yet they failed conspicuously to invent the roof truss or to devise any really adequate substitute for it. The brilliance of Hellenic architecture seems to come to a stop, rather suddenly, when one gets to the architrave. Greek roofs can only be described as intellectually squalid. Figure 5. Roof of an archaic Greek temple. Simple stone beams or lintels cannot safely be used to span distances of more than about 8 feet, 2 to 5 meters, otherwise they are liable to crack. Therefore, in order to provide practicable roofs for temples and other buildings, it was necessary to use wooden beams, in spite of the fact that in classical Greece timber had become nearly as scarce as it is in modern Greece. In Greek temples, for which the necessary number of full-span wooden roof beams could be found, the beams were simply laid horizontally right across the tops of the walls and of the stone lintels of the peristyle. These beams or joists were then boarded over so as to provide a continuous flat ceiling over the whole area of the building, Figure 5. Naturally, this flat ceiling, which was only made from ordinary planks, was anything but weatherproof. So a great mound of clay soil, mixed with water and straw, was heaped up on top of it. For an average-sized temple, this pile of clay must have weighed something like 3,000 tons. When they had got all this agricultural material up there and tamped it down properly, the mound was trimmed off as accurately as might be to the triangular shape of a pitched or sloping roof. After this, the roofing tiles were brought up and simply laid directly on top of the clay, very much like laying paving stones for a garden path. Presumably one hoped that this great mass of wet clay would dry out before the wooden ceiling which supported it began to rot. When dry, it must have made a wonderful sanctuary for vermin, but the excellent thermal insulation would, no doubt, have been welcome in hot weather. Frequently, of course, it was necessary to use beams or rafters of shorter length. King Solomon had made special political arrangements with King Hiram for the supply of cedar from the Lebanon, but even so his roof beams were only about 25 feet long, 7 meters or 17 cubits. Many Greek temple beams were shorter than this. In the Greek temples, as in Solomon's building, these short rafters were supported directly from underneath, by rows of pillars, regardless of architectural convenience. In one of the great Doric temples, c. 550 BC, at Paestum in southern Italy, there is a line of columns right down the middle of the nave, dividing it into 2 equal aisles. This must have made any kind of religious ceremony very awkward. In most of the later temples, more seemly and more symmetrical arrangements were generally achieved, Figure 6, but even the interior of the Parthenon was cluttered up with pillars which we should think unnecessary. The simplest form of roof truss, which was an A-shaped affair, was developed during the Middle Ages. The horizontal tension member or tie bar across the bottom of the truss is called by builders the collar. For short spans it was generally easy enough to find timbers for the collar which were sufficiently long to make a simple triangular truss like Figure 7, but for a small 2-storied house this arrangement often results in rather clumsy architectural proportions. Moreover, a good deal of space may be wasted in the roof. For these reasons builders often attached the collar higher up, in effect putting the upstairs rooms partially within the roof and using dormer windows where necessary. This is all very well, but, if the collar is put high up on the truss, there is a tendency for the rafters to bend or spring outwards under the weight of the roof. This pushes the wall outwards. At the same time, Figure 8, very possibly with expensive results. Naturally, the higher the collar is placed, the worse the effect is likely to be. Figure 6. The more sophisticated temples of the 5th century managed to support their roofs without the use of trusses. Figure 7. Simple 2-story house with the collar of the roof truss level with the tops of the walls. Figure 8. The effect of raising the collar too high in order to save space and cost. Exaggerated, but not much. In large medieval halls and churches, which were often of considerable span, roofing was a serious problem. A trussed roof might be cheaper than an arched or vaulted masonry one, but, even if timbers long enough to make full-length tie bars or collars could be found, the presence of these collars comparatively low down in the building spoilt the architectural effect of the nave or hall, and, in particular, they blocked the view of the great east and west windows. Since people in those days were often so backward as to pay more attention to appearances than to efficiency, continental builders stuck to masonry vaulting, supporting their arched roofs by means of elaborate and expensive buttressing. Figure 9. Simple hammer beam roof. The effect is to move the point of application of the outward thrust, which results from the distortion of the truss, further down the walls so that it has less effect on the thrust line. At the same time the view of the end window is kept clear. Characteristically, the English builders produced a compromise or palliative type of timber roof, which has been described as more ingenious than scientific. This was the hammer beam roof, Figure 9. Hammer beam roofs became comparatively popular for large buildings in England, and they can be seen in Westminster Hall, in many Oxbridge colleges and in some large private houses today. They are much admired by the artistic, perhaps partly because of the opportunities which the knuckles of the trusses afforded to imaginative woodcarvers. Dorothy Sayers addicts will remember the adventures of Lord Peter Wimsey among the angels and cherubim carved upon the hammer beams in the Church of Fenchurch St. Paul. In structural terms, the main effect of a hammer beam truss, as compared with any similar large truss with a high collar, is to shift the point of application of the outward thrust further down the supporting walls, so that its effect upon the all-important thrust line is less disastrous. Although this has worked well in practice, the hammer beam truss has never appealed to the logical continental mind, and there are few examples of it outside this country. In traditional wooden roof trusses, the joints were made by means of wooden pegs, or sometimes with iron straps. Although these joints were not particularly efficient, the main requirement in such structures was for stiffness rather than strength, and so weak joints did not matter very much. In large modern buildings, such as factories and sheds and barns, roof trusses are often made up from steel sections such as angle bars, in which case no particular problems may arise. In small modern houses, however, the roof truss is nearly always of wood, and the thickness of the timbers has often been cut to the minimum, or even beyond it. The ceiling joists, in particular, may be barely stiff enough to support the ceiling without causing the plaster to crack. If we are tempted to indulge in the fashionable activity of turning a modern attic into an extra bedroom, the most serious problem is likely to be the stiffness of the floor. Although the roof truss is unlikely to break, the deflections caused by the extra weight of people and furniture may well cause serious and expensive damage to the house. Amateur handymen, please take note. Trusses in shipbuilding. There is a land of sailing ships, a land beyond the rivers of Cush which sends its envoys by the Nile, journeying on the waters in vessels of reed. Isaiah 18.1-2, c. 740 BC, New English Bible. As a matter of fact, trusses of various kinds were used and understood by shipwrights for many centuries before builders and shore-going architects got round to the idea. Most histories of shipbuilding begin with the boats which the ancient Egyptians made for use on the Nile. As the prophet Isaiah seems to have been well aware, these boats were constructed by tying together several parallel bundles of reeds. Actually, these reed boats, which developed from rafts, date back to long before the time of Isaiah, probably to somewhere between 4000 and 3000 BC. Similar boats are in use today on the White Nile and also on Lake Titicaca, in South America. Since the bundles of reeds naturally tapered towards the ends, a roughly boat-shaped form was achieved more or less automatically. Often the long, wispy, ends of the reed bundles were tied in such a way that they turned upwards so as to provide a vertical decoration at the bow and stern. This feature survives today. Sometimes not very much changed in shape, in the high stem posts of Mediterranean rowing boats. Especially in the Venetian gondola and the Maltese degeyser. Although most of the buoyancy of a ship is provided by the middle part of the hull and comparatively little by the tapering ends, nothing will ever prevent people from putting heavy weights into the ends of a ship. One result of this is that many vessels tend to hog, the two ends tend to droop and the middle of the hull tends to rise. This state of affairs is the opposite of that which exists in roofs and bridges, where the middle of the truss is usually trying to sag below the level of the end supports. This condition is called sagging by engineers. Although in hogging and sagging the forces and deflections are acting in opposite directions, it is clear that in both cases the beam or truss is being bent and that precisely analogous principles and arguments apply. Structurally speaking, a ship's hull is a sort of beam, and the effect of the hogging forces on the flexible reed hulls of the Egyptian boats must have been very obvious. A hogged ship is a depressing thing to look at, and this state of affairs needs to be prevented for all sorts of other excellent reasons, so that it was necessary to do something about the situation even in 3000 BC. In fact, the Egyptians tackled the problem extremely sensibly. They provided their ships with what is now called a hogging truss. This consisted of a stout rope which was passed over the tops of a series of vertical struts, its two ends being looped under and round the ends of the ship, so as to prevent them from drooping. Figure 10, this rope could be tightened by some form of Spanish windlass. The latter device is a skein of cords which can be twisted, and so shortened, by means of a long stick or lever thrust through its middle. Thus the big reed hull could be strained to any degree of straightness or vertical curvature which the skipper happened to fancy. As the art of shipbuilding progressed, the Egyptians came to construct their hulls from timber, rather than from bundles of reeds. But, since most of the planks were very short and nearly all of the fastenings might be described as wobbly, the need for the hogging truss remained. Figure 10. Egyptian seagoing vessel, c. 2500 BC. This one is built of wood but retains the vertical ornaments at stem and stern characteristic of reed-built boats. The wooden planks are very short and badly fastened, hence this ship also retains the traditional Egyptian hogging truss. Note the A-shaped mast. Greek shipwrights were more advanced than the Egyptian ones, and they built the splendid triremes or fighting galleys upon which the sea power of Athens depended. However, these ships were also built from short lengths of timber, and their light hulls were very flexible and much inclined to leak. For these reasons the Greeks retained the hogging truss in the sophisticated form which was called the hypozoma. This was a substantial rope which ran right round outside the hull, high up and just beneath the gunwale. Again, the hypozoma was set up by means of a Spanish windlass which could be adjusted as needed by the helmsman. Since Greek warships fought mainly by ramming each other, they had to be able to withstand a great deal of structural abuse. The hypozoma was therefore an essential part of the hulls of these ships. They were unable to fight, or even to go to sea at all, without it. Just as it used to be the practice to disarm modern warships by removing the breech blocks from the guns, so, in classical times, disarmament commissioners used to disarm triremes by removing the hypozometer. It is quite clear that the Athenian shipbuilders, down in the Piraeus, were familiar with the principles of trussing, and one might well ask why the Athenian architects, such as Mnesicles and Ictinus, did not latch onto the idea for the roofs of their temples. Perhaps the analogy between hogging and sagging never struck them, or perhaps they just never hobnobbed with shipwrights. After all, how many house architects today ever talk to a naval architect? When the fragile old fighting galley went out of use, hogging trusses disappeared. However, the American river steamboats of the 19th century were every bit as flexible as the Greek trireme or the Egyptian vessels on the Nile. Their shallow wooden hulls presented exactly the same problems, and the Americans solved these problems in precisely the same way as the ancient Egyptians did. All the American river steamers were provided with hogging trusses of the Egyptian pattern. The only difference was that the tension members were made from iron rods, rather than papyrus rope, and they were tightened by means of metal screws instead of a Spanish windlass. Racing skippers claimed to be able to squeeze an extra half knot out of their steamboats by adjusting the shape of the hull by screwing or unscrewing the hogging truss. The fact that the hulls of these steamers leaked, in consequence, even worse than the hulls of the triremes did not matter very much because they were provided with steam bilge pumps. Trusses also occur, of course, in many different forms in connection with the rigs of almost every kind of sailing ship. Very probably, the sail is another Egyptian invention, for on the Nile the wind blows upstream for most of the year, so that cargo vessels can sail up the river with a fair wind and drift back downstream with the current, as they still do today. The first problem in constructing a sailing ship is to erect some kind of mast upon which sail can be hoisted. The second, and much more difficult, problem is to keep that mast in place. Broadly speaking, the masts of conventional sailing ships are, structurally, simple poles or struts which are supported from a sufficient number of directions by the system of fixed ropes which seamen call standing rigging, that is to say, by shrouds and stays. If one has a hull which is rigid enough to withstand the pull of the shrouds and stays, this is nearly always the best arrangement, and, as we shall see in Chapter 14, it can be shown mathematically to minimize the weight and cost. However, the Egyptians had not done this sort of mathematics, and, furthermore, they had no preconceived ideas about the subject. All they knew was that they were rather tired of rowing and they wanted to find some way of supporting a newfangled thing called a sail above a hull which was made from reeds. Having spent a good deal of time in developing sailing rigs for the pneumatic rescue dinghies which were carried by bomber aircraft, I can sympathize with the ancient Egyptians about this. Business of masts. The blown-up hulls of the pneumatic dinghies were probably just about as flexible as the Egyptian reed boats. One cannot really expect to be able to attach highly-loaded ropes to a thing like a soggy balloon or to a floppy bundle of reeds, and in these circumstances the whole idea of standing rigging becomes rather laughable. Very sensibly, therefore, the Egyptians merely planted a sort of tripod, or sometimes an A-shaped truss, on top of the rather squidgy hull, figure 10. This affair worked perfectly well on the Nile. I used to envy the ancient Egyptians their solution to the problem, which, unfortunately, was never practicable with the rescue dinghies. The Egyptians did not have to arrange for the whole of their sailing rig to be folded up and packed inside a small bag, which, in turn, had to be stowed in a crowded aircraft. The hulls of Greek and Roman merchant ships were generally sufficiently strong and stiff to resist the loads imposed on them by conventional standing rigging, and so these vessels had their masts stepped in the middle of the ship and supported by shrouds and stays in the usual way. For some reason, however, even large Roman ships seldom got much beyond the stage of a single mast, carrying one large square sail, set from one long yard. It was not until the great expansion of sea voyaging at the time of the Renaissance that the rig of large sailing ships was elaborated by multiplying the number of masts and sails. About this time the single mast was replaced by three, called the fore, main and mizzen masts. Eventually, each of these masts was extended upwards so as to be able to carry, above the lower square sails or courses, first, square topsails, then topgallants, and finally royals. The even loftier skysails and moonsails came much later, an affectation of the clipper era. Traditionally each sail, course, topsail, topgallant and royal is set from its own separate section of mast. That is to say, each lower mast is surmounted by a topmast, each topmast in turn by a topgallant mast and so on. Each of these upper masts constitutes a separate piece of timber, and each is supported in its proper position by means of elaborate and sophisticated sliding fittings. These were arranged so that all the upper masts and yards could, on occasion, be lowered and sent down on deck. Since the larger spars each weighed several tons, it needed both skill and nerve to raise and lower such unwieldy objects in a rolling ship. However, a big warship would have a crew of 800 men, most of whom could have put both steeplejacks and trained athletes to shame. The sail drill in the Mediterranean fleet in the 1840s has become legendary. It is alleged that, when the admiral had finished his breakfast, he was apt to signal all ships will strike topmasts. Report time taken and number of casualties. However this may be, it is certain that crack battleships like HMS Marlborough could be stripped to their lower masts by their own crews in a matter of minutes and re-rigged as quickly. These competitive exercises were by no means a waste of effort. Ships carried ample supplies of spare spars, and the safety of a ship in an emergency, or the outcome of an action in time of war, had repeatedly depended upon how quickly crippled masts could be replaced. A limited number of casualties during peacetime drills had to be accepted, as we accept accidents in riding or rock climbing. The structural technology behind all this was superb of its kind, and it is worthy of the attention of modern engineers, who are apt to be rather snooty about it. The complexity of the rigging which was needed to support all the top hamper in the later sailing ships can best be appreciated by going to look at the Victory, Plate 14, or the Cutty Sark. The total height of Victory's mainmast, for instance, is about 223 feet, 67 meters. The length of her mainyard is 102 feet, 30 meters, but this can be extended at will to a total width of 197 feet, 59 meters, by means of sliding stunsail booms. All this immense mechanism worked, and worked reliably, for years on end, and in spite of the most appalling conditions of wind and sea, being much more reliable than most modern machinery. The masts of big sailing ships represent perhaps the most elaborate and certainly one of the most beautiful systems of trussing which has ever been developed. At the cost of considerable complexity, the total weight of structure up aloft was kept down to a safe figure. However, when big guns, mounted in revolving turrets, had to be introduced into sailing battleships around 1870, the network of shrouds and other ropes was found to restrict unduly the arcs of fire of the guns. For this reason certain ironclads, notably HMS Captain, were fitted with tripod masts which could be arranged so as to permit a better field of fire. This was a reversion to the Egyptian method of masting, if you like. However, the extra top weight, if these tripod structures had a bad effect upon the already precarious stability of these ships. This top weight undoubtedly contributed to the capsizing of the Captain, under sail, one dirty night in the Bay of Biscay. Nearly 500 men were drowned. Cantilevers and simply supported beams. It is evident that, functionally, it does not make much difference whether a beam is in the form of a long continuous piece of material, a solid tree trunk or a steel rod or tube or joist, or whether it takes the shape of some kind of open work truss. This latter might be a wooden roof truss, a sea-going arrangement of ropes and spars, or some modern meccano-like lattice, such as a bridge or an electricity pylon. As we shall see, there are plenty of both kinds of beams in animals as well. The fact that bridges and roof trusses and horses' backs and daxons are usually more or less horizontal, while ships' masts and telegraph poles and pylons and ostriches' necks are quite often vertical, does not make much difference. The essential purpose of all these structures is the same, that is to say, a load which acts at right angles to the length of the beam is supported without putting any longitudinal force upon whatever is supporting the beam. This is essentially what all beams are for. It might be thought that a thing like a ship's mast was an exception to this, because a mast thrusts downwards, forcibly, upon the hull of a ship. But then the shrouds and stays pull upwards on the hull just as much, and so there is no net vertical force upon the hull, which does not rise or sink in the water in consequence. Similar arguments apply with many animal structures. A horse's neck, for instance, is very much like a mast. The vertebrae, like the mast, are in compression and push backwards on the horse's body, but they are stayed, like the mast, by the neck tendons, which pull forwards on the body with an equal and opposite force. In the sense which we have just been discussing, all beams, living or dead, do the same job, yet beams as a whole tend to fall into two main categories, cantilevers and simply supported asterisk beams. There are in fact further variants and subdivisions, which are frequently useful for examination and other purposes, but we shall ignore them for the moment. Figure 11. A cantilever beam with distributed load. A cantilever is a beam one end of which can be considered as being built into some rigid support, such as a wall or the ground. This end condition is called by engineers encaster, which is merely French for built-in. The other end of the cantilever, of course, sticks out and supports the load. Electricity pylons, telegraph poles, ships' masts, turbine blades, horns, teeth, animals' necks and trees and cornstalks and dandelions are cantilevers, and so are the wings of birds and aeroplanes and butterflies and also the tails of mice and peacocks. Figure 12. Simply supported beam. A simply supported beam, figure 12, is one which rests freely on supports at both ends. Structurally, the two cases are closely connected. From figure 13 we can see that a simply supported beam is simply equivalent to two cantilevers, back to back and turned upside down. Figure 13. A simply supported beam may be considered as two cantilevers back to back and upside down. Bridge trusses. The road is carried across valleys hundreds of feet in depth on rude trestle bridges, which creak and groan beneath the weight of the train. Anything apparently more insecure than these structures can hardly be found elsewhere, and I always drew a long breath of relief as I found myself safely on the other side. It is a fearful thing to look out of the carriage windows into the dizzy depth below, and feel that if the frail fabric were to collapse, as it seemed on the point of doing, we should all be dashed to pieces with no possibility of escape. Even in the eastern states many of these primitive bridges yet remain, and it is said that few accidents have happened from their use. They are, however, very liable to destruction from fire, caused by burning coals falling from the engine. Rev. Samuel Manning, LL.D., American Pictures, 1875. The English railways were built straight and level across the rolling English landscape by the lavish use of cuttings and embankments and splendid viaducts of masonry and ironwork. All this engineering luxury depended upon supplies of capital and labor, both of which were plentiful in Victorian England. Conditions in America were totally different. The distances were enormous, capital was scarce, the wages, even of unskilled men, were high. In the land of the free, where every man was an amateur, skilled craftsmen of the European type scarcely existed. Iron was expensive, but there was unlimited cheap timber. Above all, the American railroad engineers, like their steamboat colleagues, were prepared to take risks with other people's lives and property which made the hair of British engineers rise up under their stovepipe hats. Yet these British engineers were certainly not unduly cautious men. Nowadays we should consider them rash. 19th century Americans, of course, were in the habit of living dangerously, but this was more on account of their engineers than of the Red Indians or the bandits. The railroads were pushed westwards as fast as they could be built and with a minimum of expensive cuttings and embankments. When conditions were suitable, the valleys were bridged by means of those enormous timber trestle viaducts which alarmed the Reverend Dr. Manning. They will always be associated, in tradition, with the American railways. A fair number of them survive today, Plate 15. Once they had been constructed, the American railways were vastly profitable. The Central Pacific Railroad is said to have paid dividends of 60%, and so they were soon able to convert many of their precarious trestle bridges to solid earth embankments by tipping soil from the top from specially constructed trains until the whole wooden structure was encased in earth and could be left to rot away. Wide and rolling rivers could not be crossed by the trestle viaducts, and so there was a need for large, long-span bridges. Permanent bridges of the European type were often impracticable for lack of money and skilled labor, and so there was a very active requirement for long and cheap wooden trusses, which could be made by ordinary joiners. Since the construction of these trusses was potentially profitable, and since the Americans are an incurably inventive people, a very considerable number of 19th century Americans seem to have spent their time in inventing trusses. There are therefore to be found in the textbooks a very considerable number of designs for bridge trusses, each slightly different, and each called after the name of its inventor. We need not go through them all in detail, for they all work upon somewhat similar principles, but two or three types are worth mentioning. One of the earliest of these was the Bullman truss, figure 14, which was very extensively used in America, perhaps more on account of Bullman's political talents than his technical ones. He somehow managed to persuade the American government that his was the only safe design of truss, and at one time its use was made compulsory. This may not have been quite so difficult a legislative feat as one might suppose, since it came to be accepted for many years as a practical working principle, by professional engineers, that the technical ignorance of the American congressman could safely be regarded as bottomless. Figure 14. Ballman Truss. Figure 14 shows a simplified Ballman truss with only 3 panels. In practice there were usually a great many more, and the whole thing tended to get complicated. Besides this, the tension members were unnecessarily long. The Fink truss, figure 15, does the same job as the Ballman truss, but does it rather better, using shorter members. Figure 15. Fink truss. We can, with benefit, put a continuous member along the bottom of the Fink truss and turn it into what is more or less a Pratt or Howe truss, figure 16. This is pretty well what is generally used in the traditional biplane. It will be seen that the Pratt or the Howe truss will work equally well upside down, that is to say, either in hogging or in sagging, provided that we take certain common sense precautions. Furthermore, if we arrange that all the members can take both tension and compression, we can simplify the structure by turning it into a Warren girder, figure 17. It is this form, or something like it, which is most commonly used for trusses made from ordinary steelwork. Figure 16. Pratt or Howe truss. So far, we have considered all these bridges as being simply supported beams, and so, of course, a great many of them were and are. However, a number of beam bridges are cantilever bridges. For some reason cantilever bridges were never very popular in wooden construction, but they are widely used nowadays when built from steel and concrete. A good proportion of the bridges over the motorways are reinforced concrete cantilever bridges. Such bridges generally have a center section which is a simply supported beam, resting on the extremities of 2 cantilevers, figure 18. This is partly because it is easier to accommodate the deflections with this arrangement. However, there are a few bridges where the 2 cantilevers just stick out from each side and meet in the middle. Figure 17. Warren girder. In the days when very long railway bridges were being built, it became fashionable to construct large steel cantilever bridges. The most famous example is the Forth Railway Bridge, which was completed in 1890. It was the first important bridge to be built from open hearth steel, and, in fact, contains 51,000 tons of it. However, road bridges generally do not need so much rigidity as railway bridges. The Forth Bridge is said to be the only large bridge in the world over which trains are allowed to pass at full speed, and so most long modern bridges are suspension bridges, which are usually cheaper to build. The Forth Road Bridge, which has a similar total span to the railway bridge next door to it, and which was finished in 1965, contains only 22,000 tons of steel. Figure 18. Cantilever bridge with simply supported beam for center section. Stress systems in trusses and beams. From all this it is clear that beams and trusses of various sorts and kinds play an immensely important part in sustaining the burdens of the world. What is rather less clear is just how they do it. How do the stresses work in a beam, and what is it that really keeps the thing up? As we have said, lattice trusses and solid beams can nearly always be used interchangeably, and so, as one might suppose, the stress system within a truss is not very different in principle from that in a solid beam, although it has the advantage of being rather easier to visualize. Furthermore, cantilevers are perhaps easier to think about than simply supported beams, although as we have seen from figure 13, the 2 conditions are quite simply related. Let us consider therefore a truss in the form of a cantilever which is fixed to a wall, or encaster, at one end and which sticks out and supports a load W, for instance, from the other end. Let us begin. In fact, with the embryonic or nascent cantilever, which is the simple triangular arrangement shown in Figure 19. In this affair the weight, W, is directly kept from falling down by the action of the upward component of the tension in the slanting member 1. The compressive force in the horizontal member 2 can only act horizontally, and so it can play no direct part in sustaining the weight. However, they also serve who only push horizontally, and member number 2 is performing an indirect but very necessary function in keeping the truss extended, that is to say, sticking out in the way it does. Figure 19. Figure 20. Let us now add an extra panel to the truss, as in Figure 20. It is clear that the weight is now sustained directly by the combined upward action of the tension in number 1 and the compression in number 3. Number 4 is necessarily in tension but, like number 2, which is still in compression, it does not contribute directly to sustaining the weight, although the truss cannot hold up without it. If we build the truss up into several panels, as in Figure 21, the general situation remains very much the same. The diagonal members 1 and 5 are in tension and 3 and 7 are in compression. It is still these members which directly sustain the load. Taken together, these members are resisting what is called shear. We shall have a good deal more to say about shear in the next chapter. In the meantime, we may observe that the force which is acting in all of these diagonal members is numerically similar. This remains true however long the cantilever may be and however many panels it has. This is not true, however, of the horizontal forces. The compression in 2 is greater than in 6 and in the same way, the tension in 4 is greater than the tension in 8. The longer we make the cantilever, the higher the compression will be in member number 2 and the greater the tension in number 4. If we make the cantilever very long, then the horizontal or longitudinal tension and compression forces and stresses close to the fixed end may be very high indeed. In other words, such a cantilever will probably break near its root, which after all is only common sense. However, we do have the apparent paradox that the forces are highest in members which do not contribute directly to supporting the load. Figure 21. In Figure 21 the downward load, or shearing force, is directly supported, as we said, by the zigzag of the diagonal members 1, 3, 5 and 7. However, there is nothing to prevent us from complicating this diagonal trellis by introducing more slanting members, which will all perform the same function. In fact, this is often done for various reasons, Figure 22. This is just what nature quite frequently does. The trunk and ribcage of most vertebrates can be considered as a sort of simply supported beam. This is obvious in the case of a horse. The bones of the vertebrae and the ribs form the compression members of a rather elaborate fink truss, figures 15 and 23. The space between the ribs is crisscrossed by a web or network or trellis of muscular tissue which runs roughly at plus or minus 45 degrees to the ribs. Figure 22. The shear can equally well be taken by a multiple lattice or indeed by a continuous plate. The next step in an engineering structure is to fill in the space in the middle of a truss, not with some kind of lattice, but with a continuous plate or web of some material like steel or plywood. This sort of beam can take many forms, but probably the most familiar is the ordinary H or I beam, Figure 24. The function of the plate or web in the middle of the beam is just the same as that of the zigzag trellis in a truss, and so the loads and stresses in the web run in much the same way. Figure 23. Many vertebrate animals form a sort of fink truss with muscles and tendons making a rather complicated diagonal shear bracing between the ribs. Figure 24. In many engineering beams the shear is taken by a continuous plate web. But the tension and compression stresses due to shearing are still at plus or minus 45 degrees. Thus, in an H-beam of this type, the boom's 5 or spars or flanges at the top and bottom are there to resist horizontal or longitudinal tension and compression, while the asterisk web / in the middle is chiefly there to resist the vertical or shearing forces. Longitudinal bending stresses. As we have said, the longitudinal tension and compression stresses which act along the length of a beam are frequently higher and more dangerous than the shearing stresses, even though these longitudinal stresses do not themselves contribute directly towards supporting the load. In the ordinary beams which we are likely to meet in practice, it is very commonly the longitudinal stresses which are liable to cause failure, and so they are frequently the first stresses to be calculated by an engineer. Although beams of H section, figure 24, are common, a beam may be of any cross-sectional shape, and ordinary beam theory calculations apply to beams of most simple shapes. In fact, the distribution of longitudinal stresses across the thickness of a beam is essentially similar to the distribution of stresses across the thickness of a masonry wall, Chapter 9, with the important difference that, whereas the masonry cannot take tensile stresses, the beam can. Every beam must deflect under the load which is applied to it, and it will therefore be distorted into a curved or bent shape. Material on the concave or compression face of a bent beam will be shortened or strained in compression. Material on the convex or tension face will be lengthened or strained in tension, figure 25. If the material of the beam obeys Hooke's law, the distribution of stress and strain across any section of the beam will be a straight line, and there will be some point zero at which the longitudinal stress and strain is neither tensile nor compressive, but is zero. This point lies on what is called the neutral axis, NA, of the beam. Figure 25. Distribution of stress through the thickness of a beam. Since it is important to know the position of the neutral axis in a beam, it is fortunate that this is easy to determine. It is quite simple to show, algebraically, that the neutral axis must always pass through the centroid or center of gravity of the cross-section of the beam. For simple symmetrical sections, such as rectangles and circles and tubes and H-beams, the neutral axis lies in the middle, halfway between the top and bottom of the beam. For non-symmetrical sections, such as railway lines and ships and aircraft wings, its position will have to be calculated, but this is not very difficult. It is clear from figure 25 that the longitudinal stress increases directly with the distance away from the neutral axis. This distance is generally called y when discussing beam theory. Now, if we are seeking structural efficiency, whether in terms of weight of material, or cost, or metabolic energy, then we do not want to keep any cats that don't catch mice. In other words, we do not want to have to provide material which carries little or no stress. This means that we want, as far as possible, to discard material which lies close to the neutral axis in favor of material as far away from it as possible. Of course, we shall need to leave some material near the neutral axis so as to carry the shearing stresses, but in practice we may not need much material for this purpose and quite a thin web may suffice. Figure 26. Figure 26. Tension or compression stress due to bending at a point distant y from the neutral axis is S, where an m equals bending moment I equals second moment of area of cross-section. For how to arrive at m and I, see Appendix 2. This is why, in engineering, steel beams usually have a cross-section of H or channel or Z form, figure 24. These sections have the advantage of being relatively easy to make from mild steel in a rolling mill. They are often known as rolled steel joists, A.S.J.S, and nowadays they can be bought in very large sizes. Z sections have the advantage over channels and HS that it is easier to rivet the flanges to a plate. This is why ZS are often used for ship's ribs. When simple sections of this sort are unsuitable, it is quite common to use built-up box sections. The first and most important use of these was in Stephenson's Britannia Bridge over the Menai Straits, 1850, Plate 16 and Chapter 13, Figure 11 and p. 291. Since the introduction of waterproof glues and reliable plywood, box beams are often used in wooden construction, particularly in the wing spars of wooden gliders, Chapter 13, Figure 5 and p. 279. The same sort of arguments apply, of course, when we come to consider sheet materials. Thin sheet metal is weak and flexible in bending, and, to save weight, we want, if possible, to achieve a deeper section. This is often done by rolling corrugations into the metal sheet, with corrugated iron as the unfortunate result. Corrugated metal sheet has been used in the past for the outside skins of both ships and aircraft, notably with the old Junkers monoplanes. However, the objections are obvious, and it is much more usual nowadays to stiffen and strengthen metal skins in shipbuilding and in aerospace by riveting or welding metal angles, called stringers, to the inside surfaces of the skin. In all these situations the load commonly comes upon the beam from one direction only, and the shape of the cross-section is optimized with regard to this condition. In some engineering structures and in very many biological ones, however, the load may come from any direction. This is roughly true for lampposts, chair legs, bamboos and leg bones. For such purposes it is better to use a round, hollow tube, and of course this is what is very often done. An intermediate case occurs with Bermuda masts. These are generally made from tubes of oval or pear-shaped section. This is not primarily so as to reduce wind drag by streamlining, as is often supposed, but rather to cater for the fact that it is much easier to stay a modem mast laterally than it is in the fore and aft plane, and so the mast section has to take account of this by providing more strength and stiffness fore and aft. Asterisk of course, a great many small Norman churches have simple wooden roofs, but the design of these roofs is often such that they thrust outwards upon the walls nearly as badly as a stone vault. In Pompeii, where the windows are inadequate and the artificial light must have been bad, the walls of nearly all the rooms are painted either dark red or black. One wonders why. Asterisk I am not a pillar, but a buttress, of the established church, since I support it from without. Lord Melbourne. Asterisk 1 Kings 5, where there is a strong hint that Solomon had to pay a stiff price. Asterisk the 9 Tailors, Golenks, 1934. But the roof trusses of the little church of St. Swithin at Wickham in Berkshire are decorated with large Victorian papier-mâché elephants. Asterisk for the benefit of any unfortunate airman who may have had involuntary experience of these devices, I would explain that I would go about the job quite differently nowadays. Asterisk the cost per mile of American railways was 1/5 of that of English lines, although American wages were much higher. Asterisk as late as 1912, during the American governmental inquiry into the loss of the liner Titanic, the following exchange was recorded: Senator X, you have told us that the ship was fitted with watertight compartments. Expert witness, yes. Senator X, then will you explain how it was that the passengers were not able to get inside the watertight compartments when the ship sank? Asterisk the New Science of Strong Materials, Chapter 10. Asterisk see Appendix 2. Asterisk notice also the corrugations in clamshells and in many kinds of leaves, such as hornbeam. Chapter 12 The Mysteries of Shear and Torsion. Or Paul Aries and the Bias Cut 90. Twist ye, twine ye. Even so mingle shades of joy and woe, hope and fear, and peace and strife, in the thread of human life. Sir Walter Scott, Guy Mannering. There is supposed to have been a book review by Dorothy Parker which started off "This book tells me more than I care to know about the principles of accountancy." And indeed I dare say that many of us are apt to come to the conclusion that the way in which things behave in shear might, after all, be left to the experts. Tension and compression we feel we can cope with, but when it comes to shear we think we can detect a tendency for the mind to boggle. It is unfortunate, therefore, that the shear stresses to which we are introduced in the elasticity textbooks are assumed to spend their time inhabiting things like crankshafts or the more boring sorts of beams. Though undeniably worthy, this approach somehow lacks human appeal, and it also diverts attention from the fact that shearing stresses and shearing strains are by no means confined to beams and crankshafts but keep intruding into practically everything we do, sometimes with unexpected results. This is why boats leak, tables wobble and clothes bulge in the wrong places. Not only engineers, but also biologists and surgeons and dressmakers and amateur carpenters and the people who make loose covers for chairs would live better and more fruitful lives if they could only look a shear stress between the eyes without flinching. If tension is about pulling and compression is about pushing, then shear is about sliding. In other words, a shear stress measures the tendency for one part of a solid to slide past the next bit, the sort of thing which happens when you throw a pack of cards on the table or jerk the rug from under someone's feet. It also nearly always occurs when anything is twisted, such as one's ankle or the driving shaft of a car or any other piece of machinery. Materials which are being sheared or twisted usually behave in quite straightforward and rational ways, but, rather naturally, when we come to discuss this behavior, it helps a good deal to make use of the appropriate vocabulary. So we might begin with a few definitions. The vocabulary of shear. The elasticity of shear is very much like the elasticity of tension and compression, and concepts like shear stress, shear strain, and shear modulus are pretty closely analogous to their tensile equivalents and certainly no harder to understand. Shear stress, N. As we have said, a shear stress is a measure of the tendency for one part of a solid to slide past the neighboring part, very much as in Figure 1. Hence, if a cross-section of material, having an area A, is acted upon by a shearing force P, then the shear stress in the material at that point will be Figure 1. Just like a tensile stress. The units are also the same as those of a tensile stress, that is to say, psi, mm2 or what you fancy. Shear strain, G. All solids yield or strain under the action of a shear stress, in the same sort of way as they do under a tensile stress. In the case of shear, however, the strain is an angular one, and it is therefore measured, like any other angle, in degrees or in radians, usually in radians, Figure 2. Radians, of course, have no dimensions, being really a number or a fraction or a ratio. We shall call the shear strain G in this book, like the tensile strain, E, therefore, G is a dimensionless number or fraction and has no units. Figure 2. Shear strain equals angle through which material is distorted as a result of shear stress N equals G, which is an angle usually in radians. In hard solids like metal or concrete or bone, the elastic shearing strain is likely to be less than 1 degree. 1/57th radian. Beyond this shearing strain, materials of this kind will generally either break or else flow in a plastic and irrecoverable way, like butter. However, with materials like rubber or textiles or biological soft tissues, recoverable or elastic shear strains may be much higher than this, perhaps 30 degrees to 40 degrees. With liquids and squidgy things like treacle or custard or plasticine, the shear strain is unlimited, but then it is not recoverable. The shear modulus or modulus of rigidity, G. Figure 3. The stress-strain diagram in shear is very like that in tension. The slope of the straight part is equivalent to the shear modulus. At small and moderate stresses, most solids obey Hooke's law in shear, much as they do in tension. Thus, if we plot the shear stress, N, against the shear strain, G, we shall get a stress-strain curve which is, at least initially, a straight line, Figure 3. The slope or gradient of the straight part represents the stiffness of the material in shear and is called the shear modulus, or sometimes the modulus of rigidity, or G. Thus, so G is the exact analog of the Young's modulus, E, and, like E9, it has the dimensions and units of a stress, that is to say, psi, mm2 or whatever. Shear webs, isotropic and anisotropic materials. As we said in the last chapter, although there may be large horizontal tension and compression forces in the top and bottom flanges of a beam or a truss, the actual upward thrust which really enables the structure to do its job of sustaining a downward load has to be produced by the web, that is to say, by the part in the middle which joins the top and bottom booms together. In a continuous beam the web will be of solid material, perhaps a metal plate. In a truss the same function will be served by some sort of lattice or trellis. Since the distinction between a material and a structure is never very clearly defined, it does not matter very much whether the shearing loads in a beam are carried by a continuous plate web or whether they are carried by a lattice which might be made up of rods and wires, strips of wood or whatever. There is, however, an important difference. If the web is made from, say, a a metal plate, then it is of no consequence in which direction the plate is put on. That is to say, if we cut the plate for the web out of some larger sheet of metal, it does not matter at what angle we cut it, since the metal has the same properties in every direction within itself. Such materials, which include the metals, brick, concrete, glass, and most kinds of stone, are called isotropic, which is Greek for the same in all directions. The fact that metals are isotropic, or nearly so, and have the same properties in all directions makes life somewhat easier for engineers and is one of the reasons why they like metal. However, if we now consider the lattice web, it is clear that it must be constructed so that the rods and tie bars lie nearly at plus or minus 45 degrees to the length of the beam. If this is not done, then the web will have little or no stiffness in shear, figures 4-5. Under load the lattice will fold up and the beam will probably collapse. Materials of this kind are called anisotropic, or sometimes elotropic, both of which are Greek for different in different directions. In their different ways wooden cloth and nearly all biological materials are anisotropic, and they tend to make life complicated, not only for engineers, but for a great many other people as well. Figure 4. Shear will produce tension and compression stresses in directions at 45 degrees to the plane of shearing. Figure 5. Thus a system like the one on the right is rigid in shear, and systems like the one on the left are floppy. Cloth is one of the commonest of all artificial materials, and it is highly anisotropic. As we have said repeatedly, the distinction between a material and a structure is a vague one, and cloth, though called material by dressmakers, is really a structure, made up of separate yams or threads crossing each other at right angles, and its behavior under load is much the same as that of the trellis web of a beam or a truss. If you take a square of ordinary cloth in your hands, a handkerchief might do, it is easy to see that the way in which it deforms under a tensile load depends markedly upon the direction in which you pull it. If you pull, fairly precisely, along either the warp or the weft threads, the cloth will extend very little, in other words, it is stiff in tension. Furthermore, in this case, if one looks carefully, one can see that there is not much lateral contraction as a result of the pull, figure 6. Thus, the Poisson's ratio, which we discussed in chapter 8 in connection with arteries, is low. Figure 6. When cloth is pulled parallel to the warp or the weft threads, the material is stiff and the lateral contraction is quite small. However, if you now pull the cloth at 45 degrees to the direction of the threads, as a dressmaker would say, in the bias direction, it is much more extensible, that is to say, Young's modulus in tension is low. This time, though, there is a large lateral contraction, so that, in this direction, the Poisson's ratio is high. In fact, it may have a value of about 1:0, figure 7. On the whole, the more loosely the cloth is woven, the greater is likely to be the difference between its behavior in the bias and in the warp and weft or square direction. Figure 7. If cloth is pulled on the bias or at plus or minus 45 degrees to the warp and weft, the material is extensible, and the Poisson's ratio, and hence the lateral contraction, is large. This is the basis of the bias cut in dressmaking. Although I suppose that not very many people have ever heard of the word anisotropy, the fact that cloth behaves in this sort of way must have been familiar to nearly everybody for centuries. Rather surprisingly, however, the technical and social consequences of the anisotropy of woven cloth do not seem to have been properly realized or exploited until quite recent times. When we stop to think about the matter, it is clear that when we make anything from cloth or canvas, we can minimize the distortions by arranging for the important stresses to run, as far as possible, along the directions of the warp and weft threads. This usually involves cutting the material on the square. If the circumstances are such that the cloth is pulled at 45 degrees, that is to say on the bias, then we shall get much larger distortions, which will, however, be symmetrical. But, should we be so inept that the cloth ends up by being pulled in some intermediate direction, which is neither one thing nor the other, then we shall not only get large distortions, but these will be highly asymmetrical. Thus, the cloth will pull into some weird and almost certainly unwelcome shape. Although sailmaking has been an important industry ever since the beginning of history, these elementary facts about canvas never fully dawned upon European sailmakers. They continued from age to age to construct sails in such a way that the pull came obliquely upon both the warp and weft threads. As a consequence, their sails quickly became baggy and could seldom be made to set properly when the wind was ahead. The situation was worsened by the European predilection for making sails from flax canvas, which distorts particularly easily because of its loose weave. Rational modern sailmaking began in the United States early in the 19th century. American sailmakers used tightly woven cotton canvas, and they arranged their seams in such a way that the direction of the threads corresponded more nearly to the direction of the applied stresses. Although the consequence was that American ships could frequently sail faster and also closer to the wind than British ones, it required something like an earthquake to bring the facts home to English sailmakers. This was provided by the publicity associated with the schooner Yacht America, which came over from New York to Cowes in 1851 to compete with the fastest English yachts. She was entered for a race round the Isle of Wight, which was to be sailed for a rather ugly piece of silverware presented by Queen Victoria. This jug-like object has since acquired a certain fame as the America's Cup. When the Queen was told that the America was the first yacht to have crossed the finishing line, she asked, "And who is second?" Figure 8. In modern sailmaking it is usual to arrange the weft threads of the canvas so that they are parallel to the free edges of the sail. There is no second in sight yet, Your Majesty. After this, the English sailmakers mended their ways, so much so that, within a few years, American yachtsmen would be buying their sails from Mr. Ratsey of Cowes. The lessons taught by the American sailmakers have stuck, and, although the majority of modern sails are made from terraline, not cotton, if you look at any modern sail, figure 8, you can see that it is cut in such a way that the weft threads are, as far as possible, parallel to the free edges of the sail, which is usually the direction of greatest stress. In many respects the problems of persuading cloth to conform to a desired three-dimensional shape are not very different in sailmaking and in dressmaking. However, tailors and dressmakers seem to have been more intelligent about the matter than sailmakers. As far as was practicable they cut their cloth on the square, so that most of the circumferential or hoop stresses came directly along the line of the yarns. When a close fit was wanted it was achieved by what might be described as a system of applied tension, in other words, by lacing. At times the Victorian young lady seems to have had nearly as much rigging as a sailing ship. With the virtual abandonment of systems of lacing in post-Edwardian times, possibly on account of a shortage of ladies' maids, women might well have had to face a shapeless future. However, in 1922 a dressmaker called Miles Vionnet set up shop in Paris and proceeded to invent the bias cut. Miles Vionnet had probably never heard of her distinguished compatriot S.D. Poisson, still less of his ratio, but she realized intuitively that there are more ways of getting a fit than by pulling on strings or straining at hooks and eyes. The cloth of a dress is subject to vertical tensile stresses both from its own weight and from the movements of the wearer, and if the cloth is disposed at 45 degrees to this vertical stress one can exploit the resulting large lateral contraction so as to get a clinging effect. The result was no doubt cheaper and more comfortable than the Edwardian solutions to the problem and, in selected instances, probably more devastating, plates 17 and 18. An analogous problem arises with the design of large rockets. Some rockets are driven by combinations of liquid fuels such as kerosene and liquid oxygen, but these systems involve elaborate plumbing which is liable to go wrong. Thus it may be better to use a solid fuel such as that known as plastic propellant. This stuff burns vigorously but relatively slowly, producing a great volume of hot gas which escapes through the rocket nozzle with a most impressive noise, driving the thing along as it does so. Both the propellant and the gas which it produces are contained within a strong cylindrical case or pressure vessel, whose walls must not be unduly exposed to flames or to high temperatures. For this reason, the rather massive propellant charge is shaped in the form of a thick tube which fits tightly into the rocket casing. When the rocket is fired, combustion takes place at the inner surface of the plastic propellant, so that the tubular charge burns from the inside outwards. In this way, the material of the case is protected from the flames up to the last possible moment by the presence of the remaining unburnt fuel. Plastic propellant looks and feels rather like plasticine, and, like plasticine, it is apt to break in a brittle way, especially when it is cold. When a rocket is firing, the case naturally tends to expand under the gas pressure, rather as an artery expands under blood pressure. If it does so, then the propellant has to expand with 4T. If the interior of the charge is still cold, it is likely to crack when the circumferential strain in the case reaches about 1 to 0%. If this happens, then the flames will penetrate down the crack and destroy the case. This naturally results in a sensational explosion as another Paul Aries bites the dust. Round about 1950, it occurred to some of us that it would be advantageous to make the rocket case, not from a metal tube, but in the form of a cylindrical vessel, wound from a double helix of strong glass fibers, bonded together with a resin adhesive. If the fiber angles are calculated correctly, it is possible so to arrange things that the change of diameter of the tube under pressure is small. It is true that, in such a situation, the tube will elongate more than it otherwise would, like mile via its wastes, but, for various reasons, a longitudinal extension